Welcome back to the 2023 World Series of Poker. It is time for day 4 of the Millionaire Maker. 10,430 players entered. The final 27 are still in contention for those 2 epic payouts. $1 million for second, $1.2 million for first, and we're going to watch it all unfold here on our free stream. My name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. We are already diving straight into the action, Donnie, as in the first 2 levels, we saw several casualties.
Oh yeah, came into the day, 41 entries remain, but picking up the action here with 27 left, so fast and furious out of the gate.
Yeah, David ODB Baker was the first player to hit the rail today. Eric Lindgren was recently eliminated as well, so 2 of the big stars coming into today already on the rail, but we have plenty of exciting storylines left. Donnie, most importantly, one at this table, as Mr. Matakais at the feature table. You're seeing him right now folding a Jack Deuce offsuit, one of the top contenders for Player of the Year.
Yeah, him and Sean Deep, you know, kind of going 1-2 there, vying for the POY title. Sean Deep is very aware of Matakais' success here at the World Series of Poker, and we'll see if he can keep that up. Obviously, making it to the final 3 tables of a 10,000 plus entry field in the Millionaire Maker is quite a feat in and of itself.
Yeah, this event absolutely epic. We'll go through the players in this event, the payouts, everything else that we have going on. And there you see in the 2 seat, the legendary French pro Arnaud Mattern. I've known Arnaud since 2008.
You can back away from the table.
A very, very classy player. Wears his heart on his sleeve. But at the table, very cool, calm, and collected. Always wearing the same classic shades.
Oh yes, the aviators. Quickly back to Matakais for a second. He's making his 14th cash at the 2023 WSOP. Of course, a lot of those are online. He did win a bracelet. He won the $500 No Limit Hold'em Bankroll Builder, event number 2 of the online WSOP schedule. He won that for $120,000.
Mattern here immediately fighting back versus the player in the small blinds, Jacob Perry.
Whoa, sound effects. Okay.
Wow. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Or was it a rooster?
I don't know what we're doing.
All right, the call is made. We go heads up to the flop. Already 3 million in the middle. Perry looking at King Jack of Hearts. Mattern has 10-9 offsuit. Donnie, seeing Mattern here 3-bet from the big blind with 10-9 off, is that one of the signs of a pro player looking to take advantage of the spot that he is in?
Yeah, I would think so.
Mattern continues here on the flop and takes this one down. Of course, poker without showdown is everyone's favorite kind of poker when you're trying to reach a final table. Chipping up nicely and slowly, trying to get through those pay jumps and not having to be in big all-in confrontations. Very much helpful for your anxiety, adrenaline, and confidence levels in a tournament like this. Much love to everyone in the chat joining us right now. If you're watching on YouTube, please don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. If you're with us on PokerGO, much love to you as well. And yeah, please let us know how you enjoyed that 10K horse final table, because Mike Gorodinsky, Donnie, on an absolute tear on that one.
Oh yeah, he came in with the chip lead and everything went his way. The cards fell his way. Aggression paid off when he needed to. Just absolutely steamrolled things en route to his 3rd WSOP Go bracelet, first since 2015.
Brilliant win for Gorodinsky, who is on quite a bit of a crazy roller coaster emotionally this WSOP.
Yeah, at the beginning of the World Series, June 1st, he tweeted out that he went to check his box at Bellagio, his cash box where he kept probably some cash, some chips or whatever to play cash games. His key didn't work. They had to drill the box. They drill the box, there's nothing in there. He didn't say how much was in there, but he seemed to be under the impression that there was money in there, and the sense I got, the vibe from his tweet was that there was probably a fair amount of money in there. They don't really know what happened. We did ask him about it in his winner's interview. Tim Fioravanti from the WPT came with the question, asked him for a follow-up, and Mike said, you know, according to Bellagio, Mike is the only person that accessed his box, so he's kind of out of luck.
SOL?
I mean, I guess he's kind of still waiting on some official statement or word from them, as opposed, or in terms of like what sort of compensation might be coming, if any. So yeah, this win obviously for him feels pretty good, and he's going to take, I think, a week off. He said, head home, see the wife and his dog, and then come back for the main and the big stuff like the 25K horse and whatnot.
Yeah, Mike Gordinsky with a little bit of a band-aid for the bleeding as it pertains to his bankroll with a huge win in the 10K horse. And you can watch that whole final table on PokerGO.com exclusively. It was a really, really fun watch. Shout out everyone here. I see Jason. I see Not Sure. Wes W. Our moderators, Christy and Russell, with us again. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I've just been told, Donnie, we're down to final 23 already. So
I mean, just flying.
It's been an absolute blaster show here in the Millie Maker. Started today with just over 40 players. The plan initially was to play down to the final 5. We'll see how play develops here today. Obviously, these payouts are absolutely massive, and I will run you through those to give you a sense of what's at stake here today. The final 23 right now are guaranteed to take home at least $55,000. That is not a bad payout for a $1,500 investment. But then those payouts climb quickly up to $107,000 for the final 11. And if you make the final 6, you get $287,000. Tomorrow then, streaming as well for free, we got $1 million for second and $1.2 million for first place. Picking the action up here. Mattern from Hungary in a hand against a man who made name for himself with a deep run in the WSOP main event. Andreas Kniep, who goes by Ryo.
Oh, yes.
And Ryo is our current chip leader at the table.
2021, last time the World Series of Poker was at the Rio. Kniep took 18th place for $305,000. He also has a WPT final table under his belt. He also cashed pretty deep in the 2018 WSP main event, 173rd place there. I believe he was or is a Google engineer.
I mean, he looks like an engineer, programmer, wizard.
Oh, yes. I mean, he looks like a wizard, for sure. He's probably solved a lot of things that we would never even think about solving.
Yeah, worked at Google for a long time, was involved with SpaceX, and has recently made the switch to crypto-focused projects. Obviously a very bright man. I believe he is based out of San Francisco, California, but originally from Germany. Donnie, we got those beautiful baby blues in play again today.
Yeah, we got the pink ones too. We got orange, we got green, we got everything.
We got 4 colors still in play. Let's decipher these colors for the people at home. We're playing 200K, 400K with a 400K big blind ante. The average stack right now at this table is 33 big blinds, so still plenty of room left to play.
Chip's giving me tropical Skittles vibes.
I like
greens
that.
are 25Ks, the blues are 100K, I think it's the orange are 500 and the pinks are $1 million, or it's vice versa. Pinks are 500, the orange are $1 million. One of them.
King 7-7 on the flop here. Kniep is going to flop top pair. Darwin's in a PokerGO chat says, boy, do I miss Vegas. 16 days of firing tourneys wasn't enough. Yeah, but then if you decide to move here and live here, then you might get swallowed up by the action. So keeping it exciting by visiting every now and then is probably the right choice. Definitely my favorite set of chips, Donnie, at the WSOP. These colors just really jump out at you.
Oh, yes.
At first, I really thought I was going to miss the old sets at the Rio.
No, these are great.
But these are really, really nice.
We're missing shipping and handling. It's going to be 25,000.
One of our POI front runners, Ian Matakais, over there in the black hoodie, is our short stack at the table currently with 16 big blinds.
It's the bread and butter, you know?
That's how you made half your stack, right?
It's the only way to make it.
Matakais, originally from
Yeah,
Faribault,
one at a time.
Minnesota, has $477,000 in earnings at the World Series of Poker. And this year at the WSOP, he has such a long string of results, it is almost too hard to count. But like you said, Donnie, winner of the online bankroll builder for 120K, that's what gave him a ton of points. And he's made an additional, let's see, he's got one more online final table and a whole bunch more deep runs. But yeah, definitely collecting his points by way of volume.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is his 14th cash at this World Series alone. Remember back in the day when we'd be like, oh my God, somebody has 10 cashes? Now it's like, I mean, you have to get 20 to be in that conversation.
Right.
Can you cut off with the green?
Mattern here coming in with a raise, ace-10 off. Fang is going to make the call out of the small blind with ace-9. Pocket jacks for Matrai in the big blind.
No, thank you.
Matrai working on 29 bigs. Wouldn't be totally out of question to go all in here. Yes, that is what he's going to do.
11.5.
Ya han empezado a streamear.
Something like that, yeah.
Pero dicen que son 2 horas de retraso, no entiendo. 2 horas, ¿quién lo ve eso? Si todo se va a saber antes. No,
This is one of those spots where if you're Matrai, you love picking up a big pair like jacks because it looks like a great squeeze spot.
If you're Materno here, Donnie, of course, ace-10 off, probably not good enough to call, but what kind of hand are you willing to pull the trigger with? It's got to be pretty strong.
Yeah, probably pretty strong. Ace-jack suited. I mean, ace-10 is, I mean, it's worth considering. It goes down to probably, you know, how has Matrai been playing? What's your read on him playing throughout this event? That's one of the things that we're not always privy to. You know, we can try and learn from these players and learn from past experiences and covering them, but when you're in the moment, you've been playing with someone for hours, maybe days on end, you can have a lot of reads and tendencies of that player that can allow you to make certain decisions. I've always loved how Arnaud Mattern cuts out chips. I mean, he's one of the best in the game, if not the best, at just cutting out those chips. So smooth.
I love stuff like that too.
It does look like he has the chips to make the call, pulled out to the side, and he is, okay, he's going to give it up. I would expect Fang also gets out of the way here. Little look, little smirk, and Matrai takes this one down. Fang also tossing his hand into the muff. Good pickup there for the Hungarian.
Si me ves ese día, mal asunto.
Mattern has been playing the international tournament circuit since 2004. He's been around for a very long time. Of course, winning an EPT back in 2008 in Prague was his big breakout moment, but he's also played high-stakes backgammon for all these years. A frequent competitor against someone named Gus Hansen. Might have heard of him.
And here, pair versus pair. Mattern picking up 2 7s, comes in with a raise to 800K. Stasholm here has got pocket kings. Decision is on him. Stasholm has 35 big blinds, excuse me, to start this hand. Mattern on 38, so just has him covered.
I love how in an event like the Millionaire Maker, players from all over the world come together to play an event like this to potentially win, you know, over $1 million. And it goes to show that the international crowd is doing well because we have so many nationalities represented here at this table. We see France, Denmark, Germany, Hungary, Spain. It's Taiwan is in the mix. And of course, 2 Americans.
1 green stack. What's this blue? 4 blue, 1 green.
Mattern again putting to the test. This would be for close to his whole stack.
特杯啊，不然
Stasholm, a very capable player here. You know, we often see him battling in some bigger events. He's oftentimes at the PokerGO studio playing in some of our series that we run. Very
等後來一打
well
保全
versed
可以
in,
啦。
you know, tournament play, deep stack play or deeper stack play, deep in tournaments, all that sort of stuff. So it's not just like these 2-7s are just second best all the time, you know. Stasholm could be opening it up here a little bit. Not the easiest of spots for Mattern. With these players being, you know, over 30 big blinds deep each, a call is certainly just fine.
Ace 10, 8 on the flop. Obviously not the flop that Stasholm was looking for. But Donnie, do you feel a little bit better given the fact that you do have that King of Diamonds as sort of a backup / security card?
Yeah, that King of Diamonds is working well for Stasholm. You know, he's also got 2 kings, so potentially blocking hands like King, Queen, Queen, Jack. Sorry, King, Jack, excuse me. You can obviously rule out King, Queen of Diamonds, King, Jack of Diamonds.
Stasholm are going to continue betting here. Goes at 1.5 million. Mattern without a diamond, Donnie, is it sensible in any way to continue here?
Very hard for him to continue that type of board. Going to favor Stasholm's range here as a 3-better. I think Mattern's going to, you know, do some studying here. Doesn't need to play super fast, give anything away necessarily. But I expect this one is going into the muck eventually.
People in the chat already getting frustrated, Donnie, with Mattern's slow play.
I mean, I get it, but there's 3 tables left with $2 million prizes up top. You can take some time. I mean, you know, it's like...
Also, we've gotten used to the absolute chaos mayhem that was the seniors event for the last 2 days.
Yeah, but I mean, the seniors took a little bit of time, 10 seconds. I mean, you know, not everything was snap, 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 snap. I mean, you just can't be doing that when the stakes are this big and you're playing for this much money, because you're just going to open yourself up to being exploited a lot. So
I feel like we should put Dan Heimiller in that open seat, Donnie.
Yeah, why not?
Give Dan Heimiller a stack.
He is out there in the 3K, in the money.
Wow.
You know, it must have late regged and spun it up, so we can put him in there.
Dan Heimiller runs it for a while. Right now, it seems like he's on a streak. If you're with us in the chat, let us know if you enjoyed our coverage of the seniors event. We had 2 fun days of action from that event. The Super Seniors is streaming on Friday night on PokerGO.com, so that should also be a fun one. I was kind of surprised by how much fun that event was.
Very fun.
Stasholm raising it up to 800K.
You can only see the 4 of spades. Would have to assume ace of spades very likely. Possibly pocket 4s here.
Raise 2.2 million.
Armin Rayo is going to come with a 3-bet in position. Makes it 2.2 million.
Action back on Stasholm, so it seems, after Javier Zarco folded over there in the 9th seat. Zarco, an accomplished player from Spain. Has plenty of experience deep in events. For people in the chat, please give us some suggestion on what the APC stands for on Stasholm's hat. Do your worst.
All right, I'm going to lean that this is pocket 4s due to the flat. But
Ace 4 spades, more of a 4-betting hand.
I would lean that he would be more inclined to 4-bet that.
Action goes check, check. King of clubs on the turn. This now, of course, giving Kniep the jack for Broadway on the river, potentially.
Also a good card for him to represent here. That king coming off. You know, you can check behind the ace kings on that flop if you would like.
Getting a few fun suggestions for what APC stands for. Always puts chips. A poker cap. Another perfect champ. And Kniep's gonna bet 1.9 million, and he takes this one down. He extends his chip lead, sits on 25.8 million chips, which is 64 big blinds. Neo Raiko is asking, is there an option to listen to the poker table without the commentary? I'm sorry, there's not.
There's a mute button.
As you might have noticed, they have not said a single word at this table, so you haven't missed anything. We'll try to let the players talk when they talk, try to step aside from their conversations and listen in on any gems we might pick up on. There's currently 23 players remaining.
One. To be continued.
Yeah, for sure.
Action folds to Matakais, 5-4 suited on the button. He's going to lay it down.
Is that your profession? Poker? Do you live in still in Denmark and travel in Europe?
No, in Vienna. Been in Vienna since.
Tax reasons?
Yeah.
Why is Vienna so good for tax?
No taxes on gambling.
Only, okay.
Sure, you play.
And all the other poker players are there.
Yeah.
Probably a good community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, since like, yeah.
Javier Zarco inquiring about the stack of the player in the one seed, Jacob Perry.
Now everyone is there.
I mean, it's a nice city, I guess.
Yeah, it's lovely. And it's a lot cheaper than London, for example.
Yeah, I was only there once too.
Perry moves all in with pocket nines. Very understandable move there, and Zarco lets it go.
Yeah.
You run the full one? Nice. I only ran the half one there once. That was enough for me.
Yeah. I was the year that they counted backwards. The kilometers.
Really?
Yeah, they did it one year because apparently there was this weird argument that in the end there's a bridge or something. Well, I don't know. Is that true? Like in the end there's a bridge or something?
I think it's, when I read it, it was in the beginning.
Okay. There was some reason I heard the argument that they say, well,
There's a lot of bridges. Maybe there's one in the end too.
that they say like, oh, you have only 10 more to go or something. Sorry.
It's you. I'm in the big player. You got more.
The buy-in of this event was $1,500. 10,430 players entered this event. Absolutely massive field. Donnie, is this the biggest event so far at the WSOP?
No, the Gladiators of Poker.
Gladiators, of
and
course.
then second to that was the Mystery Millions.
And then we have the Colossus kicking off.
Still have the Colossus to come. Still have the mini main event. Still have the $777 Lucky Sevens tournament. Of course, still have the WSP main event, which the more and more I talk to people, the more and more people think it's going to get a similar field size to this one. Wow. 10,000 plus entries.
So
and
crazy.
of course, the WSP main event, different than the Millionaire Maker, WSP main event is a freeze out. Millionaire Maker does allow for some re-entries.
Fang raising it up with deuces. Matakais gives it some thought, but ultimately ends up folding king-queen. The final table of the Millionaire Maker will be streamed as well tomorrow on YouTube and PokerGO. But if by some miracle this event ends today, then you're just going to be in it for a long ride. Sometimes it is hard to predict how a tournament will break.
I ran the half, thinking that I was going to build up to the whole thing, and then after running the half, I was like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Half is enough. Yeah, it's
There's one thing though is like,
not fun.
when you know you can run on carbohydrates for like so long, and that's just one thing that you don't experience when you run a half. After like 30K, or, you know how long it takes your body, 35K, then where it's called in German, the man at the hand.
Yeah.
So that's something. It's cool to have
Hit the
experience.
wall.
Yeah, okay. Shouldn't happen in a half.
No. I mean, it kind of did to me because I went no.
Matakais, in desperate need of some chips, finds ace-king offsuit, down to just 13 big blinds.
9 in the morning or something. I usually don't get up to like 1 or something. So it's kind of
Might be a hand he just wants to move all in with here. He's going to go with the raise.
Zarco very meticulous, giving his queen ten of spades some serious thought here. Javier Zarco has 3.2 million in career tournament earnings. He is 8th on Spain's all-time money list. His biggest result, Donnie, was a second place finish in this very event back in 2015.
Wow, look at that.
Back then, this event paid out $1 million only to the winner. Adrian Buckley took home 1.2 million, and Zarco collected 791,000. Olivier Busquet finished in 3rd that year. Eric Lindgren finished 7th in 2015. This year, he also made a deep run. We lost him just before the stream started. Kniep defended from the big blind. Flop comes down, Jack 9-10. Matakais still with the best of it.
450,000.
Matakais takes it down with a small bet, and he manages to chip up just a little bit.
Your roommate still in?
Yeah, he is like 14.
Donnie, Baba is asking in the chat, so what's the strategy with all the chip noise? Do they all just have nervous tics?
Sure. I mean, it's fun to just shuffle chips. I love shuffling chips.
You can't sit at a poker table and have a stack of chips and then not shuffle them.
I mean, there is a lot of downtime between hands. You can't just sit there motionless, right?
Matrai going for the stack shuffle back and forth. And we've lost Arnaud Mattern from the feature table. He all of a sudden vanished into
New
thin
magician.
air.
Now moving to the outer table.
There are 3 tables still left in play. Once we get down to the final 18, there will be a full redraw. Stausholm, king-9 suited on the button. He's going to raise it up.
Raise 900,000.
Fang made the call from the big blind for 900K. And we get the old King Deuce 3 flop. Perfect flop for Stausholm to continue on. He takes this one down without much resistance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How long have you been in San Francisco for?
10 years now, man. Oh, almost.
You
you're local now.
I guess so. I'm actually
Welcome.
I'm behind applying for the citizenship and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Because kind of thinking of moving to Berlin for 2 years, see how we like it. But I have to get my citizenship first, otherwise so probably take a green card.
For sure.
Yeah.
Girlfriend is, a wife is American?
Girlfriend is actually from Bolivia, but American. Yeah. I mean, born and grew up in Pasadena, I mean. But yeah, she's interested. Only problem is I think the daughter's 8.
Okay.
So,
Tricky.
I mean, now works.
Yeah.
But then, yeah.
Hey. What, do you know when the stream starts?
I was actually just talking. I think it's like in the stream starts at 2 p.m. this time, so it probably starts soon.
Oh, really? Okay. Is it YouTube or PokerGO?
PokerGo.
Action folds to Stausholm again. 8-7 suited this time around. He's going to raise it up.
Which one is
Looks like Stausholm is going to win back-to-back pots here. Take this one down as well.
Button is good.
Thank you.
Here's a look at Jacob Perry finding King Queen offsuit. Perry sitting on 19 big blinds. Of course, every hand matters so much when you're this close to the final table. Players potentially giving up on some easy spots just to avoid all-in confrontations, but you gotta keep collecting chips as you go to give yourself a chance to win. And at the same time, not have it backfire by trying to run a big bluff like we saw in the seniors event. Ron Fetch, of course, the blow up from the same exact seat where Perry is sitting right now with Ace King versus the Queens of Dan Heimiller. That is something you don't wish upon anyone. Shout out to Jason Zambricki, gifting 5 PokerGo YouTube community memberships to our viewers. Thank you so much, that is awesome. For those curious about the delay, please don't check the live updates if you don't want spoilers, because this event is on a roughly 1 hour delay. So if you don't want to be spoiled by what's in the live reporting, please just stay and hang out with us. We're going to stream the entire rest of the day until the night is done, so you won't miss anything important. 3 tables still in the mix.
Call, option.
Matakais just going to try to see a flop here with King Deuce offsuit off the short stack. Zarco with pocket fours, perhaps Donnie considering putting his opponent all in here from the big blind.
Probably under consideration. Could also just take a flop here.
All in.
He's going to go the aggressive route. And Matakais kicks that one into the muck. There you go.
Donnie, what's your read on this tournament as it stands right now? 3 tables remaining. We've lost a lot of our well-known players in the last 2 hours before we started streaming, but still, we got quite a few very accomplished players still in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, I think the speediness that we've seen so far is going to steadily slow down. Pay jumps get greater. You get closer and closer to those 2 7-figure scores at the top of the leaderboard. Players, understandably, right now, still proceeding fairly cautiously. I know we did see a bevy of eliminations right out of the gate, but as have been evidenced here at this feature table, relatively conservative play so far. No need to go too crazy.
Raise 800,000.
Stacks, of course, not as deep as in the World Series Poker main event, but still plenty of play left and a fair bit more play than in the seniors event. Mattern raising it up with deuces, and Matakais folding ace-9. Action now on Zarco in the small blind with ace-8. Donnie, CB Rufio is asking, who are the Sharks left? I recognize Kniep and Matakais sounds familiar. Any other names that stand out to you or faces that you recognize?
I mean, Martin Stassholm, he's been around the scene for quite a bit, plays a lot of the bigger buy-in stuff that takes place at the studio. You often see him in there. Javier Zarco has been around for years, covered him a lot on the European circuit. Very good player out of Spain. I know we started with Arnaud Mattern, former EPT champion. He's also been around the scene for quite a while, and he had moved off to the outer table.
On the outer tables, you also have Pavel Plesuv, a World Poker Tour champion.
Crusher.
Absolute crusher from Moldova, I believe. Donnie, we have one player from Brazil still in the mix, Vitor de Souza Coutinho. If he makes the final table, they might tear this whole set down.
Can't wait.
The Brazilians always have the loudest rail.
Can't wait.
Brazil versus Mexico, main event, final table. We might have to get the military involved to keep things under control here.
We raised 2.3 million.
Do you think those are the 2 most passionate countries when it comes to poker, Mexico and Brazil? They have to be up there. England had their run. They've sort of...
England had the run. I feel like a lot of the top English guys kind of like rode off into the sunset. I mean, where are they? You get J.P. Kelly, Praz Bonsi, these types of guys who were always deep in stuff, always crushing at the World Series of Poker. Where'd they go? I mean, of course, we have Patrick Leonard, Pads, still around.
Barney Bowman is still here.
Barney Bowman's still here as well, made a final table earlier in the summer. But we don't have Jay Cody, another good name. We don't have these crazy names. I mean, Chris Moorman's here, but he's basically American now, living in the States. I'd say China's getting up there.
Yes.
For the
definitely.
rails.
Yeah.
I was talking to someone the other day who's a PokerGo podcast listener. His name is Bo. He was playing the 3K. He said that they have about 100 to 150 people over here, in his group from China.
That's awesome.
I was like, what? So, and every time there's, a Chinese rail, they seem to come out in full force, support their countryman or woman. I mean, I guess that's really the biggest ones, right? I mean, I think Argentina's probably up there too.
It's supposedly the year of Argentina by way of it being the year of Nacho Barbero.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Protus 5000 says, no way, it's Canada. We got D next. Yeah, but I'm talking specifically about the rail. Like who makes the final table and brings out the chance, brings out the lively rail? The sort of era from like 2010 until 2015, I feel like the Brits always had the loudest rails.
Yeah, they were chanting nonstop, drinking,
Shame for that.
shoe bombs. Like, I mean, it was nonsense.
A lot of shame and closing.
Yes, I can see that.
Call, option.
If you're watching our stream on YouTube right now, please hit that like button on our video. Let's get to 500 likes here in the next hand. However more likes we get and more subscribers we get, however more streams we can do for you guys.
You know who had a really good rail recently? I didn't expect it. Marcin Horecki.
Oh, yeah.
Out of Poland.
The
Won a
Pol-
bracelet last night. Beat Mike Matasau. Pretty lively rail on both sides. A lot of people in Mike Matasau's corner. And then a lot of people, I'm assuming, all Polish, coming out for their guy.
I mean, their winner photo had like 30 people in it. It was awesome to see.
Yeah, I think there was one gentleman that wasn't because he got thrown out of here last night, which was a bit of a situation, but yeah.
Can you guys let us know when it's live so I can send the link on YouTube? Yeah.
Oh,
Thanks.
2 players.
Ace King 4 on the flop here
Check.
in a blind battle between Stousholm and Kniep. Ace King 4, 1 diamond. Diamonds, of course, could get Stousholm into the most trouble here. Stousholm has limped before the flop. Kniep made it 1.3 million, and the call was made. Donnie, with a pair and backdoor flush and straight draws, do you think Stousholm is likely to take off another card here?
Yeah, 500,000.
Yeah, I think it depends on sizing. There we see 500K into 3 million, so very small sizing here. I think it's certainly acceptable for Stousholm to come along here.
Oh,
And there is the call. Ten of clubs on the turn. If Kniep does bet here, I would expect sizing up as opposed to the sizing down that he did on the flop. I think you probably do have to credit some queen jacks here in the range for Stousholm. That said, you do want to deny equity to some backdoor draws that might come in. You know, example, what if Stousholm has the 5-4 clubs instead of the 5-4 diamonds? Now he's got a backdoor draw.
bet 2.3 million.
2.3, a little more than half pot there from Kniep, and that gets the job done. He does size it up nicely.
When I saw my hand, I thought it was the right course.
Nice hand, though.
I mean, I believe you.
I guess
You
that's
invested some
relative.
chips in there. I mean, I was thinking 3 or 2 3-6 of that, maybe 2-1. Second one big, so one bigger too. So I can shamefully check your hand.
Just getting our coffee orders situated here as we are preparing ourselves for quite a long day of streaming. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Let us know what you're drinking, whether you're on that morning coffee, perhaps you're on that evening beverage.
400,000.
Either way, we much appreciate everyone for tuning in as Matakais finds pocket queens still on the short stack, still just open raising.
Call.
Yeah, Matakais not the deepest stack here. That said, queens is just too much of a premium to want to just, you know, move all in, move your opponents off some other hands. You can certainly raise this
Did you
here.
go again?
I think every
Standard amount gets it through, uncontested.
I thought they only did final 3 and then final 10. They draw 3 tables.
Good patience so far from Matakais. He did fold that king-queen off earlier, facing a raise in front of him, so he's being quite disciplined.
I'm making progress pretty fast.
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of people that was really strong.
Yeah.
We have Cassie Daddy watching from Las Cruces, New Mexico. That sounds like a historical place.
Oh, yeah. That happened to A1 or what?
We got Germany in the house. We got Adelaide already in the morning. We got quite a few Germans watching. Some people from France in the house.
Everything is like 20% bigger or something. It seems.
Jordan Blaine having a vodka lemonade. Ooh, sign me up for that. Donnie, I walked past the Park MGM casino pool today, and all it made me
Were you
think.
walking here?
What?
That's very far away.
Oh no, I promised I promised a friend in town to grab lunch before the stream.
Got it.
So we went to Primrose, which is very nice actually. And I walked past the pool, and all I was thinking was, wow, people actually, are here to have vacation.
Yeah.
And all I'm thinking is everyone is here for the World Series.
Yeah, it's easy to get lost in this little, kind of jungle that we live in.
It's like June 27th. I have not been to any pool yet all year.
Yeah, I have not either.
Stousholm, meanwhile, raising up with King Jack offsuit. Fun dynamic developing between Kniep and Stousholm. You can tell that neither wants to give any inch to the other. And of course, because they're seated side by side, they're going to have plenty of clashes. As Mattrai finds a real hand here, pocket tens in the big blind.
You? Oh. How much you start with? How much you start with?
Like 14.
14 as well?
A little bit more than.
Almost equal stacks here between the Hungarian and the Dane. Ace 6-9 is what neither was looking for.
Winning time, bro.
I know. So nervous. Yeah.
Looks like Stousholm is going to continue here with King High. Has backdoor hearts going for him. Mattrai with the made hand. Let's see how he's going to react, how he's going to assess the situation. Donnie, of course, you can't always give your opponent credit for every ace that shows up, but it also makes it really hard to continue out of position.
Yeah, but I think you're going to call at least one straight. You do have that 10 of hearts in your hand. This is, the type of texture that Stousholm is probably continuing on close to 100% of the time. It's a favorable board for his hand.
Donnie with the 8 of spades hitting on the turn. Mattrai's hand actually improves a little bit. Stousholm decides to slow down. River card brings the 7 of hearts, giving Mattrai a straight. How do we decide here whether we want to lead or check to the original raiser?
Your opponent's tendencies, what they want to do, and also kind of what sort of sizing they're going to come with.
Players, you cannot smoke or vape inside this area at all. That is certainly not allowed.
.6 in the middle. Mattrai is coming with 1.3. So right around a third pot, a little bit more. Stousholm here King of Hearts can block some heart combinations. The Jack in his hand blocks the Jack 10. Does give it up, correctly so.
It's kind of crazy, Donnie, how in an event like the Millionaire Maker and the other big field tournaments, you still see largely the cream rise to the top. We can clearly tell from watching a few hands here that we're dealing with a pretty skilled feature table here.
Yeah, overall, even the players who, you know, may not be known to the audience out there, you know, you have to have some poker chops to make it through a 10,400 plus entry field. You just have
It's
to.
not supposed to go like that.
Javier Zarco has not had much going for him so far on the stream. Lets this one go as well.
No, but it would surprise me a lot if it was.
Stousholm again with a playable hand. Queen Jack offsuit this time.
Yeah, he's going to stay involved here, of course.
Raise, 800,000.
Another min raise. Gets it through. Stousholm, a relatively quiet summer at the World Series of Poker until this run here in the Millionaire Maker. A couple small cashes. He cashed the Mystery Millions on the smaller side. He also cashed an online 1K deep stack event. But he did come second in an Aria High Roller, 10K buy-in, not too long ago for $88,400 over at the PokerGO studio. So, as I mentioned, we often see Martin Stousholm at the studio. So, was able to get a nice little chunk of money in a recent high roller event there.
Yeah, it's crazy how when you watch these players every single day, of course, you see some of them make deep runs, some of them make it onto the live streams, but most of them are just trying to, you know, dig out of a hole from all the buy-ins, you know, chase after all those events that they've tried to cash.
I'm not sure.
And sometimes you run into situations where someone cashes for, you know, 200,000, and it's like a summer saver for them,
Oh yeah.
getting them unstuck.
No problem.
Can you expose the card, please?
Just spill to the other side. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
Club
that way.
exposed.
Nobody in there.
Having trouble with the high.
Yeah, it's a little uncomfy.
People either loving or hating Ryo's outfit. It's very polarizing, I must say. I also would say, Donnie, that it might be from a thrift store or it might be like $1,600. Hard to tell.
Yeah, I'm going to go on the lower end. I feel like he's a bargain shopper.
Right.
You know, probably not going to invest too much money into his clothes. Just get something that covers you up, you know,
Still wearing
keeps you warm or whatnot.
wearing his Coachella bracelets around his arm. AK says his outfit is nuts or air. David Luker is asking, are there any events at the studio over Labor Day? Donnie, do you know? When is Labor Day? Is it September?
Yeah, but give me the exact date.
What's the exact date?
Labor Day 2023. September 4th.
Wow, that might be
Good question.
right around Poker Masters.
Yeah.
Seems fair.
I always thought it would be a cool poker game and you get 3 cards in the beginning and you disclose one, but you give it to the next person.
Really?
I think Poker Masters is
And then it
like
goes on
a
one
little
last-
bit after
I
that.
thought you were saying
At
you do-
least
you do
is
play
what we're
games.
Maybe the
currently
trash to the
planning.
next
So
person goes, right?
Yeah,
don't think we have anything in the studio over Labor Day that I'm aware of.
hasn't been invited.
If you want to know the latest about our schedule at the studio, check out pgt.com/schedule. We have all of our events on there listed that are locked in.
Raise 800,000.
Gives you a chance to maybe choose some to play or come down as a fan and see some of your favorite players in action. We've had a packed house this year earlier with the PGT Mixed Game Championship, the PLO Series, and of course the PokerGO Cup and the US Poker Open.
Yeah, and the Mixed Games and PLO Series, we're going to be running it back. That information is on pgt.com. I believe both of those are going to take place in October, back-to-back.
I mean, I heard a rumor spread by our good friend and commish Tim Duckworth himself that there might be a 100K PLO tournament.
I mean, judging by these PLO numbers we're seeing here in Las Vegas, why not?
Meanwhile, Feng raising it up with ace-8 suited. Matakais with 9s moves all in. Perry finds a small pair that's going to go and hit the muck.
5, 6, 5.
Feng going to run the numbers here on this shove worth 14 big blinds. Donnie, ace-8 maybe a tad too weak.
I think against the way that Matakais has been playing, probably put this one in the muck. And I know it's a nice hand to look at. I know you might be thinking, you know, I have an ace. Can they really have an ace? Does he have the king-queen suited, king-jack suited, something like that? Does he maybe have 2 7s and I got 2 overs?
For those,
he does give it up.
For those PLO fans out there, the final table of the 25K PLO is streaming on PokerGO.com tomorrow. They're currently down to the final 23 players. I mean, it's shaping up to be an epic final table. 2.2 million for the winner, 1.4 million for second. And right now, Isaac Haxton, the chip leader, Chance Cornett in second, Dylan Wiseman still in the mix, as well as Jeremy Osmus.
Paxton, of course, his first WSOP gold bracelet coming this year. He won the $25,000 No Limit Hold'em High Roller.
Yeah, there was a guy from St. Louis that won.
Yeah, just quickly back to those, that PLO series, the PLO numbers. That event there was at 450 entries or something like that in that one, that 25K, absolutely massive. We had 2 PLO events as part of the Aria High Roller events that are going on over at the PokerGO studio. One got 89 entries. That was won by Ian Bradley for $213,000. The other one got 95 entries, won by Dutchman Ronald Kaiser for $218,000. So the 10K PLO championship, 731 entries, a record setter there. I mean, PLO is hot, man. It's hot.
PLO is red hot. Shout out to Jeff Platt in the chat. Always love having Jeff around. He mentioned Ryo rocked the wooden tie in the 2021 main event.
He did.
And pulled it off. Yes, good little memory there, Jeff. That was really cool.
That's my roommate.
Do you know how to tie a tie, Donnie?
Yeah, it takes me a couple times. I can usually do it in 3 to 4 tries. To get it nice.
Clip-on bow tie. End of story. That's all I do.
Could have a clash here. Zarco opening it up on the button. 2 8s. Min raise to 800K. Stassholm. Ace, Jack of diamonds. Stack sizes and positions could set themselves up for a little bit of a clash here. Could see Stassholm even just kind of put this in maybe. I could see calling. I could see ripping this. Zarco only has 20 big blinds. There is the all-in. I would expect Zarco's going to call this one.
Wow, he's raised an eyebrow to the sounds of the all-in. Now doing some verification of his own chips to figure out if this is the time to put it all on the line. Donnie, 20 big blinds must feel like something that is too big to gamble with, knowing the pay jumps, knowing how close he is to the final table, and looking at a pair of 8s, of course, you can be in a whole lot of trouble.
You can be in a lot of trouble, yes. I think 8s is just a little bit too good here to get rid of it. I mean, at some point in the tournament, you're going to need to get your money in, likely.
What was your start hand with?
Unless you're Phil Hellmuth, of course. We know how he never gets his money in poker tournaments.
Zarco with a massive decision to make here. We're getting closer and closer to the final 2 tables. Yeah, probably looking over at the clock to see where he's at in relation to the pay jumps. And there it is. Javier Zarco makes the call. We got a big coin flip on our hands between two of the most accomplished players left in the
I didn't want
field.
to flip for it. Why you do this to me? I didn't want to flip for it.
Me neither. Just block. No?
Javier Zarco saying exactly what I was hinting at. The last thing he wants is to flip for stacks, but yet he finds himself in this position, and sometimes there is just no way out. Stausholm has the Spanish pro covered, 17.3 million in the middle. Whoever wins this is going to be a force in this tournament. Let's see the flop. Queen, deuce, deuce, eights stay in the lead for Javier Zarco. If Stausholm loses this, he'll be the short stack at this feature table. Turn card. It is the 6 of diamonds. Very clean for Zarco, who must be feeling all sorts of adrenaline right now, knowing that a clean river card will make him a top contender for that $1.2 million first prize. And there it is. 4 of diamonds on the river. Javier Zarco with a massive double up. Vamos España. Where are the Spanish fans in the chat?
15 le reventé damas con 8. Y me tripliqué. 8 contra damas contra rey. Cayó rey 8x. Digo, no me puedo tirar de 8. Es una puta broma. Es una puta broma.
Aquí hit.
Double.
Bravo.
Stausholm not happy with this, but Javier Zarco is going to get a pick for the gram, showing off to the fans at home that he just got that big double up.
550, correct.
Gotta win your flips in tournaments, especially these huge field tournaments.
Is that the poker equivalent of you got to hit your free throws in basketball?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have a little bit more control over the free throws than you do the flips, but it is what it is.
Oh, look, Donnie, it's a onesie.
Why wouldn't it be? Now he definitely looks like the mad
Yeah, that would have
scientist.
been a nice one to win. See, last time I final table this thing, yeah, I got second on this one 8 years ago.
Solid break.
And I got in it with 8s versus queens versus ace king, 15 left, and I spike an 8.
What's it like to be Javier Zarco?
Probably do the
Did
8.
you hear that hand? That's how you run deep in the
I don't know,
Millionaire.
maybe I should have open shove. I think it's fine where it's going.
You know what the funniest thing to me is that he said is, the last time I made this final table,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if I really needed the money, I probably should open shove.
Wow, too rich.
so rich.
How rich is this guy? He said, if I really needed the money.
This one.
Javier Zarco
Maybe he just doesn't need the money.
doesn't need the money. No.
What are they guaranteed right now? For like 50K?
Yep.
I mean, he just doesn't need it.
This hand?
No big deal.
Next hand? It's been 4 minutes.
He didn't announce it.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Next DGen Poker. ICM is for poor people. That is right. That said, if he didn't need the money, probably should have called a little bit quicker.
Exactly. What are you waiting for?
I mean,
No, he shoved. I only had 8.
Versus your open.
At 8.6.
Versus your open.
Yeah, 800 full all in.
As I mentioned, Martin Stausholm now the short stack, 12 big blinds.
Raise and all in.
Perry moves all in with ace-jack of hearts.
6.5.
6.5, I believe.
6.6.
It was 6.5.
Perry takes this one down without showdown. If you're just tuning in and watching us on YouTube, please don't forget to hit the like button on the video and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are trying to still hit 500,000 subscribers during the World Series Poker main event.
we need those subs.
We do.
We had a call with the bosses this morning. They were asking about the numbers, okay? So help us out.
not lying.
This is a true story.
Raise the 1 million.
Yeah.
Sorry.
If you are just tuning in, we are streaming all day today. So however long the tournament goes, we're going to be with you here to bring you action from the Millionaire Maker. Our predictions are that we are reaching the final table somewhere tonight, and then hopefully play another level or two to see some more eliminations at the final table. This event very unlikely to end today, so that means you get one more day of coverage from us tomorrow. Pocket Andy says, just tuned in, happy to catch you live. Thank you so much for watching. Do appreciate it. Looks like we have 21 players remaining. We lost Zong Chi Hei from the outer table.
250.
Also lost Russell Rosenblum, legendary Russell Rosenblum. He's been around for a very long time. Has a storied history at the World Series of Poker. 1.4 million in career tournament earnings. Finished 5th in the 25K WBT Championship back in 2004. The peak, Donnie, of the World Poker Tour, with Martin de Kniff winning that event for 2.7 million.
Insane. Absolutely insane.
Rosenblum also made the final table of the 2002 main event, won by Robert Varconi, of course. Matakais on the short stack finds pocket aces, raising it up to 1 million. Meanwhile, blinds have gone up. We're playing 250K, 500K with the 500K big blind ante. Action falls to Matrai in the big blind. King, queen suited. Getting a really nice price here to at least see a flop. Got the clubs working for him. 3, 3, 4. 2 spades for Matakais. 1 club for Matrai.
Check behind there from Matakais. 10 of spades comes on the turn now. Matakais, of course, has that ace of spades in his hand.
Matrai looking to make sure. Was it clubs or spades?
Yeah.
Ah, damn. It was indeed clubs. Action goes check, check again. I'm guessing Matakais really hoping for Matrai to try and do something here. Matakais is now finally going to do his own betting.
1.8 million.
Matrai kicking his king-queen into the muck, and Matakais chips up a little bit more.
You die.
Well, look at that. Almost 800 likes on today's YouTube video. 800 is very close to 1,000. 1,000 makes me very happy, so let's get to 1,000 likes. We're also quickly approaching 10,000 viewers on today's stream. Once again showing that No Limit Hold'em is the king of poker. Donnie, kind of hard to fathom that this event is going to pay out $1 million for second place, and then 1.2 million for first. What's your take on payouts like this? You know, it's called a Million Maker. They advertised it giving away at least $1 million to the top 2 prizes, but it does affect the overall payouts when you set up a payout structure like this, which, you know, can be interpreted to some people, you know, it might be a bit gimmicky.
Okay.
On the other hand, it makes the tournament that much more exciting because you're going to have at least 2 millionaires.
Yeah, I mean,
Suerte, estás con el torneo.
probably could finagle the payouts a little bit more. I do think they only guarantee first place as $1 million, not the top 2.
Oh, so that's like just...
At least per the structure sheet, first place is guaranteed $1 million. So, didn't necessarily need to go to 2 7-figure prizes. I like the 2 7-figure prizes, yes. So you would basically need to find money elsewhere, somewhere.
Right.
Know?
That is a good thing. I just saw the payouts and assumed that...
I mean, it's going to be a really interesting dynamic when you get down to the final table, especially when you get to the final 3, because that jump goes from 650 to $1 million, and then it's $1 million to 1.2. So the jump to get into heads-up play is wild, right?
They should have just paid the entire final table $1 million flat, and the rest gets nothing.
Do we know the chop equity?
Right now, the chop equity is going to be insane. We are approaching the final 2 tables in this event. It's going to be a redraw at the final 2 tables. We might see some fresh faces when we get down to it. If you're watching us and if you're in the chat on PokerGO or YouTube, let us know. Do you enjoy a bit more of a top-heavy payout, or do you like to receive potentially more buy-ins for finishing, you know,
top-heavy
in a lower place? Yeah, like the whole
I'm a top-heavy guy.
The whole reasoning for top-heavy, you know, makes sense, but there's not that many people benefiting from that.
Yeah, whatever.
When's the last time you won a big tournament?
Never.
There we go. Case in point.
But I'm still rooting for top heavy, even though I haven't been a winner. If you're somebody who's always in the winner circle, it's understandable that you're rooting for top heavy.
Stousholm moves all in for just shy of 5 million chips. Action folds over to Javier Zarco in the big blind. He doesn't need the money, so he might as well just toss it in. Looks like we got some exciting side action going on.
Oh, yeah.
Deja vu was coming.
A little glance over at the other events happening right now. The 3K limit hold'em 6 max is down to the final 9 players. Jason Daly is the chip leader. Nick Papillo still in the mix. David Bach, the gunslinger, still in the hunt. Tom Coral is the short stack right now. Donnie and I have a little bit of rooting interest there for Mr. Bach. Oh!
On our fantasy squad, let's go.
A little coffee delivery here. Don't mind it.
Yeah, you need to bring the fiance to work more often.
Yeah. She just dipped out so quickly. Couldn't even give her a shout. Cold brew is the way to go.
Appreciate everyone who has donated to the coffee fund.
Oh, yeah. Exactly right.
Cheers.
Cheers, Donnie, to a good stream.
Yes, let's go.
I mean,
one of the best things I'll say just quickly about, because we just did cheers, that my wife and I have taught my daughter is to cheers.
Really?
She's only a little over 2 years old, but like she'll have her water in her hand and I'll be like, cheers. she'll do it and then she'll take a drink.
That's
she
amazing.
first used to do it, and then I was like, no, you have to drink afterwards. And now she does it.
That's awesome. You're raising her right for when she turns 21.
That's right. At this rate, it'll probably be much before 21, but you know, whatever. We'll figure that out when we get to it.
Someone wants...
Speaking of a coffee, we need to get Ryo one. He's yawning out there.
Someone once told me the story behind how cheersing became a thing, and I'm not even sure if this is real or not. But the story goes that this goes back to the old times where you would cheers with beer filled with foam, and the foam would flow back and forth between the people cheersing, so that if you were trying to poison your enemy, you would also kill yourself, because that foam would come back into your cup as well, which I don't even want to know if it's not true. It just sounds plausible, and it's a cool story. So let's just stick with that.
I like it.
In the chat, John says that's BS, and Leah says that's true. That's
Exactly.
We're split down the middle.
What do you think, chat? True or false? Just let us know. True or false?
Dr. Face Robert says, well, cheers to that. That sounds very fake. I think it sounds super reasonable. Meanwhile, Mattern raising it up with a6 offsuit to a million. Zarco once again letting it go. And Perry finds King Jack offsuit in the small blind. Perry still on the shorter stack, 13 big blinds.
Does give it up.
We're probably 50-50 on true or false.
That's great.
Which, you know, that shows how chat reacts to things. That's why we and chat also never agree on how to play a poker hand. We're always finding people on both sides of the story there. Stausholm, Donnie, very short, considering it here with Queen 7 offsuit.
Yeah, Queen 7 playable. A min raise, so just has to put in one more big blind to make the call. He does flop top pair here, so good flop for Stausholm. Mattern flopping second pair. Also does have that 6 of clubs working for some kind of emergency backdoor club draw.
$900,000.
Nice flop for Stausholm, though. Flopping top pair on the short stack. Facing about a 900.
Raising all in.
All in.
Wow. All in
Wow,
and a call.
quick call.
He made it very quickly. He has a pair and a backdoor flush draw, but Stausholm in a great situation to double up here. 12.2 million in the middle. Only has to fade 5 outs or running clubs. Massive spot here all of a sudden. That developed out of nowhere.
Thank you.
Turn card is the 3 of clubs.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Mattern now 13 outs to send the Dane to the rail.
Ace of clubs is very greedy.
River card is the 9 of diamonds, and Stausholm is going to receive a double up.
And a pat on the back from Kniep.
I don't think anyone is going to be happy with this.
No, of course not. You don't. I mean, generally speaking, you don't want to see people stay alive because you want to hit money jumps. I've actually changed my tune on that. I root for the best hand when the money goes in. That's how I like.
Is that karma?
I feel like it's a karma thing with the poker gods. Like, I don't want to root against someone to like get a bad beat.
Right.
You know, unless they're like totally out of line, being an a-hole at the table, then yeah, I'm rooting against you. But in most cases, I'll be like, you know what? Whatever was the best hand when the money went in, that can win.
Wow.
That's fair. Because when my money goes in with the best hand, I would like it to win.
So my problem is I usually get it in with the worst of it.
Well,
So
I mean, when you're involved, it's totally, you know, all bets are off the table, man. You root for yourself.
I always find it funny when players at the table get it all in with the best hand and they lose and they say, I always get it in with the best hand. And I always think to myself, you should probably work on getting it in with the worst hand sometimes because it probably means you're folding too much.
Exactly. If you are always getting in with the best hand, you're probably not playing as aggressive, opening up your range much, trying to leverage your stack or your position at the table, maybe some pay jumps, all that sort of stuff. You know, if you're constantly just waiting for the goods, I mean, it's not always the best thing.
For those wondering about the players remaining, I'm trying to update it
How much was the all in for?
in our title of the video. We don't have the ability to show the remaining players left on screen. Working with the small crew here on our horseshoe table. But let me tell you, we're streaming until the end of the night. We are getting closer to the final 2 tables. There will be a redraw at that point. And then, of course, we will charge ahead towards the final table. Redraw at the final 19. If you're enjoying our coverage, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Already at 1,100 likes on today's video, which is awesome. Perry here, once again, finds pocket 9s. He reshoved them last time. Let's see what he does this time.
Worth noting here that Matakais has continued his conservative approach, which I like given his stack size here. and the ICM implications. He folded pocket sixes. Matakais just open folded, would have run into the nines here. So I know that can be results-oriented thinking, but also don't totally hate that fold from Matakais because his stack size is kind of tricky to play at this point, and he's going to focus on the more premium holdings and trying to ladder up if the situation dictates it. Reminder, 10,416 entries in this tournament. So final 20 players, quite a long ways away from where they started.
It's so insane.
Largest Millionaire Maker in history and the largest ever $1,500 buy-in tournament at the WSOP.
See, now I know where my mistake came from earlier, because I remember this being the biggest of something ever. So
yeah.
now you've put me back on track. It was the biggest $1,500 buy-in tournament ever, and the biggest Millie Maker ever. Of course, not the biggest total as far as entries because of the events you mentioned, Donnie, the Gladiator, the Mystery Bounty. Of course, we are on track, if you have to believe all the rumors and all the speculation, for the biggest main event ever. I saw, by the way, Joe Hashem in town, playing a round of golf with Matt Stavich today. Chris Moneymaker in town, Jamie Gold in town. I've seen Greg Raymer here already. I feel like all the former champs are lining up to play in the main event. I've seen Jacobson and Ryan Reese. I've seen Greg Merson here. Tons of former winners in the mix. Of course, Espen Jorstad, the reigning champ, representing very well, making deep runs in some of the high rollers. Stausholm raising the button to 1 million. Now that he has chips again, he goes right back to his aggressive strategy. If you're in Kniep's shoes here, Donnie, good 3-bet spot?
Could be, yeah. I mean, ace-9 off is not the easiest hand to play. He's going to come with it here. I like it.
Raise 4 million.
These spots tend to get me in trouble because if I'm kind of in the middle, I usually lean the more aggressive side. Here, of course, we see that's going to get through for Kniep, and Stausholm quickly lays it down, the ace-5 off.
Kniep has not played many flops.
No.
He's been selectively aggressive, has maintained his stack, and is still our chip leader, even though nothing really notable has happened with him.
Yeah, he's in a really good position chip-wise, where he's got now, you know, just about 10 million more than anyone else at the table. Second place at this table being Javier Zarco, but he can leverage his position a lot, his stack a lot, you know, and doesn't have to be super aggressive. It's kind of like just the fear that at any point, Kniep could bust you.
Right.
You know, and that's always scary when you get down to these situations.
Perry representing the Las Vegas Aviators, our local minor league baseball team, of course, affiliated with the Oakland Athletics, who are rumored to be, or I guess confirmed at this point, to move to Las Vegas if they manage to make a deal for the stadium.
I mean, can we stop with the stadium thing?
It's
nothing drives me more nuts than, I mean, a few things do.
The money wasted on that, of course, very depressing.
I mean, if I move to somewhere, can they build my house for me?
Yeah, I know.
You know, I mean, that's how this should work.
It's absurd. The stupid part is, Donnie, I feel like the owners of the team should pay for his own stadium, but then again, once it's here, I'd love to go to it because
no, I know. I totally get it.
It's a catch-22.
I mean, they got us by the balls. I mean, that's just how it is.
Yeah.
I would totally be fine if, like, we as the people who live in Las Vegas, you live here, I live here, you know, as taxpayers, we have to help front this bill. But then if we were able to, like, have it repay us in the future as some sort of investment, like in a way we're investing and then we get a break later on, maybe we get a dividend payment. I don't know how to exactly work that out, but that's how I see it.
Right.
You know, then yeah, I get it. I'll pay the upfront, a little bit more of my taxes if we get something on the back end, but that back end is all going to the owners of the A's.
Absurd. Stausholm keeps getting playable hands. This time it's Queen Jack of Hearts. Feels like we're going to go back up to $1 million. Yes, indeed. Action folds to the players in the blinds. One try, 10-7 off. That's going to hit the muck. Matakais, last one involved here. Ace-2's offsuit.
Which do you have, 11?
Just over 10.
Matakais lets this one go, and Stausholm picks it up.
Well done there by the Dane.
Speaking of money,
that's right. Are you a sharp poker fan? If you are, then you're going to want to check out play.pgt.com, the perfect companion to play along as you watch these streams. And you can play a variety of free poker pick'em contests, and we are giving away $5,000 in prizes this summer. Play for free over at play.pgt.com. Russell, our mod, our YouTube community member, drop in the URL in the chat. If you missed what I just said, you can check out the chat. It is right there for you to click on. Thank you, Russell. Always got our backs.
Raised and all in.
Perry again with the pocket pair, moving all in. Perry's had a lot of good cards so far, has not gotten any calls yet. Of course, you'd love to get some action here with jacks.
Wow.
Wow, aces for Zarco.
Oh, hello.
I spoke too soon about wanting action. Of course, you want no action whatsoever from pocket aces if you have jacks. Perry at risk here. Zarco doesn't need the money, but would love to win this hand.
Zarco's got his phone out, taking a photo.
Javier Zarco, pocket aces. Is he gonna rake in some more chips? Here comes the flop. Oh my God, ace in the window.
King or 10, yeah. King or 10.
Perry rooting for running cards here. Turn card.
Wow.
Wow. Wads.
Quad aces
Good game.
for the man from Spain, Javier Zarco.
Look at that. Getting it for the gram. Javier Zarco knocking out Perry from this event in 19th place. That means we are down to the final 18. It is time for a redraw. Wow. Jacob Perry collects $55,000 for his efforts. We are now down to the final two tables. 9 players at each table.
One.
We're going to stay with you here during the redraw.
Feels good.
I like that.
Deep right? Oh.
Just quads, Donnie, no big deal.
Not only is it quad, quad ace.
What does that pay at the video poker machine?
A lot.
Javier Zarco with that hand now up to 23.9 million chips, 47 big blinds, just behind Ryo.
Okay, cool.
We are redrawn?
Perry there taking home $55,200. With 18 players left, that will still be the payout, and then one more spot for the players are guaranteed $68,500. Again, all the way from a $1,500 buy-in here in the Millionaire Maker tournament at the World Series of Poker.
We are not taking a break. The players are also told not to walk away. You can tell them they're all hanging out, trying to wait for where their chips are going to go. Let's take some questions from the chat while we watch this redraw in action. We'll find out real soon which players are going to be at our feature table. We're going to keep streaming, of course, until we play out this whole day. I believe the plan is to play 10 levels. We picked up the action in the 3rd level.
Oh, he played that so many.
This one, yeah. Okay, check. The 3rd fold.
Crazy that he doesn't see right there.
We've been blessed with some pretty amazing hands the last couple days. Obviously, the seniors event was just
Chaos.
exciting from start to finish. Chaos is a great word to describe it. Had some fun hands here. That hand, of course, aces versus jacks, results in quad aces for Javier Zarco. A lot of fun.
Just tuning in, we are down to the final 18 players in the Millionaire.
I basically don't play online.
It is time for a redraw. If you enjoy the content, please hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. There's no break right now. We're just waiting for players to know where to move their stacks. Be back in the air pretty quickly.
That was probably my best hand that I played today.
Looks like we got a winner over in the Salute to Warriors.
Oh, wow.
Steven Genovese out of Saugus, California, taking home almost $218,000. Kelly Gall, Canadian, second place. William Butcher, Will Butcher, works for the WPT. He took third place, just under 100K.
No way.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, congrats to him. By the way, meanwhile, this is just coming in here to my desk. Zheijin Shen eliminated in 18th place while this hand was going on. So we are actually down to 17 players in this tournament while we are doing this redraw right now. Shen got it all in with ace-8 offsuit against the ace-10 suited of Pavel Plesuv. Plesuv's hand held up. He is now up to 35 million in chips, and we're actually going to continue our coverage with the final 17 players. So things moving along pretty quickly here in the Millionaire Maker.
And that means everyone has achieved that pay jump of about $13,000 up to now guaranteed $68,523 in everyone's pocket. That matters, of course, to all of the players remaining except for Javier Zarco, because earlier he said he doesn't need the money. So Javier, when you cash out, Remco and I are in the back of the room.
We're right here.
We'll split it up. We'll give some to the crew. We'll take some as well, you know, pass it around. If you don't need the money, let us know. We're happy to take it off
I'm also in
your
the
hands.
same seat.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
My man!
Sounds like Ryo is staying at the table here.
No, I'm 6 here.
Oh, you stay?
I'm 6, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You scored the same seat?
Yeah.
That's very lucky. Every time you get in the same seat, that's lucky.
Oh my God. Spanish guy
C3.
to my left. Are you kidding me?
Make Nick moving, or?
Only thing I would have wished for.
Looks like Ryo got Javier Zarco on his direct left. He's not happy about that. It's kind of the fun part about listening in on some of this talk on the rail while we were waiting for the players to resume action.
Kniep. Yeah. Or just call me Ryo. Just put Ryo. Kniep used to sleep. That is pretty smart.
Nice.
I like that.
If you're just tuning in, the Millionaire Maker down to 17. We are streaming this event until there's a winner, which will be unlikely to happen today, just so you know. If we need another day tomorrow, we'll be back with more, of course. Tomorrow on PokerGO.com, we're going to have the final table of the 25K PLO, which turned out to be an absolutely insane event.
Oh, yeah.
Biggest prize pool ever for a PLO tournament. Biggest first prize.
That record, biggest prize pool ever, might not last that long because still the 50K PLO high roller coming up.
Oh my God.
And that could be, I mean, if you see more than 400 entries in the 25K PLO, aren't you like going to be trying, you're in your text messages trying to sell, you're posting on PokerStake, wherever, you're like, I got to sell, I got to get in there.
Donnie, set a line for me for the 50K PLO.
200.
No harsh feelings.
So crazy.
We're both tired.
So 449 players in that 25K PLO. Currently, 21 players remaining. Isaac Haxton is the chip leader ahead of Chance
All right,
Corneth.
10, 20, 22, 23,
Jeremy
24,
Osmond, Dylan Wiseman, Joseph Liberta,
25,
still in the mix.
No, he's
25,
Russian.
6,
He's Russian, not
25,
Spanish.
7, 8,
Donnie, the legendary
25,
Roger Teska,
25, 9.
still in the 25K
We adopt
PLO.
him in Spain.
That's
It's okay.
great.
I wonder what he's drinking.
Wasn't drinking anything yesterday.
Maybe that's why he's still in.
24-6.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Ben Lamb, Yoni Jaukomainen, Dan Zach, Chad Evesledge, Dash Dudley still in the mix as well. As I mentioned, that's streaming tomorrow live on PokerGO. Players are slowly unpacking their chips, and it looks like we might have a second Spaniard at this table, Donnie. Those colors of that sweatshirt can only mean one thing.
Last year's 50K PLO high roller got 106 entries. I expect that to tick up this year, so I think over 150 is certainly in the cards, probably very likely, and then I think it could push to 200.
Yeah, if you're going to have a private message, just throw that in your pocket.
Nice spin up, by the way.
This table, TV table, yes. YouTube or PokerGO?
Players are getting situated. Cards are going to be in the air again shortly.
How much? How?
Oh, look, Donnie, we get Arnaud Mattern back. This table is stacked, by the way.
2 hours? Delay 2 hours?
Wow.
What's the slip there?
Arnaud Mattern.
It's a little.
1 hour, 22 minutes.
1 hour, 22 minutes delay. Okay.
There you have it from our on-site producer, Francis. The delay right now, 1 hour and 22 minutes.
Sure, I have some green on it.
This, of course, allows us to cut out some of the breaks later in the day. Trying to speed it up for you guys watching from home. We're down to the final 17 players.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at it.
We're getting some information here on the players at this feature table. Arnaud Kniep, as you can see there with the pink hat, he is staying 26 million. Javier Zarco, who just knocked out Jacob in 18th place, he's staying here with 23.9 million. Arnaud Mattern from France, longtime professional, is now in the 9th seat with 18.1 million chips. Andreas Mattern and Martin Stausholm also staying, as well as Ian Matakais.
Who won when you took second?
Quite a stacked feature table.
Adrian Buckley, a guy from Colorado. He was engineer, wasn't a poker pro. Now he kind of plays for a living.
So
But
you made him a poker pro?
Yeah, it was a stack final table. Olivier Busquets got 3rd. Lindgren got 5th. We were playing with him today. Mike Sexton got 9th. Rest in peace. You know, great Mike Sexton.
Wow.
It's pretty fun.
Is this you, both of these?
Javier Zarco reminiscing
Get
his
this out?
Millionaire Maker run in 2015.
I can give you this if you don't want
I
this.
just only have so many chips. I'm going to give him 10. And let's see what I have left.
There's
okay?
Charlie Charisi, one of the...
I'm happy to keep them.
Is it tournament supervisor? Or is it, what's the title?
I think he's lead tournament supervisor.
But you know I'll do whatever you say.
There's one rule at the WSOP.
What do you want?
You don't mess with Charlie.
Don't mess with
Oh,
Charlie.
you don't like the green ones?
Yeah, I'll come back later.
Oh, okay.
Charlie coloring up some chips there,
mind if I
making
put mine on
things
the
a bit more easily visible
mind if I
for
put
both
my chips on the
Yeah,
ourselves.
he's making Matt Savage happy.
This
Yeah.
looks fishy.
Yeah, but
I'm going to put mine in the
I
left.
was counting it out, Tesman.
Yeah, cool. I just want to make sure there's no confusion.
Sounds good.
One of the best in the business running the show here.
Do you riffle with your right?
Yeah. But earlier we were told to put it on the right side. I mean, if you
No, you can go either side. It's okay.
if you prefer me to put it,
I just don't like
You
it,
can.
especially if you're
I'm putting it on the left. So.
Players moving around. We're just waiting for cards to get back in the air here. Thanks for staying with us.
Yo. Yes.
Players getting mic'd up. That, of course, applies to the new players at the table. We'll surely get to know them
Maybe he's the left hand. You know?
rather quickly.
That's why. Hungarian or just live in Hungary?
yes, sir. Hungarian.
the question like both. Not living in Hungary?
Seat 6. Yeah, I live in Hungary.
5 and 6.
Where? I live in Hungary. Budapest? You don't know the city.
Button is in the 6th seat.
Not Budapest.
You know, I don't know.
Okay, it's not Kanizsa.
It's what?
Not Kanizsa. The
I've been
city.
there many times actually. I've been there before actually.
Where are you from?
Denmark.
Oh.
It's a nice thermal spa area, right?
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Don't underestimate.
Everyone on their phones checking the payouts, the chip counts, trying to stay in the know on what is going on.
That's so weird. Like, they obviously took money.
Really, I have no idea what they're
So
doing.
why don't they just make it 1 million?
Yeah.
Because it's clearly not the
No.
regular, you know what I mean?
I mean,
update on the field here. We don't have the two biggest stacks in the tournament at this table. Pavel Plesuv, 35 million, and Paul Gunnis, 30.6 million are our chip leaders in the event.
does that make sense?
Then we have the next three on this feature table.
3,044. Oh yeah, here's $4. I'm saying if you manually change, then you can already let
350, 500, dealers play, shuffle up and deal.
Yeah.
There we go.
Rock and roll.
Charlie has given us the go-ahead. Shuffle up and deal, cards in the air. Let's play some poker.
Every day, man. Since day 1 or day 2?
Donnie, how much of this tournament right now is being treated by these players as a satellite to the final table? How important is that?
I mean, you get this close to the final table, I think ultimately that's
You're gonna step on the table
what you're eyeing on this day.
Except
You
that
know,
everything was right.
obviously the goal is
That
to
he was
win the
right about
damn
everything.
but you can't win the thing if you don't make it to the final table first. I think there's kind of stages of tournaments. You know, you play a tournament like this, a marathon event that takes 5 to 6 days, whatever it's going to end up taking at the end. First day is really kind of all just about finding the bag. Can't advance if you don't put chips in the bag. After that starting day, then day 2, let's make it to the money. After that, okay, moving day, let's try and chip up.
Yep.
You get down to the final 5 tables, 6 tables, and you're like, okay, like the final table's kind of in reach, like it's there. You know, of course, you're thinking about winning it. You don't want to have that feeling overcome you, so final table first, and then once you hit that final table, okay, let's go on to win.
Matakais not only looking for a win and his second bracelet of the summer, also looking to put some pressure on Shaun Deeb, Donnie. Do we have any idea of the implications of a Matakais final table run and how it relates to what Shaun Deeb needs to do for the remainder of the WSOP to win POI?
So, per WSOP.com, Shaun Deeb is currently in front over Ian Matakais by about 130 to 140 points. I actually spoke with Shaun Deeb a little bit last night. He was over rallying the Mike Matasow heads-up match. Matasow finished second to Marcin Parecki. We talked about that earlier. But Deeb is very much aware of Matakais and what he's doing. He's preparing. He had a bad day yesterday, he said. You know, he busted, I think, 3 tournaments. Busted the 25K PLO, which is one in the past, one of his favorite tournaments. But he's very much aware of what Matakais is doing and is gearing up to start playing possibly 3, 4, maybe even 5 tournaments a day.
Wow.
Many at once. So he's ready to go. As it pertains to the run here,
we'll get back to that in just a second as Matakais raising half his stack with pocket 8s. Zarco 3-betting enough to put his opponent all in. Matakais makes the call. We got a coin flip here.
Here we go.
8s versus ace-queen suited.
Maybe I can outrun you.
That's too greedy. That's too greedy, man.
Zarco's been doing really well at showdowns.
You gotta ask no ace, no queen. That's, you know, it's too greedy.
Zarco is like all
Once
over
I
with
get
this
ahead,
too.
you can ask
Earlier,
for
he
it.
doesn't need the money. Now he wants to outrun him. Like, pick a side.
Oh, wow. 8 on the flop.
8.
A lot of sweat cards. A lot of sweat cards.
Jack of hearts for sweat.
There are a lot of sweat cards. There is one heart out there.
That's a
8 and
pretty
10.
good flop.
Jack of hearts. It's the king of diamonds.
Jack
Still
of
adding
hearts again.
some
for,
sweat cards.
Bink.
A jack for Zarco would send Matakais to the rail. Matakais well ahead here. 9 on the river. Matakais with a double up, Donnie, and this plays into what you were just talking about.
Yeah, so player of the year race. This event, if Matakais does go on to win, 1,381 points up top.
Oh,
so
it's game over.
I mean, not game over. Because most of the events that you win are like 1,000 for POI points. So, I mean, it's going to certainly put the pressure on Shaun Deeb, of course. I think with this finish right now, Matakais is going to overtake Deeb. I think he's guaranteed 276 points. Could also be 138, but I think either one of those will put him over the top. If he makes the final table, Matakais that is here, 9th place is 345 points, 380, 414, etc. So a final table would certainly guarantee he overtakes him, but I think he's already done so. That said, we know Shaun Deeb is out there blasting something today, whatever it may be, multiple things probably, so that lead is certainly not safe. Another person who's possibly in contention for some POI movement in these coming days. Chance Kornuth currently 4th with 2,300 points, so about 800, 900 points off the lead, but he is one of the chip leaders in the 25K PLO with down to the final 3 tables, I think. So if Kornuth goes on to win that event, it could shoot up to the top of the leaderboard.
Matakais looking to solidify his bid for POI, picking up ace-king, looking to do some more damage here. As I said before, 17 players remaining. We got a full table here, 1 open seat on the outer table. There's a look at one of our new players, Domenico Paparo from Italy, and Charles Benoit also joining us, along with Anton Smirnov from Bulgaria over there in the 8th seat. Arnaud Mattern in the big blind here, king 10 off.
Yeah, terrible. 2 decisions, both bad. Oh, okay. But I knew the game was
Matakais takes this one down without showdown.
I mean, ace check. I know, It's still loose what he's doing, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, I love.
I'll take a couple of waters.
Arnaud, is there a water by your seat on the right? Or they took
Where?
it?
No, it's
There's
gone.
not. Can I get 1 water from you when you can? I'll get you later. Armenia, I got you.
Thank you.
Can I have a Corona, please?
Oh, Corona's being ordered. That means someone's having a good time.
Raise 1 million.
Seeing some Benoit fans in the PokerGO chat. Much appreciate you tuning in.
I have no idea how I was able to pull out.
Matakais again picks up a hand, this time ace-queen offsuit. He's going to raise it up again. Benoit from Canada in the big blind here with pocket 5s. Here's our first look at him. Benoit wearing the whitest hoodie I've ever seen. Like blinding me almost.
What folding when the guy shot? Ace check there. Hold on. Probably never had here.
Benoit, one of the shorter stacks at this table, just 15 big blinds. He's going to make the call.
6-2 behind.
5-7-4, Gin for Benoit. Flops a set. Of course, Matakais' range is not going to have a whole lot of cards connecting to this board. Action on Matakais after Benoit checked. Action goes check, check, deuce on the turn. This does give Matakais some wheel outs. Let's see if Benoit is going to decide to lead here. Benoit just has to check again. Player is very deliberate at this point in the tournament. Check, check to the river. It's a king of diamonds. This big decision here for Benoit. Is he going to lead? Is he going to hope that his opponent throws a bet out? But ultimately deciding on betting here. 1.2 million is the bet. Matakais with the best no pair, Donnie.
It is the best no pair.
Also not really a whole lot to go on here as far as hands he can beat, but he does make the call here. Gets shown a set, and Matakais gives some chips to the Canadian, who starts out really nicely here at this feature table.
Not much action. No game plan.
Donnie, I hate to say it, but this is a very, very tough table right now.
Of course.
No.
Okay.
There's a beer for Matrai.
And it's gone.
Is it for him or is it for the rail?
I was going to say, it's for the rail.
It's for the rail. You know, you can't drink and play. 17 left in the Millionaire Maker.
Balance your ranges here, Donnie.
That's right.
Zarco, ace-5 suited, has been on quite the tear so far today. Took a shot at sending Matakais to the rail not too long ago. That did not go well, but ace-5 suited is going to come in for a raise.
Oh yeah, Jack 10-9, yeah.
Action on Smirnov, who finds a real premium holding here. Pocket queens sitting on 8.9 million chips. That is 17 big blinds. Donnie, if you're Smirnov here, 17 bigs, are we just going to go for the straight shove? Can we just 3-bet small here?
Probably just 3-bet jam this. I think it's fine.
The pace of play has slowed down considerably. Probably makes a little bit of sense given the implications of every decision here. Final 17 players guaranteed $68,000. Smirnov with the 3-bet.
How many blues behind? All that I see.
Action back on Zarco. Ace-5 suited. Donnie, I know your love for Ace-5 suited has grown over time. Is this
the situation has to call for it? Here, not really a fan of it.
Can you give me
Smirnov here, 3-betting off 17 big blinds, I feel like has to be pretty nutted overall.
And
wow, he does go all in. Look at that.
Zarco moves all in. Smirnov makes the call. And Zarco risking a whole lot of chips with ace-5 of spades. Smirnov in an amazing situation here to become one of the chip leaders. Queens versus ace-5. It's never done until it's done. Still plenty of options here for Zarco. Let's see the flop. 5, 10, 9. Zarco with some options here. An ace or a 5. Backdoor spades still alive as well. Turn card. It is the deuce of hearts. Now looking for an ace or a 5 only. Doesn't hit that. Smirnov will be up to 19 million chips. River card. It is the 4 of hearts. And Javier Zarco loses his second all-in a matter of hands. Zarco was looking so comfortable with around 17 million chips, now down to just 8 million. Donnie, why was this a mistake, in your opinion?
I mean, it just, from what I've seen from Smirnov in this tournament, I mean, I don't know. 17 big blinds, 3-betting there. I don't think he's getting out of line. I think he's probably at the top of his range. I know you do have that blocker with the ace. I mean, maybe you just want to take the shot that he is stepping out of line, but it would seem out of characteristic, in my opinion. So that's it. They're at the final 3 tables and I'm not, so, you know.
Don't do, man. Don't do, man. Don't do, man.
Looks like we're going to balance tables, perhaps. That means that we did lose another player. We were down to the final 16 right now.
Good luck, man.
Yep. There's no stream for that table, right? Okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
We've lost Michael McNicholas in 17th place, cashing for $68,000. McNicholas ran 9s into the aces of Vitor de Souza Coutinho, who had pocket aces. 16 left, 2 tables of 8. We're closing in on that final table.
Yeah.
Smirnov here gonna use those chips he just doubled up with and put them back to use. Raising here with the king jack off.
Deswegen ist halbe Stunde später. Sonst könnte ja jeder mal kurz gucken. Ja, genau, aber die Karten haben Chips da. Deswegen wissen die hinten wissen wir nicht. Dann kannst du einblenden.
Despite not being involved in many hands, Rayo is still our chip leader at this feature table. Domenico Paparo, the short stack with 7 big blinds. Looks very comfortable though, just waiting for his moment, doesn't seem to be rushed by anything. Donnie, we saw it in the seniors event and prior events as well. Sometimes that patience can really pay off. Bobby Baldwin down to fewer than 4 big blinds multiple times.
Billy Baxter.
Billy Baxter.
Get your legends mixed up.
I wish we had Bob. I was actually just looking at the iconic Bobby Baldwin photo that's hanging here inside the horseshoe. Him with the cup of coffee in his hand. But anyway, Billy Baxter was down to below 5 big blinds multiple times and managed to make a run to finish second. So, you know, no need to panic for Paparo, even though he has 7 bigs.
No, patience can certainly pay off. And as you say that, all of his chips are going into the middle.
That's funny. Oh, wow, and Smirnov finds 9s. Might have a Italy versus Bulgaria showdown here. We have 3 flags that use green, white, and red at this table. Hungary also being in the mix. How's that for stats?
That is.
We need Mexico involved.
Wow, gives it up. Look at
Wow,
that.
that is a very tight fold.
That's one of those, you fold, you get up, and you tell the people that you folded it. Your friends on the rail, maybe you're texting them. Just gave it up.
Only 7 blinds, Donnie. Does that make Zarco's shove with ace-5 even worse?
Well, yeah.
Hindsight?
If he's folding 9s there, then yes.
I've never folded 9s in my life. Happy to admit that. Paparo takes it down. No callers.
You want to keep him? Good. I mean,
Gets it done.
Looks like we're about to hit 1,500 likes on the video. Let's do it. Let's hit that during this upcoming hand. Thank you all so much for being tuned in on both YouTube and PokerGO. If you're not yet a PokerGO subscriber, you can do so right now. Use promo code DREAM30 to save $30 on your annual subscription. And we're giving away a Dream Seat to 3 annual subscribers. And a Dream Seat gets you access into our $1 million free roll at the end of the year. And that tournament has a guaranteed first prize of $500,000, which is pretty insane. Smirnov finds pocket 7s after 9s went into the muck, perhaps as the initial raiser. He will get involved here. Benoit finds queens, Donnie. The Canadian who just chipped up nicely with a flopped set now has an absolute monster. And going back to the previous hand where Smirnov folded 9s, don't think he's likely to get involved here with 7s if the Canadian decides to fight back here. Looks like Benoit is going to make it 2.8 million. Action underway to fold back around to Smirnov. And indeed, Smirnov quickly lays it down. It worked though. We got up to 1,500 likes during this hand. Thank you so much. Smirnov gets a pocket pair dealt for the 3rd straight hand. Feels like these 3s might go into the muck.
Yeah, can't imagine playing pocket 3s under the gun like that.
Stausholm has been inactive for a bit here, finds ace-queen offsuit. Stausholm has some of the hardest blinds to attack on his left-hand side with chip leader Ryo Kniep and Javier Zarco, who does not enjoy folding.
What do you say?
Instagram story. Wer neues Blank für das?
Eine neue Hand. Kannst du noch 16 oder 13 gibt es wieder mehr Geld? Total geil.
Zarco, queen nine suited, potentially owning up to his reputation of not wanting to fold.
Does give it up there.
Yeah.
Paro here with the Jack 5 of diamonds in the big blind. He also gives it up.
You have about 8.5 now, right?
7.6.
I've just learned that Smirnov is actually Russian and not Bulgarian, so we're gonna work on fixing that flag for you guys. This stream is on a delay. Of course, players would otherwise have an unfair advantage. We are starting our days out with a longer delay so we can cut out some of the breaks to keep the viewing experience a bit better. Benoit finds ace-10 offsuit here. Looks like he's going to raise. One of our members of PokerGO chat is pointing out, Donnie, there's only 2 Americans left in the final 16. Donnie, you need to have a little pep talk with your Americans.
Why?
There's only 2 left in the final 16.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. The Americans suck at poker now. You know, I'm in that mix too. So don't say I'm just hating. I mean, it used to be years ago. You know, America was one of the better countries overall, largely because online poker was pretty here and available everywhere, that sort of stuff. Then it went away, and all these other countries have caught up. A lot of countries that I would say that a lot of Americans, kind of looked at and were like, these players are bad. You would say, hey, where are you from? They would tell you, you'd be like, okay, call. Like, you'd get the country, you call.
Benoit making it $1 million to go. Stousholm, ace-queen offsuit. He's going to put in a 3-bet. For the people in the chat, what country is currently providing the strongest poker talent? Let us know what you think. Stousholm makes it 2.6 million. Action back on Benoit. Benoit's going to let this one go, and Stousholm picks up the pot.
Okay.
Lots of suggestions in the chat for which country has the finest players right now. Brazil mentioned a few times. Canada, Spain, French.
The Brazilians are monsters these days.
That's true.
I mean, it's unfair. It really is. Every time there's a Brazilian at your table, they're part of some group of like 60 people.
They all study.
All study their butts off together 24/7, doing the craziest stuff at the table that you've just never seen before. You're trying to figure it out on the fly. They all know what they're doing. It's just wild.
Stousholm from one of the original poker superpowers. Denmark, of course, with Gus Hansen at the helm. One of the early countries that dominated the poker scene. Peter Eastgate, of course, winner of the main event back in 2008. Guys like Theo Jorgensen, Rain Peterson, Jan Sørensen, Lars Bonding, Christian Grundtvig. Wow, so many legends from Denmark. Jasper Hugard, winning 2 bracelets in 1 year. I believe he was the first to win one in Vegas and one in Europe in the same year. Action on Arnaud Mattern. Haven't seen him play a hand yet, but it's fun to watch him play with his chips.
Perfectly fine to defend here out of the big blind. King, queen off.
Ten, 4, 5, 2 diamonds on the flop. Mattern checks to Stausholm, who's going to check behind. Mattern with the backdoor straight and flush draws, but those are immediately eliminated from his options with the 5 of clubs appearing.
It'll be interesting to see how, if Mattern does come with a bet, how Stausholm reacts here. Quick fold, okay. Giving a lot of respect to the Frenchman.
A lot of respect. I'm kind of surprised to see that. Mattern happy to pick it up here on the turn.
I mean, you know, you check back the flop with the ace high, you do have some showdown value there. Paired board on the turn, I don't think changes the dynamics of that board too much, that you can probably call again, you know, or call once, sorry, and evaluate what happens on the river, depending if Mattern comes with some sort of sizing.
We're playing 250K, 500K with a 500K big blind ante.
2 5s now for the Dane.
Okay.
Danke, danke.
Zarco, let's go with the ducks. It looks like the players are going to go on a short break. We got lots of play left today.
This is Hungarian invasion.
This is a test of patience on this, and everyone getting dealt small pairs. We'll see if anyone actually wants to get involved, or if they're going to just... There is a raise to 1 million from Smirnov. He, of course, has great position with his small pair being on the button.
And he's got a new flag.
There you go. It's been fixed.
Ya habían foldado los líderes, voy yo. Una mierda. Y nada, cayó un 5, pero no cayó más. Me ponía en 30, casi 30. Me hubiera puesto en 29. Pero no sé sacar el remo otra vez.
Looks like this will be the last hand before the break. Benoit lets it go, and Smirnov will take this one down, excuse me.
Come on.
All right, players are heading on a 15-minute break. We are also going to take a quick break here, and then action will resume with the final 2 tables. Lots of poker still to come here in the Millionaire Maker. Stay tuned for more, as we will be back in about 10 to 15 minutes.
Hey, mic check.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is coverage of the 2023 World Series of Poker. We are watching the Millionaire Maker final 2 tables. We're streaming until the end of the night, which is likely going to take us down to the final 5 players.
Huh?
These are all the ones that we gave you to color up.
I mean, I had like 10 of these.
I took some of those to color up the greens.
They got rid of all the greens, so euros got distributed because they only have so many orange.
Oh.
Ryo
Okay. 6.
Losing a few of his orange chips and get some extra blues in return.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, sorry.
Stack is good. His stack is good.
Okay. Yeah, sorry. Right. It was like obviously less one.
I definitely took some of those orange ones for sale.
If you're just tuning in, we are down to the final 16 players, 2 tables of 8. Lots of money on the line in this event. The final 16 players are each guaranteed $68,523.
Yeah. Wow.
The final 11 will get paid $107,000, and then of course those epic pay jumps at the top 5, 373, then 501, 650, $1 million for second place, and $1.2 million for first. My name is Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters alongside me calling the action all night long. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, do all that good stuff. And let us know if you prefer on break to sort of see what's happening with the color up, or whether you just want to have the break screen on. I'm seeing some people comment that they actually enjoy seeing what's going on behind the scenes here.
You're back.
Looks like we got Sydney, Australia, Vermont, Texas, Sweden in the house. Benoit, 5-deuce offsuit. Limit pot here between Benoit and Mattern. Benoit's going to toss out a small bet and take this one down with just the 5-deuce offsuit. Action folds to Smirnoff, Jack-10 offsuit. What are you researching, Donnie?
Nothing really. Just was answering some work questions.
Oh, I thought you were deep in the chip counts there.
I wish.
Smirnov takes it down, by the way, with just the pre-flop raise. He's now up to over 20 million chips. The only other player at this table who has him covered is Javier Kniep with 24.8 million. People referencing the wooden tie that Ryo was wearing during his main event run in 2021. This year he decided to sport the, I guess, overalls, the white overalls, with the lime green undershirt and the pink hat, of course, you know. How can you not? Zarco taking a little bit of a nap here. Perhaps some meditation.
Pretty quiet feature tables today. There hasn't been much talking at all. This guy's obviously focused on the task at hand.
It's all business here at this feature table. Action on Benoit, who's been able to chip up nicely ever since joining our feature table. 19 big blinds, raising it up with Queen Jack offsuit. People in the chat on PokerGo referencing that they missed the seniors event.
Well, there's the Super Seniors coming up.
Yeah, but they were also saying that the players were friendly and chatty and talkative.
Yeah, I mean, it's just different type of event, different type of feel,
Man, oh
different
man.
crowd. That one gets through for Benoit.
You know what's great? These cards, back in the day when they had the first generation, they were like big. I don't remember.
You don't think they still are?
Casey Mack referencing the Baxter spin up from 2 big blinds. Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite run-ups that we've seen this summer.
I always felt like they were in the corner. They seem like to be almost the normal cards. In the beginning I thought, oh, he needs a new deck if we are on TV.
John Barry says, I've decided to win the Colossus. Donnie, are you firing again in the Colossus this year?
I don't know. Depends how the work schedule breaks out. Wasn't planning on it, put it that way. But we have had some shifts in what we're covering and how the days shake out, so have to think it over, look at the schedule.
But you got to defend your 235th place from last year.
I know, that was a very fun run. What's funny is that run felt like more real or close to getting to something really big than me getting 47th in the 2K this year.
Wow.
I think it's just because
you had chips?
No, the Colossus is like, it's such a big tournament, you know, that you're like, you've come from thousands of people all the way down to this. And yet, 200 and whatever the heck, 200 and nothing, you know, still forever away.
Benoit raising it up here with ace-3 of spades.
Thanks, so slow.
Continuing.
Yesterday was extreme.
Ryo referencing how slow the play has been, and it has slowed down a lot. We were burning through players in the beginning.
Oh yeah.
And now it's grinding to a halt.
We turned the cameras on, and they all kind of went to hide into their shells.
Willst du jetzt zum Support oder willst du was lernen? Zumindest schon mal 2 Plätze weiter geschafft.
do you have, Javier?
6 point.
Stassholm here going to get a count on the stacks to act behind him.
6.2 total.
When is the Colossus anyway? Oh, okay. Stassholm comes in with a min raise. He's got the King of Spades. Don't know his other card just yet.
All you need is a King of Spades. It's
right.
a very strong card.
Ja, heute spielt ziemlich scheiße heute, aber jetzt versuche ich mal ein bisschen ruhig zu bleiben. Ja, ja, genau. 24 oder so.
12, 13.
Passt gut.
Just over 11.
Super nervös. Echt? Aber ist das Spiel so langsam? Ich habe das Gefühl, wenn man dann...
Zarco thinking about getting a little aggressive here with the Queen 10 of Hearts. Looks like it. There it is.
Wow, Zarco coming out swinging. Paparo going to lay down one of the potential queens that he might need. Depends a little bit on what Stausholm has, and he makes the call. We got an all-in showdown here.
Looks like Ace King of Spades.
Ace King of Spades for Stausholm, and Zarco Dunny, not too long ago, on top of the world, now halfway out the door.
Yes. He is 37% in this hand, though. 2 live cards. The hearts are live for him as well.
Flop comes out. Jack, Jack 5. Zarco on his way out the door unless he catches a queen or a 10. We're running flush or straight cards. Stausholm's Ace King looking very strong here. Let's see the turn card. It's the deuce of clubs. Zarco awaiting the river to see if he can stay in this tournament. The former runner-up of this event, is he going to be the next to go? Oh, it's a queen river.
Hostia.
Wow. Javier Zarco fades elimination. This man has been in more hands than any player so far.
Yeah, and on the flip side of it, you have Martin Stausholm there, loses another pretty crucial spot. Earlier, he, of course, lost with the Ace-Jack of Diamonds against the Pocket Eights of Zarco. He lost that flip here. Bit of a flip, but a little bit more of the percentages tilted in his favor.
Wow. What a massive swing for both players. Martin Stausholm down again to 8 big blinds. Javier Zarco back up to 22 big blinds. And perhaps he'll calm down a little bit now, Donnie, after this roller coaster?
I mean, probably not. Why would you need to calm down?
You think it was 4 as 4? You think he brought the bad one?
4 is definitely
yeah, probably, right?
Yeah. Motherfucker. Oh, then go away. When you close, all the luck goes to you.
You think that's what happened?
Yeah.
You know what?
He doesn't even do it on purpose.
Maybe it was.
You know what I mean?
Tenía 6.3, creo. Tendré 13, 14 por ahí.
Yeah. I had a different outcome in mind. All right, Javier.
Sorry, man.
Yeah?
I folded a very similar one earlier. When you open on the cutoff, same situation, I have a little more actually. I think it's fine. Queen nine suited.
All right, back underway here with Matrai raising it up with King Jack offsuit. Stausholm once again looking for a comeback as Kniep finds Ace King offsuit. So far, the German who resides in San Francisco does not miss. Whenever he gets involved, he's on the winning side of things. Stacks have gotten a bit shallower since raising the blinds to 300K, 600K. Three bet there from Kniep. Makes it 3.2 million. Mattern lets it go, and once again, Kniep does it without showdown. Adds a little bit to his stack. Easy to root for this guy.
Always good to win.
Upbeat, jovial, cheery.
Even better with Chile here.
Drives a little bit of the conversation at this quiet table.
Happy
that
I win a pot even though you were the one losing.
You can donate to the cause at any time.
Yeah. Just like, oh, I mucked my hair.
Yeah.
Queen Beekeeper referencing Kniep's deep run in the main event, which was in 2021, the final year at the Rio. Finished in 18th place in the main event, wearing that wooden tie.
Didn't say anything. Hast nichts gesagt, als ich mal einen Pot gewonnen habe? Bist du? Nein, ich habe mal einen Pot mal gewonnen. Wirklich? Ja. Ich hab's gleich. Und du so, ja, ich nehme mal jetzt die Messer mit Muffins und was sitzt du da hinten? Scheiße, kann ich gesehen. Ja, mach das. Ich dachte, das kommt an. Ich check das ja mal gar nicht. Ja, wenn die Chips in meine Richtung kommen, dann habe ich einen Pot gewonnen.
Wer gewinnt?
Ja?
Noch ein jetzt.
Okay. Du musst nicht.
Zarco raises it up with ace-8 offsuit. He's going to pick up the blinds and antes here.
Vamos a pegar un riverazo. Dama 10 contra el rey, dama river.
Reminder to those that are just tuning in. The 25K PLO is streaming tomorrow exclusively on PokerGO. That event is absolutely stacked. 2.3 million up for grabs for the winner. And a very stacked field remaining right now. I'm just going over the chip counts to give you guys a few names, as we are down to 16 players in that event. Chance Corneth, Jeremy Osmus, Isaac Haxton, Dylan Wiseman. Kerry Katz still in the mix, Donnie.
Oh, yes.
Recently lost Chad Evesledge and Ben Lamb. They're going faster than I expected in that PLO event.
I mean, it's PLO. It's an action game.
Gamble, gamble.
Kniep here coming in with a raise, king 10 off. He hasn't been too aggressive. Zarco's got that ace-5 of spades that he had earlier. This time puts it into the muck. Doesn't want to.
He's learned his lesson.
Yeah, doesn't want to get too crazy with it this time around.
Lo siento por Wayne. Ayer me enteré que tenías el free roll. Vaya puta bola, tío. Y no he visto el whisky. No se le puede tener en cuenta. Sí. Está ya en el mix, ¿no? Es que es un torneazo.
Kniep raising with king 10 offsuit to 1.2 million. Benoit in the big blinds, 5-4 off. Can't see him getting involved here, but potentially wants to see a flop here for the small investment of one big blind.
Ahora tengo como 14M, sí, 20 y pico. Entré aquí con 24 millones. Sí, está bien.
Ace 8-3, 2 clubs on the flop. Wheel draw for Benoit.
Tenía damas el amigo, ahí estaba
Good flop here, though, for Kniep to want to continue as the pre-flop raiser. Does have the king of clubs in his hand, which does deny some possible flush draw combos for Benoit.
Claro, no sé quién es Smirnov, ese es un mítico, está Anton Smirnov. Pero le he visto el
Smaller flop sizing seem to be the way that Kniep wants to generally approach these when he is the pre-flop aggressor. Here it was 900 into 3.3 million. Benoit gives it up, and Kniep takes this one down.
I mean, I'm going to say this again. This man doesn't miss. So far, he's been chipping up very nicely. He's won 7 hands at this feature table during our stream so far. The most of any player at the feature table.
He's always like, oh, you win one? Yes, yes.
Yes, the rule is English only at the table, but whenever you step away to talk to your friends on the rail, you can speak whatever language you want. Of course, these players are mic'd up, so you're going to hear some of that conversation whenever they step away from the table.
Little king-queen off action here for Zarco.
How deep did you go? 18. Oh, wow. I remember you were deep, but I didn't remember it was that deep.
Oh, wow. Paparo finally finding a hand to go with. He's down to just 3 big blinds, but aces, of course, at the right time. Zarco, being the initial raiser here, only has to call a few more chips to get the showdown here. Let's see if the blinds wake up with anything.
Have to get a lot of...
It's going to be tough to recover from it.
But yeah, it was fun. I mean,
looks like this will be down to Zarco to make the call. He makes the call with king queen offsuit against aces. Probably could have expected that to be a big hand from Paparo, who's
been patient.
Very patient, finds the aces, but of course, when you're this patient, a double up will still ensure that you are at a short stack. Let's see the flop here as Paparo is at risk. Here comes the flop. 7-5 deuce, as clean as you can ask for if you're Paparo. 99% to win this hand. Turn card. Coming right up. Let's have a look. It is the 9 of diamonds, and that will secure a double up for Paparo. A little bit of a smile there. Obviously, very happy to stay in this event. Javier Zarco once again on the losing end of a showdown. But hey, he caught that queen recently to stay alive, so can't really complain there.
You did the roller coaster today.
Yeah, I'm getting going.
Paparo back up to 10 big blinds.
The record holder in participating in all-in and call.
Today is.
Yeah.
As long as I don't lose the last one.
Right.
The last all-in is okay.
Yeah.
Zarco indeed involved in the most all-ins of any player at this table. Rayo, meanwhile, has not been involved in any, as far as I can remember, and he's won almost all the hands he played. Small pots, though. Stausholm now the short stack. 8 big blinds. Donnie Paparo on 10 big blinds with his short stack, or with his playing style, I should say, being very, very tight. Is it just a matter of him once again folding down until he's all in again, or could he perhaps start mixing it up a little bit here?
I mean, I think his playing style is going to take the former there. You know, he's going to kind of wait for a big hand, and he's going to get his money in. Seems to be how he's going to attack things here.
Arnaud Mattern not finding any cards just yet here at the feature table, still sitting on 27 big blinds. Benoit has been fairly active on the button here with ace-7 offsuit. Could definitely see a raise here.
Yeah, he has been active, has been wall, but hasn't really been out of line. You know, pretty par for the course of what you would expect. Here, I think coming in with a raise, ace-7 off on the button. Pretty standard here. And there it is. A little bit of a larger size. And Mattrai, ace, king of hearts here. Picking it up in the small blind. He's only got 13 big, so he is going to go all in.
Mattrai all in for 13 big blinds. Seems like a pretty straightforward fold here, Donnie.
14 left?
Yeah, I mean, just think it over a little bit. If Benoit was to make the call, he would be risking a large portion of his stack. So the ace-7 off, probably not something you want to go with here. I think that the way that Benoit did play this hand, you know, he's forcing the small blind to try, also the big blind Stasholm, who only had 8 big blinds, to really pick up a hand, right? You know, he came in with 2.5x open on the button, so those two shorter stacks of Mattrai and Stasholm probably going to have to pick up a hand and to be able to go with that one, thinking that they might get called. So responding with the fold there with the ace-7 off.
Michael Boyle, one of our moderators, saying, I covered Benoit in tournaments for years at Playground. He's a very solid player, as I guess is pretty evident. Oh no, we're gonna lose Rayo here.
See ya.
Balancing tables. This must mean that we've lost a player at the outer table. We're down to the final 2 tables. Once we reach the final 10, we're gonna combine for a final table.
Would be preferable that way.
Jordan Somerville does make a good point. Ace-7, lucky he didn't open shove. I mean, could have happened because those stacks behind him were shorter. Obviously, we know that Mattrai would have stuck his money in with the ace-king of hearts. Been bad news for Benoit.
Looks like we lost Pawan Fang from the outer table in 16th place. Takes home $68,000. Fang was all in for his final 900K with 4-5 offsuit. Ran into 6s of Paul Gunnis. Gunnis' 6s held up, and Fang was eliminated.
Speaking of all-ins, Remco, Paro, 2 queens.
Oh, wow.
Gonna move it all in here, under the gun.
Hey, his strategy of waiting for premium cards is definitely paying off.
Well, that works when you get premium cards that you wait for. Sometimes we wait for premium cards, they just never come.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
If you've outlasted 10,000 players, you've definitely gotten your share of big cards. Paro.
Shit, I thought that was number 1 again. You just turned them over. I was like, wow, again, really?
Thank you.
All right, we've lost Rayo Kniep from this table, meaning that this table all of a sudden got a bit more short stacked, considering the fact that the 2 biggest stacks were already at the outer table, Donnie. Does sort of create an interesting dynamic where some of the big stacks are clashing on the outer table, some of the short stacks are fighting here. When this ultimately combines, it could really, you know, create a very much the haves and the have-nots.
Oh yes, of course. And I'm sure if you're one of those 2 larger stacks on the outer table, the last person you want to see move over there is Rayo, with the big stack that he has.
Too much, right? It's like, okay, sorry.
For players like Smirnov and Arnaud Mattern, who are the bigger stacks at this table, is this sort of like the best case scenario where all of a sudden you're put in a spot where no one can really hurt you?
Yeah, I mean, if that chip leader gets moved off the table, you know, it kind of frees up some stuff for you. You know, you have a little bit more flexible play, maybe open up the action a little bit more, maybe attack your opponent some a bit more. As we see here, Armatone's wasting little time.
Yeah, Mattern cranking it up a little bit with the ace of clubs. Benoit, ace-3 of spades. He's going to let it go.
Why does it say 15? Yeah, it's 14. Yeah. You know what? Let me count that for you.
Stausholm also with an ace. He's He's got a 7 to go along with it. Given Mattern's conservative playing style over the last hour or so, I'm going to guess that his card that he has with his ace is bigger than a 7.
I have more than I thought, that's for sure.
Well, you know it's not the 4 clubs, because that's what Zarco has.
27, 28, 28-1. 28-1.
Looks like Mattern is going to pick up the blinds and antes here.
How much do you have? Too much to count?
Interesting style there from Paparo, the way he looks at his cards.
40? 45?
Lays this one down.
Not sure.
How much you have?
Oh, ace king offsuit for Mattern. Premium holding for the Frenchman.
That's the first name. The 4 induces can very well.
Lots of chips, lots of distance too.
Ryo still mic'd up at the outer table. Forgot to turn in his microphone. Once again, thank you all so much for tuning in. We love doing these streams for you, and it's a lot more fun when everyone tunes in, which is the case once again tonight here on the stream. If you're enjoying the content and catching us on YouTube, please don't forget to smash that like button. We're so close to hitting 2,000 likes. Let's see if we can do that during this hand. Let's hit 2,000 likes. And while you're at it, please subscribe to the channel as well. Hit that notification bell so you're in the know about everything we have going on. It's been quite an epic little run we've had here during the WSOP, doing 30% more streaming compared to last year. Tomorrow, the 25K PLO exclusively on PokerGO. I believe we have a ladies event stream coming up. The Super Seniors is still to come. And then we're going to roll into the main event, which is going to be absolutely epic. Daily coverage of the main event across our platforms. Stousholm all in ace-7 offsuit.
Hey, you have a nice welcome for me in stock here. Yeah, welcome to the table, I know.
Oh, we're almost there. Almost at 2,000. Oh, there it is, 2,000 likes during his hand, Donnie. Chat has delivered once more.
Let's go.
Love to see it. Stousholm risking it all except for 100,000 chips he has left behind. That's the pro move currently, but he gets this one through. Low Tide says, I'm playing the Colossus. I'll shout you out when I make the final table. I'm counting on you. We'd love to see some more of our fans make big runs in events. Donnie, we've had one of the podcast fans make a run in the 10K Limit Hold'em. That was a fun little sweat.
I mean, Sweet Lou.
Sweet Lou.
I mean, I don't know if we can call him Sweet Lou anymore because we kind of gave Lou Hillman the nickname of AP Lou Garza, and then AP Lou Garza
came back.
So it's like, you know.
Bob, pause the clock. Pause the action.
Lou Hillman finishing 5th in the 10K Limit Hold'em Championship for $81,000. Wearing the lucky PokerGO podcast hat. Unique item that you can only get by showing up here at the World Series of Poker.
There's a password though.
I'm not going to say it.
No, I'll say it. We got to let the people know. And if they come up to us, they can.
Yeah, but shouldn't they find out about the password on the podcast?
Yeah, okay, you're right. You got to listen to the PokerGO podcast, and then if you see one of us or Tim Duckworth, you can tell us the password, and we'll give you a hat. Although we are currently out of hats and waiting for more hats. I think we got swindled a little bit. We ordered more hats. Somehow, the guys from High Noon get hats. I'm like, well, what's going on here? These look very similar to our hats. I feel like they got our hats.
They stole.
Put their logo on it.
Damn.
Lack of creativity there, guys.
14. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why it says 50.
There's a walk there for Arnaud Mattern in the big blind.
Not the right time to do something crazy.
And here's a look at one of our sponsors, GTO Wizard. Scan the QR code on your screen or go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. If you want to be as good at poker as Donnie Peters, or perhaps even better, you better start studying right now. Try GTO Wizard for free for 24 hours. Take 10% off the subscription when you sign up. Sounds like there's a little delay in the action, Donnie, and I've just been told why.
Why is that?
Someone knocked their Gatorade over all over the table. So we have a big spill on the secondary table. We're lucky that it's not our table because there's some expensive technology in that table.
That's why the players on this table are not allowed to have drinks on the table. There are some side tables. That
It was literally 2 seconds after you said it. Yeah, like everything.
Control yourselves, people.
I mean, he wanted to react fast.
So we got a little cleanup going on.
Too fast.
Let us know in the chat if you ever knocked your
You
drink
know
over
what to
the
do next
table.
time. Keep calm.
I've seen it so many times at nightly tournaments. Someone knocks their drink over, mostly when they get it. Like they get their drink, they're trying to position it at the table, they fumble their chips and their cards, and then all of a sudden their Corona goes spilling all across the table.
We're good. I think we're really good.
No any tardes.
Sorry?
Of course, drinks are not allowed on the table, so that player probably getting a stern talking to from Bob Smith or Charlie Charisi.
Well, if it was a Gatorade, you know, he probably had it in a bottle.
Right.
Now I know where these things are always coming.
Who the heck knows what happened after that?
The worst would be a glass of wine, or
By the way,
staying that table forever.
Ben, it still says 15. I know why. But we are 14 now, right?
¿Qué?
Okay, sorry.
No sé qué ha pasado ahí, la verdad. ¿Sí? Yo creo que se ha doblado alguien, estaban contando.
Sounds like we're down to the final 14, meaning 2 tables of 7
It
right
said
now.
14.
I know.
And I'm like, why are we 8?
That's the main club. They're not synced. Right? So that's it.
Got it.
Well, there are still 15 left. Trying to get caught up here on the
good?
updates.
Thirsty?
15 remaining. All right, so let's get this table cleaned up and let's get these cards back in the air. Come on, can't take that long. I do think it's good that we're pausing the action on this table as well. Of course, huge implications for these players if they were playing and the other table is not, and that's pretty unfair.
Players are in safe. All right, same stuff, 3 and 6.
I guess we've cleaned up the Gatorade. Time to get those chips back in the air. Cards back in the air, chips back on the table.
Sorry about that, gentlemen.
What happened?
I'll tell you the story after the hand. It's an amazing story.
Wow.
Does it involve some Gatorade?
It does.
That's the best story.
Nice read. Good read.
Oh, yeah. All right, we're back underway. Still playing 300K, 600K with a 600K big blind. Ante Paparo back to his folding ways. 10-8 offsuit goes into the muck. Action on Smirnov.
Can I see how many orange you have, please?
6 orange.
Thank you very much.
9 million total.
Charles Benoit in the 1 seat. In a potential blind battle here with Arnaud Mattern.
10 million.
Thank you.
Mattern just makes the call.
I got the memo.
All right, some small pot poker here between Mattern and Charles Benoit. Should I ban Donnie from the chat?
No, I'm done now. We're back to playing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was like the little break show.
I can ban you.
You can't?
I can.
Oh, you can?
Yeah, I can.
Please don't.
I can put you in timeout. Mattern bets 600K on this 10-4-3 flop. Let's see if Benoit's going to buy this. He is not. He's going to make the call with king high. Turn card, ace of hearts. Is this a good card for Mattern to continue on, or is this a good card, or sorry, better card for Benoit to take control on? Of course, limp pot before the flop, no real aggression shown.
I think it's probably a better card for Arnaud Mattern here. He can certainly limp a fair amount of aces from the small blind here.
2.1 million.
Can Benoit sniff this one out?
If you're Mattern here, Donnie, should you be willing to go 3 barrels, or is this bet on the turn sort of like your final try?
So gentlemen,
It depends on what the river card is. Different plans of attacks for
no drinks at all. So I don't know if you heard, but as I approached this table over here, I asked them, there were some drinks on the table. I kindly asked them to remove the drinks from the table. I turned around, I heard the crunch of plastic. And it gave me a cringe, but I don't know exactly what happened. I turned around, and there was red Gatorade from the 3 spot all the way to the 1. And it's a quite expensive table.
That one over there.
Yeah, over here. That's why I suspended your play. Okay? So
Well,
please
just-
do not put drinks.
You can just disqualify the guy. It's fine.
Well, we don't talk about that. He was a nice guy.
At the beginning of the
Dude, normally I'm the guy that wants to kick people out,
Your boys told me to
but
that,
he was a nice guy and very positive.
Full jack. Full jack.
I will.
What could go wrong with drinks on the table?
What could go possibly wrong with electronic tables, right? Good luck, guys.
Stasholm here under the gun. Only 8 big blinds. Ace 9 off.
I mean, if you bet on the color red, that was the color of the Gatorade spilled on our secondary table.
Like the Super Bowl bets.
Yeah, red came in. I believe red was a favorite.
Interesting play here from Stasholm, electing to min raise with the ace 9 off from under the gun. Bit of a steal play here. Smirnoff is in the cutoff seat with queen jack off, which, given the way he's been playing, I would have expected this to hit the muck already, but he's gonna mull it over. All right, Smirnoff does give it up.
Arnaud Mattern not wasting any time. Round of applause for the quick folders at the table. Matry as a weak-looking ace in the big blind, but it's only going to cost him 1 big blind to potentially see a flop here.
Yeah, but I'm not sure this is the type of hand you want to see a flop with here. I mean, this raise from Stasholm under the gun looks so strong, given his stack size. So
racing off of 8 big blinds.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
10, 3, 7 on the flop. If you're Stasholm missing this flop, Donnie, are you still going to go and push ahead with this?
Honestly, I mean, this one feels way above my head. Because the min raise off the 8 big blinds is just seems so far out of the box that I really can't wrap my head around it. I'll just be totally honest with people. He's going to continue here, it looks like. At least he's counting out chips to do so.
That's 1 million.
He's going to keep it small, hoping to get away with this here. He does get
Well
Mattern to
done.
fold, and
Well done.
he picks up an additional big blind.
Yeah. I think that's one of those ones where players are going to see it later and be like, "Oh, okay," you know. But very well done from Martin Stasson.
As I mentioned earlier, most of the chips are on the outer table. Our chip leader here, Arnaud Mattern, has 33 big blinds. Our short stack here has 10 big blinds. So it really heavily impacts the way poker is being played on this table. Once we combine for a final table of 10, we could see some absolutely massive stacks join us. Pavel Plesuv and Paul Gunnis both up over 35 million on the outer table. Andreas Kniep, who is also there, 27 million. Zarco raising it up with King 10 offsuit. Smirnov finding 2 9s. He wasn't a fan of the 9s earlier. Donnie, given the stack sizes here, how would you like to see Smirnov approach this hand?
I would like to see a 3-bet here. I'm happy to see Smirnov continues with the 9s because earlier we saw him fold the 9s to a raise, okay? That was, of course, Paparo when he moved all in with the ace-10 off.
How much do you sell, Javier?
One of the reasons I think I would like to have seen a 3-bet here is because we did see Zarco earlier willing to raise 4-bet jam with the ace-5 of spades, so he's willing to mix it up. Jack 6-3, 2 clubs. Smirnov the only player with a club.
Zarco decides to check. I'm guessing Zarco has a bit of a feel for the way Smirnov plays and his very tight playing style potentially getting him to slow down immediately, and he does lay it down right away.
There you go.
Not even trying to take a stab here.
Can't always be scared of overcards on flops.
Shout out to Jonathan Cruz, one of our moderators, gifting one of our PokerGO community memberships on YouTube. Washtek benefiting from that. It's a fun little sideshow here we got going on YouTube. Gives you some extra love here with our special colors and our emojis that we have added that Donnie has designed, by the way. Donnie, big time graphic designer these days.
Oh yeah, huge. I'm out there in the graphic design streets.
Donnie, if you're Arnaud Mattern here, and in this case he picks up a7 suited, do you really have to step on the gas with this big stack, or is there like no need for that?
I mean, I don't think you need to go full throttle crazy, but I would ramp up the aggression, yes. Benoit's going to give up the queen 10 of diamonds. Action over 2. Zarco in the big blind. 6-5 off. Not good enough for him to come along, and Arnaud Mattern. Sorry, I'm combining both of his names.
It's the caffeine.
It is the caffeine. Still remains a very quiet feature table. I feel like the only person that chatted was Ryo, and he got moved off the table.
I know, it's unfair. If you're in the chat right now, PokerGO on YouTube, please let us know. If you would Arnaud Mattern, are you ramping up the aggression, hoping to pick up some chips here? You're dealing with a bunch of short stacks at this table, or are you just going to sit back and wait because you know they're going to be all in at some point? You might be able to pick off a few players, get some players sent to the rail, and just coast to the final table, potentially lock up a 100K payout. Let us know how you feel about the right approach here. Benoit here, King Jack offsuit is going to fold. We have 3 players right now with 14 big blinds, 1 player with 10, and 1 player with 9. How about we just get like a 4-way all-in going? How about that?
You might be asking for too much there.
Two or 3 orange on top there. I can't see what that is.
2 orange.
2 orange, 2 pink.
Okay.
Thank you.
Action folds to Zarco in the small blind, 9 deuce off. Very interesting situation. I know 9 deuce is absolutely worthless, but Paparo plays extremely tight. We haven't seen Paparo's hand yet, but Zarco is going to stay and play by the book and fold that 9 deuce, Donnie. But are you ever tempted there because your opponent on your left is overly tight?
I mean, yes. I mean, I'm always tempted. I mean,
I'm shoving 9 deuce there. I'm sorry, but I'm just attacking Paparo's stack.
Yeah, I mean, it was 9 deuce suited, correct?
Offsuit.
Oh, it was offsuit?
Yeah, it was offsuit.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think that's fine. Listen, I still go back to what Zarco said earlier. He said he didn't need the money, so if you really believe that, then the money should just be going in. Don't even look.
Yep. I'm not sure if I'm saying this right, but Renate on PokerGO chat says Mattern should be more of a bully. Some players saying get on the gas, always play for the win. He should attack the big blind.
Which big blind?
Every big blind. All of them.
Status on here. Jack 9 suited. He's got spades. Still a short stack at this table. 9 big blinds. Just about 10 big blinds.
I'm going to assume that Jack 9 of spades is almost shoving territory here in the cutoff. Oh, he's going to go for it. Steven Chidwick style, keeping 1 chip behind. Stausholm practically all in. Zarco sweating it hard. 9-7 off into the muck. Paparo next to act in the small blind.
First one good or first one bad?
Looks like he looked at the ace first. Followed by a 5, and it was not suited, so back to the muck it goes. One Sly Angel said, wow, tight table. Not sure it really is the tightest table. I mean, I think this is pretty much par for the course, what you would expect. Final, what, 14, 15 players here in the Millionaire Maker. Big pay jumps, ever so close to the final table. Of course, you want to avoid any missteps possible.
Raise 1.5 million.
Paparo here. King 6 off on the button.
Wow.
Seems a little bit out of character for him.
This is one of those out-of-character raises where you get played back at, and then you're like, okay, fine, I'm done with this aggression. I'm just going to wait for a hand. This is the worst. Of course, Paparo doesn't know that his timing happens to be a bit off.
Oh, yes. Couldn't be worse here with Smirnoff picking up the ace-king.
21 and a half, I think. Between 21 and 22, I would say.
Smirnoff probably thinking that Paparo has a monster hand. Haven't seen Paparo involved doing
We did see him earlier with the ace-10 off. He did move all in fairly early position. Smirnoff all in here with the ace-king off. Paparo staring him down.
Paparo clearly sick to his stomach here, investing more than 2 of his precious big blinds, trying to attack the blinds and antes. King 6 offsuit, not the type of hand to go with here, obviously.
If he does somehow find a call here, he's going to be in horrible shape and hate to see it. He's going to count down his stack, though.
Tons of money on the line here. Final 14 players right now guaranteed $68,500. Is Paparo going to make a move here? What is happening? Some Hollywooding? Is he sick and tired of being the short stack? Seems a little excessive to take this long with King 6 offsuit. Paparo does lay it down. A little bit of Hollywood there, but Smirnoff's going to find out eventually that he only had King 6 offsuit. If you're just joining us in the chat, please give us a shout. Let us know where you're watching from.
King Queen.
Don't forget to hit that like button.
Somebody just said King Queen?
I think Paparo said King Queen.
So you did not have King Queen.
Liar.
Maybe he was that phrased as a question to his opponent? Like, did you have King Queen?
Maybe it was. But yes, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. We're trying to hit 500,000 subscribers this summer. We only need about 70,000 more. Why not?
Yeah, let's go.
There's plenty of you watching.
Let's go.
Paparo lets the 7-6 go. Action here on Smirnoff on the button.
8.1 total.
8.1 total.
Ace is here for Arnaud Mattern in the small blind. Let's see how he's going to attack this one. It is going to be with just a limp. 8-7 of diamonds for Benoit in the big blind. Benoit checks. See if we get a fun one here. Okay, 10, 7, 5. The aces still best for Mattern. Benoit picking up middle pair. This flop could get Benoit in a little bit of trouble. 1 million is the bet.
Pretty obvious that Benoit is going to see the turn here in many cases.
Yeah, and there's been a few times now where Mattern has limped small blind, then led the flop. At some point, if you're Benoit in that situation, like, you gotta stand up to that, you know? It helps, obviously, to have a hand. And heads up here, I mean, Benoit did flop a somewhat decent hand with this middle pair.
Does lay it down here.
Wow,
Takes
look
the
at that. Discipline.
Conservative approach. And Mattern,
I would have for sure called that flop at least.
Right. Mattern making a very, very small profit with his aces.
That's one of those ones, if you're Mattern and you see what Benoit had, you're like, how did I not get at least one streak?
Right.
Take a couple of waters, please.
Big pay jumps up for grabs here. One more elimination, and then players are getting $85,000. Not bad for a $1,500 investment. Still 14 players remaining in this tournament. 2 tables of 7. We're going to combine when we reach the final 10. This table is playing extremely tight. It's also not a whole lot of chips to go around at this table, so it feels as though we're just waiting for a big clash. Mattern raising the button here with 8-6 of hearts. Benoit finding a playable ace-jack offsuit. Lots of cheering going on in one of the other tables in the room. World Series of Poker is absolute chaos the last few days. So many big events running concurrently. It's hard to keep track sometimes. The Salute to Warriors event concluded just a little while ago. Steven Genovese winning that event. The retired fireman collected $217,000 for his win. Benoit raising, leaving himself with 1 chip left behind as the slow pace of this table continues. Donnie, at this point, I wish we had the other table.
Well, we don't know what's happening out there.
Maybe they're just waiting for this table to
Yeah,
bust.
you know, everyone's just kind of hanging out, enjoying their time in the spotlight.
At least Arnaud Mattern doesn't waste any time. Having a little glance over at the 25K PLO, which streams tomorrow on PokerGo. Kak-Wan Lau, chip leader currently, with 15 left. Isaac Haxton, Chance Kornuth, Dylan Wiseman, still all in the mix, as well as Jeremy Osmus and Kerry Katz. The 3K limit hold'em 6-handed is down to the final 5. Freddie Sagir, the chip leader, Jason Daly, Nick Papillo, Brent Mutter, and Daniel Young battling for the bracelet in that one. The 3K no limit hold'em freeze out is on day 2. They're down to the final 41 players. Neil Farrell, one of the top stacks in that event. Now, I would love a Neil Farrell final table. Hopefully that'll bring out an old school British rail. Of course, Neil Farrell from Scotland.
But still, he rolls in that.
He rolls in that crew, so that'd be a lot of fun. $1,500 no limit deuce to 7 single draw, Donnie, one of your favorite events. Currently also on day 2, 84 players remaining. Michael Trevette second in chips. Eric Seidel in the top 5 with John Turner, Nick Agenti, Brian Hastings. Nick Schulman in the mix there as well.
Thank you.
As the play is so slow at this table, I feel like I have plenty of time to go through some of these tournaments. The 1K Super Seniors kicking off today. The clock currently shows 3,000 players, but I'm sure a lot more will get added. Action still on Arnaud Mattern with Queen Jack offsuit. Super Seniors, it's a 60-year minimum age. We're streaming that final table on, I believe it's on Friday. Also kicking off today is the $1,500 mixed no limit hold'em PLO. Already 1,700 players in that event.
Here goes Mattern, moving all in.
Oh, wow. Terrible timing for Arnaud Mattern. Benoit finds queens on the button. You cannot hate on Mattern's strategy here to apply maximum pressure, but he has just stepped in it. Charles Benoit from Canada jumping with joy on the inside.
Mattern forcing his opponents behind him, shorter stacks to wake up with a big hand, and Benoit does just that. Finds the 2 queens.
Benoit calls all in.
You hate to hear that if you're Arnaud Mattern.
And you hate to see this even more. Queens versus Queen Jack.
Yeah, you're just hoping he turns over 2 10s. Just
right.
please turn over 2 10s. Maybe Ace King, you know, give me a good shot, but here he's crushed.
Oh, Arnaud Mattern, bad timing for the Frenchman. Benoit at risk. 89% to find a double up here. Bad timing. 14 players remaining. This is not what you want to see. Here comes the flop. Ace, deuce, 5. Mattern now basically hoping for a 3 and a 4 to chop this up. Otherwise, he's going to need running jacks or running king 10. Turn is a king.
Okay.
Wow.
I get excited.
Okay.
One time. 10 ball.
We got life.
One time for fun.
River card. It is the 8 of clubs. Big double up for Charles Benoit. Arnaud Mattern now in the danger zone. Massive hand for the Canadian.
Woo! 9.5.
Give me another crown.
Double crown, yeah?
Double crown.
Yeah, why not?
Big hit there for Arnaud Mattern. Loses about half his stack. He's down. I mean, they flipped, essentially. Now it's Benoit up to the almost 22 million in chips, and Arnaud Mattern down to about 10 million.
Shout out to Ryan DePaulo, who's in the chat. He says, I'm still in the 7, deuce to 7 as well. Hope you can make the final table.
Hope you can make some 7s.
It always comes 7, Donnie.
It always comes 7. In that game, does it always come 7?
It always comes deuce. Smirnoff finds pocket 10s.
Okay.
Smirnoff seems unhappy with pocket 10s. Looks like he's in distress. Clearly just trying to decide how much he's going to raise
poker
to.
face, man.
Yeah.
Lines are now up, which is even worse for Arnaud Mattern, who just lost that big pot, and now he's got an even shorter stack.
Playing 400K, 800K with the 800K big blind ante. Just joining us, please hit that like button, subscribe to our channel. It's very much appreciated. We're going to be here until the end of the night, whatever that means. we have no idea how many players are going to end with, but we're going to cover it all. Looking forward to the moment where we reach the final 10, so we have all the players at one table. We're still a while away from that, though. 14 players in the event as it stands. Stausholm, Queen 5 suited on the short stack. Not enough to risk it all with, of course.
Két legkisebb.
Zarco lets it go as well, and Smirnov chips up some more.
So when do I get my turn? When do I get my turn?
I guess Arnaud Mattern wondering when it's his turn to double up.
Are we done when we reach 5?
Yes. But we're not going to be the current single table by the end of the stuff.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, dinner break is fine with me.
All right, so just figure an hour and 51 minutes.
Players discussing a potential dinner break. Well, first let's worry about making it there. Lots of short stacks at this table. Zarco 8 big blinds, Matrai 8 big blinds, Stausholm 6 big blinds, Paparo 5 big blinds. I mean, this is just like a turbo sit and go at this point.
Yeah, it makes things very interesting, somewhat awkward.
Stausholm reduces on the button. Only 6 big blinds. Feels like a shove. Definitely something to consider here.
The biggest one, of course.
There it is.
There
He
it is.
moves all in. Only 2 blinds to get through here. A7 suited for Zarco. Donnie, give us some thoughts.
It's close.
Zarco has Stausholm covered. He's going to get that verified.
5.4 million.
I think this is going to be a little bit too good not to put the money in here for Zarco. Stausholm is on the button here, so that obviously being a factor in Zarco's decision. There it is, all in.
All right, we're going to see an all-in showdown here. Zarco versus Stausholm.
I mean, Paparo, you know, ultimately is going to have to fold this extremely pretty-looking 9-8 suited. And there it is.
Paparo folds the level 1 type hand that you want to see some flops with, but you don't want to see an all-in showdown with the 9-8 suited, as Stausholm is at risk here with the Ducks, the Mallards, as Brent Hanks calls them. Javier Zarco, ace-7 of spades, practically 50-50 here.
Is this going to be Stausholm's time to actually beat Zarco in an all-in situation?
I mean,
he's 0 for 2.
Have the Ducks ever held up in an all-in showdown? Here comes the flop. 9, 6, Jack. Everything looks dangerous when you're holding deuces. But
No spades, though.
So far, so good, and no spades. 3 on the turn. Very clean looking here for Stausholm.
Everyone's standing for this one.
River card. It is the 8 of clubs, and the deuces do hold up. Javier Zarco down to crumbs. Stausholm gets a full double up. His day has been very eventful.
Oh, yes. Been all in against Zarco 3 times.
He's showing they're so wide, too.
He's 1 for 3. But that one was the most important one, given the chip positions, given being deeper in the tournament. Zarco now left with just 2 big blinds.
This one was
Billy Baxter territory.
Hey, chip in a chair, man. You can run it back. You can always run it back, but you need chips to be able to do so.
If Billy Baxter can do it, maybe Javier Zarco can do it as well. 14 left in the Millionaire Maker if you're just tuning in.
Can do it.
Everyone staring at everyone else to get eliminated here, as these guys would be more than happy to receive a few pay jumps sitting on these short stacks. Mattern, queen 8 of clubs. And Donnie, I mean, ICM practically has all of these guys handcuffed.
Yeah, I think what we've been seeing here from Mattern is a little bit of a tank. Every decision, you know, just kind of let the tournament play at the other table. Maybe a couple people bust, you know, while you take about 10 seconds or so.
Stausholm, ace-10 offsuit. Smirnov has a big stack in the big blind, but both Zarco and Paparo on the button and in the small blind are very short. We could see another shove here, potentially. Or perhaps thinking back of how that backfired from a turn, just a small raise. Jack 4 suited for Zarco. 2 big blinds. Does get to see a few free hands.
The silver lining for Zarco is, you know, that hand happened when he was in the small blind. He will have a few free hands here to try and find something to ultimately put his chips in with. I'm guessing, given the situation, we might see some tanking at times from Zarco, which is understandable at this juncture of the tournament. I know it's not the best thing to necessarily see from a viewer standpoint, but those are the ins and outs of tournament strategy. Does give it up.
We are on a pay jump bubble, so to say.
I mean, this is crazy with Paparo having 3 million, Zarco having 1.6 million. I mean, it's just, now it's, Paparo's got 2.6 million. I mean, it's just, this is wild.
Yeah, it is kind of wild. Next player out gets 68,500. The player after that gets 85,000. So definitely worth folding to get that pay jump.
Oh, kings for Benoit. He just had queens to get that double through Arnaud Mattern. Now he wakes up with 2 kings.
Wow.
Stacked position. Benoit only has to be concerned about ever being busted by Anton Smirnov. He's the only person at this table with more chips than him. There is the raise, min raise under the gun from Benoit. A try here. Gives it up. Stassel's got the queen 9 of spades. Probably also going to be a fold. There you go.
Again, we're seeing a whole bunch of folding. Nobody wants to go out right now. Especially not if you're Smirnov. You don't want to clash at all. Things are made a bit easier for him by just having Jack 2 suited, Donnie. But you can really run over the table without any hands with those short stacks involved.
Aquí, cuando pierde esa mano, más corto, más corto, más corto. Este se queda con 10, me ponía también pasada con él.
Mattern is going to defend for the big blind here.
Yeah, one more big blind, try and set mine here. Set goes the other way, goes to Benoit.
The kings of Benoit just got a whole lot stronger. Ace, king, queen on the flop here. Pace of play extremely slow right now.
Have 2 bigs.
Zarco telling Israel he only has 2 big blinds.
Benoit going to come with a bet here. No need to give any free cards here. Just if you're playing your hand a little bit face up, I mean, totally fine at this juncture of the tournament. Generally pays at this point, you know, be a little bit more cautious. Obviously, we know Mattern would need to go runner, runner, perfect. But say he had a 10 or a jack, you know, you don't want 4 straight card to come off, so that's fine.
Yeah, Mattern.
They are on a pay jump, about $17,000, so that is meaningful at this juncture with 14 players left. As Remco just mentioned, Zarco telling his rail he has 2 big blinds. That's important because if he does get to the big blind, both those big blinds are going in. They will be forced in. Yes, Paparo behind him only has 1 million more chips, but Paparo has a tiny bit more breathing room to survive.
All eyes on Javier Zarco. He's going to be in the big blind before Paparo. Zarco squeezing his cards, trying to will his way into a strong hand. Donnie, if you're Paparo, are you just trying to sort of outlast Zarco and then worry about the rest later, or?
This is where it gets interesting for Paparo. You have a pretty decent hand given the situation. That said, you know Zarco is going to be forced all in before you. I mean, that's just math. If play just continues to fold over the next couple hands, Zarco will be forced all in from the big blind, and Paparo does fold that one. I mean, likely just thinking that, listen, he's going to be forced all in, so that's what I got to fade.
Paparo staring at Zarco's stack for a good 30 seconds there before letting go of the ace-8 of spades. Smirnoff, meanwhile, Donnie, 7 deuce offsuit is thinking, well, no one's going to play back at me right now. Does decide to let it go. Chad is now discussing who deserves the pay jump more. Who is more deserving of the pay jump, Paparo or Zarco? Zarco has been, you know, creating a lot of action, has been involved in many, many hands. Paparo has just been sort of a bystander during his time at the feature table. It's funny how, you know, people love to call out players for being perhaps a bit nitty, but at the same time, if you're in that spot, $17,000 is literally a few folds away, technically, possibly, potentially. It's hard to just give up on that.
No, for sure. I mean, it's totally understandable at this point.
Player saying there's no guarantee he ladders anyway.
There is no guarantee, of course, yes. There's also no guarantee that your ace-8 of spades holds up, right? I mean,
and you're going to get called.
I mean, you're likely going to get called from the big blind. So, yeah, is that a shot you want to take? What if somebody behind you wakes up with a bigger hand? I mean, it's a tricky spot. Zarco here thinking again. He's been very deliberate with his decisions, of course. Trying to see if something crazy happens on that other table. Maybe he gets that pay jump before he ultimately has to hit this big blind that's coming up in a couple hands.
Curious to see some graphics on this hand. Perhaps our tech is a little bit behind in this
Zarco
case.
might have an actual hand here.
Oh,
okay.
He puts it in. I guess we'll find out what he has, even if the graphics are running a little bit behind. Zarco has at least a jack. Oh, an ace-king suited for Smirnov. This is for sure going in, and we're going to see a showdown. Smirnov potentially thinking about isolating in this situation. Smirnov wondering to himself, do I want to get this multi-way or do I just want to get all in here, knock Zarco out and get that page on myself as well?
Looks like he just clicked it. Yep. Gonna just try and isolate this one, get it to heads up.
The other players are not picking up any playable hands, and Javier Zarco is going to be at risk here. He has at least the jack of hearts. Let's see what else he's working with.
What you got?
A jack for Zarco. Does he have one card or what?
Yeah.
King Jack for Zarco versus Ace King. The Spanish pro versus the Russian wearing the Spanish sweater.
Paparo going to be very, very interested in how this one runs out.
Oh yeah, you can see him just thinking, put some clubs out there. Here comes the flop. 10-10-4. Not much help for Zarco. He's going to need a jack or running cards to stay alive here, or else he will be our 14th place finisher. Turn card is the Queen of Spades. It's never over till it's over.
Could be worse for Javier Zarco.
7 outs now to make a straight.
9 of hearts, one time.
Jack no longer good for Zarco. River card is the 8 of Spades. Javier Zarco eliminated in 14th place. And Smirnov takes this one down. $68,000 heads Zarco's way. And we are down to 13 players. Paparo immediately texting his wife saying, honey, get the purse, get the ring. We just earned another $17,000. Honey, we're sleeping in the suite tonight. Look at the smile on his face.
Folding that ace-8 of spades has paid off. 17K richer for Domenico Paparo. He's only got 3.25 big blinds, so laddering up quite nicely. Prior to Javier Zarco busting out there was a double up on the outer table.
Now he's
Michael Orr got his money in with 2 kings against Paul Gunnis's Queen Jack suited. Flop did come jack high, but the kings held up for Orr, and he was able to double again that action on the outer table. And then we lost Javier Zarco here. And here we go, Paparo immediately all in. He's standing up, he's got the ace-5. Matry's going to move all well. All right, that comes out of the way here.
Looks like the Hungarians are allowed on the rail here.
I think.
By the way, earlier we also lost one of our POI frontrunners, Ian Matakais, in 15th place. 13 players remaining right now.
5-1 more.
Matry brought his cheering section. Paparo at risk here with ace-5 offsuit. Ace-Jack versus ace-5. Paparo needs a 5, a wheel, maybe some clubs. Let's see if he can survive this one. Here comes the flop. 7, 5, queen, all hearts.
Paparo in front, but still very much a flip. He is not out of it yet because of that heart draw. There's the jack.
Jack on the turn. Paparo now looking for a 5 and 5 only to stay alive as the Hungarians go nuts. River card. Let's see it. Paparo eliminated, and we are down to the final 12 players. Domenico Paparo collecting $85,000. Gets a little photo of his final showdown before exiting the stage.
Listen, all things considered, he did get that 17K pay jump. He did fold that ace-8 of spades, which allowed him to ladder up because Javier Zarco went out not too long after. So can't be totally upset with the finish because you only had 3.25 big blinds.
9 egész 4.
Mattern now up to 9.4 million. We're going to receive a player from the outer table. We're down to 12, so 2 tables of 6 still in play. 2 more eliminations before we reach the final table of 10. And play is going to continue tonight. I believe the goal is to play 10 levels, no matter what. I guess we are going to play a hand here before receiving a new player. If you're just joining us, this is coverage of the Millionaire Maker final 2 tables. We are rapidly approaching the final table. Just updated the title of the video to the final 12.
Várni kellett volna a balanszra szerintem az osztónak.
Please make sure to smash that like button, subscribe to our channel, help us along to spread the word. Stausholm in the small blind with 9-7 of hearts.
All in.
Stausholm in attack mode here. Wow.
Oh, might be stepping in it right here.
I mean, we know Smirnov is not the loosest player at the table.
This might be too much for Smirnov to want to call here.
12.4, I think.
I think this is ultimately going to get through.
I mean, half the stack for Smirnov.
Yeah,
Does he want to risk it?
Exactly. I mean, Smirnov's mannerisms here, exactly. You kind of hate to see it.
That is the look of a man who does not want to risk this many chips with King Jack of Hearts. Smirnov does lay it down here, Donnie. At what point are you calling that shove there? Is King-Queen suited enough? Ace-10?
I don't know, man. I mean, it's just...
Have you been anything yet?
These chips are so valuable at this point.
He was big blind. He was big blind right now.
Just big blind?
I would rather call an ace-10 than a king-queen for sure, but...
That's me. It's 10 now?
Final table 10? No.
No way.
I don't want to keep it.
Do whatever you want. No?
Who we getting?
We're getting a new face at the table. It is Miles Mullally. Am I saying that right?
Got him.
Mullally?
Mullally looks good.
Mostly.
Sounds good.
Mostly.
Rolls off the tongue.
It's definitely rolls off the tongue. A few beers in, it might not roll off the tongue so well. All right, 6 and 6 now. 2 tables of 6.
We're looking out there, watching all your friends on fields all over the world, and they're like, oh, what a shitty tournament they run.
Speaking of king-queen, a try. He's got the king-queen off. Try on almost 12 big blinds here, 9.4 million. 9.6 million would be 12 big, so
14.4.
11.75. All in.
Mullally with pocket fours on his first hand at this table immediately has a decision to make.
Yeah. Ask for a count.
Arnaud Mattern was one of our big stacks for quite a while. All of a sudden, he's the shortest.
Yep.
And Matrai on quite a run here. You bust someone, you pick up the blinds twice, and all of a sudden you're in contention. It's kind of bizarre how much has to go right for you to even make a final table, let alone win it. In anticipation of tomorrow's 25K PLO stream, I want to give away 5 monthly subscriptions to PokerGO.
Oh!
Get 5 people in the mix on PokerGO with a monthly sub. That'll also give you a chance, of course, to watch the World Series Poker main event, get a real taste for the action on our platform. Matrai, by the way, again finds a hand. It's on a bit of a heater. We got 10,000 people watching. Let's say if we hit 3,000 likes on the video, we're going to give away those 5 subs to PokerGO.
You guys heard it there from Remco. Start hitting that like button. Give us that thumbs up.
From now on, Donnie, I think we should give away some subs on every stream.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm in. I gave away some while you were riding your bike.
I love it. Can we like tonight, like last level of the night, can we give away a hoodie?
No, we've actually been told we shouldn't do that.
Wow. Well, there we go. Shut it down.
Unfortunately.
Shut it down. All right, there you go. We'll give away some subscriptions. How about that? All right, Mattern in the small blind here. King, queen offsuit. Donnie, are we shoving here a lot of the times? Matrai raising every hand so far, it seems.
When you're short like this, I mean, you just king, queen, and king, jack, like they just look so lame. That's how I would describe them.
Such
lame.
a headache. Such a headache.
Especially against an under the gun raise, which does look pretty strong. It generally is strong.
I'm convinced we're going to hit those 3K likes on the video. We still got a lot of streaming left on today's broadcast. Mullally, ace-queen offsuit. Looks like we're going to see him get involved here. A lot of similar stacks at this table right now. These players, of course, all keenly aware of the fact that there's only 12 players left in the event. The next player to bust out gets $85,000. Then the remaining 11 all get at least $107,000. That is pretty epic. Mullally raising it up with ace-queen offsuit. Smirnov ace-4 off in the tank. I'd like to encourage the remaining players to speed things up a little bit. We've seen lots of slow movement, slow play. Understandable with how much money is on the line, but still, look at Arnaud Mattern there. Boom, in the muck, no stress. All right, and our new player at the table is going to take this one down.
He's an 8 need.
Mattern definitely our fastest player at the table, so I guess we're just going to have to root for him. Stausholm finds ace-jack offsuit under the gun. Sitting on 18 big blinds, which almost feels like a big stack. Ace-jack versus ace-jack. Let's see who's going to hold back. Smirnov starting to get on my nerves a little bit with his slow actions, Donnie. Come on.
Very deliberate. Also leans on the conservative side with his play. I like this. I was about to say that I would like to see Smirnov start coming with some increased aggression.
I mean, I take back
being
my
the chip leader at this table.
I take back my comment, because if he's thinking about it in 3 bets, that means that he actually was trying to think of a plan here.
Yeah, no, I like it. You know, if you're Martin Stausholm, like, you're going to be opening some hands, but ultimately, you're not going to really want to tangle unless you have it. So Smirnov can apply some pressure here.
And I like that. I like that applying of pressure. Now you have a real decision, though, for Stausholm.
Yeah, Rob Canton Jr. says, we finally get some action and they chop. Well, they chop right now. We don't know what Stausholm's going to do. We don't know how the hand's going to play out from here. If he elects to call, we obviously have to see a flop and go from there. If he decides to move this all in, is Smirnov going to call? I don't know. He's going to fold here, so there is no chop. Smirnov's taking it.
Smirnov using
no
his
chop.
He's using his image because he's been so tight.
Yeah, that's where I think that he can start applying pressure. You know, you have to be able to self-assess your play, your image. He's the chip leader, so not only can he apply pressure with that stack, leverage his opponents, but he can leverage that image that he's built up.
Tristram says, this is boring. Any moment now, they're going to ask us about our favorite pizza.
No, not yet. We're not at that point yet. All in.
Arnaud Mattern here moves all in. Was in a dominant spot not too long ago.
5? He's got pocket 5s or ace 5 suited.
Well, this 5 is getting folded here by Matrai. Still 2 blinds to get through here for Arnaud Mattern.
I can't imagine Arnaud Mattern is going all in with anything other than pocket 5s or ace 5 suited here.
Jack 4, not a calling time type hand either. And there's the Doyle, 10 deuce, also in the muck. Arnaud Mattern picking up some much needed blinds and antes. Are we forever going to be wondering what that card was? Yes, we don't get to see it.
It was one of 2 hands.
Yeah, don't tell us your favorite pizza in the chat. Please don't. We don't want to know, okay? Leave us alone.
Megnézitek, van-e ott sort? Megnézitek, van-e ott sort?
Arnaud Mattern moving all in there, but still short stack. 9 big blinds, the only one with a sub 10 big blind stack. He's got 7.5 million at 800K big blind. You can see the leaderboard at the top of the screen, presented by PokerGO Play. All right, dealer getting that next hand out here.
Mattern still looking for a double up.
That gentleman in the background there in the suit, Charlie Cerisi, lead tournament supervisor. I wonder if there's some more paying attention by the tournament staff, possibly with the slower play that has been enacted here from these two tables. Watching things a little bit more closer, making sure people aren't abusing any sort of stalling tactics. Making sure that these tables play relatively at the same pace.
Yeah, so we're not playing hand for hand specifically, but the tournament staff is moderating and making sure that there's no excessive stalling happening here. And Matrai, you know, taking his time on every hand.
Eight, 7 of diamonds for Mulele. He's on the button, so he may want to open this one. We'll see. There it is. Min raise. He's going to attack.
Donnie, do you think that once we reach the final table, the dynamic at the table will change? People will loosen up a little bit?
A little bit. I wouldn't expect it to just go back to like it was, let's say, yesterday. This could be an interesting spot for Smirnov to just put the chips in. I mean, absolute maximum leverage here against a button open.
Yeah, as the big stack, you can put your opponents in some impossible situations this close to the final table and with another big money ladder on the line.
Hi. Is it allowed to take a look at the other stacks at the other table, or it's not allowed?
Very much by the book there from Arnaud Mattern to ask if he's allowed to look over at the other table.
That's too late. That's fine.
Smirnov makes the call from the big blinds with ace-4 offsuit. He's got the best of it, and here comes deuce, 3-4 with 2 diamonds. Diamonds for Mulele. Smirnov with a pair of 4s and a gut shot.
Smirnov checks. Good looking flop here for Mulele, all things considered.
Come on.
Thanks.
Checks behind. Gonna try and realize that equity. Jack of hearts on the turn. Chat saying action flop. Well, I don't know.
Danger flop, maybe.
I mean, danger flop, yes, a little bit more than an action flop. It's just that at this stage of the tournament, are you really just going to go crazy with top pair on a 4-high flop? Are you really going to go crazy with the 8-high flush draw? I mean, probably going to take things a little bit more cautiously. Another check here from Smirnov. He does have the best hand. A little bit more equity for his holding now that the turn has kept him in front. Mulele checking behind once again. 9 of spades on the river. I would think at some point Mulele wants to try and put some money in this pot. I can't imagine you ever think that your 8-high is best.
Hát egyelőre nincs. Jó, hát egyelőre nincs az. Az lehet, hogy lesz.
Flip side, it's going to be Smirnov.
Most heads-upba se kell, hogy legyen 5-ös.
Coming out with 1.5 million. Mulally quickly gives it up.
Majd kiderül, ja.
Smirnov takes this one down. Well done by the chip leader at this table. Up to 2,700 likes. Remember, Remco did mention giveaway for 5 monthly subs to PokerGo.com. When we hit 3,000 likes on the video, hit that like button. That's a little thumbs up right below the video. We appreciate all of you watching, tuning in from all over the world.
I'm just like excited and counting down the hands until we get down to the final 10 and see some real fireworks. You know, I want to see how the other big stacks play. We haven't seen Pavel Plesuv yet. We haven't seen the other big stacks on the stream. I miss Ryo, who is still in on the other table. Obviously, yes. Lots of poker left to be played. And we're now in that awkward sort of phase where there's lots of staring, there's lots of tanking. These players all eager to at least make the final table, which of course for any player is a massive accomplishment.
Stasholm here with the Queen 9 suited. I wonder if we'll see him get aggressive here. Maybe just open jam this one. Just guessing how he played that 9-7 suited earlier. Wonder if we're going to see the same sort of thing here. Wow, there it is. Max pressure on the guys behind him. Let's see if they can wake up with anything. Okay, ace-6 suited. The pained looks from Anton Smirnov.
10.8.
That is into the muck. Mattern quickly calls.
Wow. All right.
He's got ace-8 off. Wow. Mattern right in there.
Arnaud Mattern not wasting any time calling with ace-8. He is ahead here versus Stasholm, but it's going to be close. Arnaud Mattern hoping for ace-high to hold up here to keep him in the tournament, but he is at risk. Here comes the flop. 9, King, Jack. A brilliant flop for Stasholm. He's got the hearts, he's got the pair. Jack of clubs on the turn. Mattern puts the jacket on. Looking for an ace or a king, or else he'll be eliminated. River card is the 10 of clubs. And Arnaud Mattern is sent to the rail.
Wow.
What a turn of events here. One misstep with Queen Jack where he shoved and doubled up Charles Benoit. And all of a sudden, his chips melting as if they were out in the Las Vegas sun. The French pro eliminated in 12th place.
$85,600 for Mattern.
And the final 11 players now guaranteed $107,000, meaning we are now on the final table bubble. 6- and 5-handed play between these two tables. One more elimination before we redraw for that final table of 10. You got to feel a little bit there for Arnaud Mattern, Donnie.
Yes, you do. I mean, that misstep that you mentioned with that Queen Jack running into the queens of Benoit really just derailed the whole tournament for him. Still a good run, though.
Yeah,
85K.
Still a very good run. This table now 5-handed until we get down to 10, meaning the blinds and antes will come around a bit quicker. This was Mattern's first cash at the 2023 World Series of Poker. We'll see him again for sure in the main event, which he made a deep run in back in 2021, finishing at 167th place. This $85,000 cash was Mattern's biggest live tournament cash, Donnie, since 2011.
Wow.
Back then, he cashed for $120,000, finishing 10th in the World Series of Poker Europe main event.
I remember that.
That event won by Elio Fox.
Oh, yes.
Beating Chris Moorman heads up.
Sean Buchanan at that final table?
Yep. Jay Cody.
Oh, yeah.
Max Silver.
Look at that.
Patrick Antonius.
Legendary stuff. Was that at the Majestic?
At the Majestic Barriere.
That's right.
Smirnoff raising the button here with King 6 offsuit.
Curious here what Benoit is playing with, because he's going to make the call. He's in the big blind. There is a dead small blind because Arnaud Mattern went out in the big blind last hand. We know that Benoit is at least an ace and is flopping top pair here on the ace, 9, 8, 2 heart flop. Benoit checks. Minimum bet from Smirnoff, 800,000.
We know Benoit has at least top pair.
There's the call. 10 of spades on the turn. Check from Benoit.
One hand and one hand opening. Once your hand is complete, please stand up.
Check back from Smirnoff. Jack of diamonds on the river.
Still no read on Benoit's second card. We do know for sure that he has the best hand. Benoit checks again. Has checked on all streets now. We know Smirnoff has nothing, Donnie, so he has to fire at this in order to have a chance at winning. We, of course, know that his opponent has top pair.
At least top pair.
at the minimum. Oh, here we go.
I like this.
Looks like 4.2. Sizable bet there from the Russian.
I do like this a lot from Smirnoff. Really putting Benoit to the test here. Double check there from Benoit.
I mean, this is absolutely massive decision. These are the two big stacks at this table. We're one elimination away from making the final table. Donnie, not really a straightforward call here because, of course, one card straight out there.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what Benoit has. I wish we did because it would help us be able to go through with this one. I'm guessing he had just one pair.
Wow. Benoit lays down the ace, and Smirnoff takes this one down. I bet you guys in the chat did not expect to see that one. I definitely did not expect to see that one, especially after checking 3 times, showing no strength whatsoever.
I mean, I could see him folding 2 pair there, possibly. You know, an ace-jack and ace-10 hand.
Giving Smirnoff a lot of credit there. Everyone eyeing a place at the final table. No pay jump right now. Action back on Smirnoff. Ace deuce offsuit. He's been doing some real good business here at this feature table, up to 32 million chips.
Yeah, really separating himself from the rest of the players at this table. Just saw it on that last one. Good leverage spot for Smirnoff against second in chips at this table, Benoit.
Let's deal one more hand to the deuce. One more hand to the deuce.
Wouldn't expect anything here from Mattern. He's just been pretty methodical overall with his play. Taking a little bit of time on every decision before he ultimately folds, so and that's what we see there.
Looks like we'll be going on a dinner break, and we started with a bit of a longer delay, meaning we can cut out the majority of this dinner break. Looks like we're going to go on a 10-minute break while the players go on a 1-hour break. It's a little bit of movie magic here. I believe this is the last hand before dinner as Stausholm finds ace-7 of spades. So we'll be going on a 10-minute break. Players are going to go on a 1-hour break, and then through the power of internet magic, we'll resume the action pretty quickly. Stausholm, though, finds a playable hand, raises it up. Once again, we're just one elimination away from making the final table of 10. Plenty more poker left to be played tonight. 1.2 million up for grabs for the winner. 1 million for second place. When you let that sink in, makes you perhaps better understand why these players are so cautious and so careful. They're only a few eliminations away from life-changing money if the $107,000 they're currently guaranteed is not already life-changing in some way. Buy-in was only $1,500, so definitely a massive spot for the players currently in this event. Tomorrow, the 25K PLO event will stream live on PokerGO. Make sure you don't miss that. 2.3 million up for grabs in that one. Mattern stalling to make sure that he doesn't have to play another hand. And we hit that dinner break. It's a tactic we've seen many, many times before. Mullally is going to lay down his cards from the big blind. All right, it's time for a dinner break. The players are leaving us for 60 minutes, but we will be back in 10. We're going to cut that delay short a little bit, and we'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The 2023 WSOP still ongoing here on PokerGO. The Millionaire Maker down to 11 players. We are on the official final table bubble. One more elimination and we will combine for a final table of 10. We're playing a whopping 500K, 1 million with 1 million big blind ante. The remaining players are all guaranteed $107,000. Next player out also will receive $107,000 before pay jumps will go up incrementally from 9th place all the way down to the winner. The goal tonight is to play down as far as we can and then bring the remaining players back tomorrow for the conclusion of this tournament. Donnie, it's been quite a grind today. We had a really quick start with lots of eliminations, and then it has slowed down with each passing level. What can we expect from this next hour? Are we going to expect to see a lot more of sort of the slow approach to the game?
Yeah, I mean, I think these players are obviously eyeing the final table. I mean, understandably so, right? So I think the methodical play is, going to continue. I wouldn't expect much different at this point. I also feel like, these players are coming back from dinner. You always kind of get a post-dinner break lull, maybe call it some food coma. I don't know, but...
Oh, wow. Speaking of food coma, we got all in action here right away. Stausholm unlikely to call here, I was going to say, but he makes the call right away.
Okay, here we go.
Wow. King 10 versus Queen 10. Stausholm in a great situation to bring us down to the final 10 here right off the bat. Wow. What a massive spot for Stausholm, who could be up to over 30 million chips if this holds up here. Oh my God, Queen in the window. Mullally, our new kid at the feature table, absolutely drills it here. Stausholm looking for a king or a jack, or he'll be left with just 8 million chips. 7 on the turn is going to give him more outs. 15 outs now. But is it too many? Stausholm needs to hit. Mullally ahead here. River card 4 of clubs. Mullally doubles up to 23.8 million chips, Donnie.
I mean, Martin Stausholm has just run pretty bad overall in these all-ins.
Less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes.
Martin Stausholm now back down, 8 big blinds. He's been here before, so he'll certainly know what to do.
I mean, he's been short like on 5 separate occasions, managed to double up every single time. Stausholm in the small blind here. Could see him shoving to potentially pick up some much needed blinds and antes here. Currently on a 30-minute delay. Oh yeah, he does move all in here. Let's see what Smirnov finds. Ace-9 suited, this could be trouble for Stausholm. The call is made right away. We have back-to-back all-ins coming back from dinner break. Stausholm was a positive showdown away from being one of the big stacks, and now he is one run out away from being on the rail. What an unbelievable turn of events here. One moment you're cruising, the next moment you're on your way out the door. Needs to hit a jack or something to stay alive here. Ace, queen, 7, 3 spades. That is not going to help him at all. The best he can hope for right now is running spades to chop it up. Spade on the turn. Okay, we're not drawing dead just yet. Spades for a chop, 10 for the win. Chop. river card. It's the King of Hearts, and we're down to our final 10. Big action coming back from dinner. Smirnoff up to 42 million chips. Wow. Stausholm must be dejected. We are down to the final 10 players in this event, 1.2 million up for grabs. We are going to have to take a short little break here as players redraw for their seats at the final table. Don't go anywhere. The final table is about to start.
We're good to go. We're going to start the clock. Dealers.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are down to the final 10 players here in the record-setting World Series of Poker Millionaire Maker Tournament. My name is Donnie Peters. I'm joined alongside by Remco Rinkemann. He stepped out of the room for a brief moment, but he'll be back shortly. Remco did promise a giveaway when we got to 3,000 likes on the video. I see 3,000 likes. We'll wait till Remco goes back. I want him to be able to run the giveaway. It's his little baby, okay? So know that that giveaway is coming. Do know that when we do the giveaway, you enter the giveaway by chatting in the YouTube chat. Therefore, you have to be a subscriber to the YouTube channel in order to chat. So get that out of the way right now, because it does take a couple of minutes to kick in that subscriber mode for the chat. So make sure you are subscribed to the channel. And then when Remco gets back, I'll alert him that we are up over 3,000 likes. And then we will do the giveaway for 5 monthly subs to PokerGO.com.
16.9? 16.8, I think.
Getting right into the action here. Michael Orr, all in with pocket nines. Andreas Kniep, also known as Ryo, is going to go all in himself with ace-king. Here we go. We are off and running with 10 players left.
50-50, 50-50.
Michael Orr, the player at risk here, up against Ryo Kniep. Classic flip right now. Nines versus ace-king. Here we go. Queen, 3, deuce, all spades. Neither player holding a spade. Could run out spade for a chop, but we'll see how it goes. A little bit of a celebration there from Kniep, but not out of it yet. Got to fade a 9 on the river. On the river is going to eliminate Michael Orr in 10th place. He takes home $100,000.
Fighting David! Official fighting David!
You hear the cheers there from the rail.
C'est barré, tant pis, je m'en bats les couilles. Je le connais pas. Je le connais pas, je m'en bats les couilles.
Here could not be any different from the drawn out down to 14 down to 10, and all of a sudden we are down to 9.
Final table.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you
We have it in our stats.
Stick around.
The official final table.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever made a final table before?
While we were out,
Official final table.
giveaway's coming.
Congrats, everybody. One final table. Whatever happened.
Remco's baby, he can run it. I made sure to remind everyone that entering the giveaway, you got to be a subscriber, you got to chat.
On your cost, but I mean.
Hopefully they took care of that. So I think you are free to run the giveaway whenever you want at this point.
How about we give away an annual sub?
Can I have one water? Water?
An annual upgrade.
An annual upgrade? What if they have annual?
Well, then you figure
if
something.
If they have annual, we'll give them a $30 gift credit to the PokerGO shop.
There we go. Okay, cool. So we're going to do 5 monthly subs for YouTube chat, and we're going to do an annual sub upgrade for PokerGO chat. If you already are an annual subscriber, then we'll give you a merch credit for you to use. There we go. Let's have some fun with this, ladies and gentlemen. We are down to the final 9. Multiple millions up for grabs. Like I said before, $1 million for second and $1.2 million for first. The rail is growing and growing. As I just walked back into the booth, it is absolute mayhem out there, which is really cool to see.
What a difference 5 minutes make.
How much are you playing?
Are you fucking kidding me?
How much are you playing?
We just hit a pay jump as well. The final 9 guaranteed $136,000 as Mullally finds pocket aces.
Hello.
All right, give me a second here to calm down before we can do our giveaway here.
2.5.
Mullally raised it up to 2.5 million. For some reason, Donnie, Benoit makes me think of Tony Gregg. look at him the next time he comes on screen.
No, yeah, I see it now. I see it now.
Pavel Plesuv there in the 2 seat, the most experienced player at this table.
Smirnoff here might defend here with the queen nine of clubs. Certainly a very playable hand. That is exactly what he's going to do, making the call. Heads up to the flop.
All right, so in order for you to do the giveaway on PokerGO chat, you need to change your name in the chat so I can verify who you are. So change your name in the chat. Hit the little avatar button when you're logged into PokerGO on your desktop device. Go to your profile and change your username to something other than guest, whatever the case may be.
Quite a bit of an action flop here. Aces are the overpair for Mulally. Smirnoff defending on the big blind, flopping top pair and a flush draw. Wow, 3.2 from Mulally, so right about half pot.
We're going to do a giveaway first on
If Smirnoff
YouTube.
here just check jams to put maximum pressure on his opponent, I mean, we could be playing a big one.
Oh, yeah.
He could obviously just call here. He could check raise to a smaller amount. I think all options are pretty open.
I mean, if I'm Smirnoff, I'm for sure check raising. This is such a monster hand. He even got some back doors to add into the mix with that 9 playing quite well with the 8 and the 6. As you can see on the screen, 53% for Smirnoff.
There it is.
Wow.
Wow, all of it.
All of it. He's going to look back at those cards.
I can't imagine Mulally's folding. I think you have to go with this here.
Wow. What an insane spot here. We're 9-handed.
Schreibt doch mal rein, soll ich euch verraten?
All in.
All right. Here we go. Wow.
All in and a call.
Off and running.
Wow.
In a fury. Jeez.
Thinking back of the seniors event, we had 50 million in the middle as well at the start of final table play. This time it is aces versus queen 9, top pair and a flush draw. 14 outs for Smirnoff. Mulally needs those aces to hold up, and if they do, he's going to be one of the chip leaders.
Wild start to this final table.
What a wild start. Turn card 3 of diamonds. That's giving the edge now to the aces.
So far so good for Mulally, but cannot feel comfortable in this spot having to dodge all these outs.
Has to fade. Queen 9 or a club. The river is the 10 of spades, and the aces will hold up.
Nice hand.
Wow.
What crazy swing here. Smirnoff goes from second in chips down to 17.5 million. Second to last on the leaderboard with 9 players remaining. Wow.
You go behind, right?
Can't really fault him there, flopping top pair and a flush draw.
Absolutely insane hand.
It's pretty nice.
You can't do anything.
You can't do anything. I mean, trying to apply maximum leverage. If he does get called, he's got a ton of equity, right? That one just doesn't go his way on the turn and river.
Plesuv and Smirnoff discussing the hand, and Russian over there in the corner.
Mulally now,
What was that talk?
out of nowhere,
Only pay aces.
bullets, the Rockets, shooting him up to second on the
You have to
leaderboard.
give me that talk.
Now he only trails Javier Kniep at the top of the leaderboard.
All right. Still haven't even gotten to know all these players. And we've already lost one. We've already seen a massive all-in. Andreas Mattern, our short stack with 8 big blinds. Is it Mulally or Mulally? Mulally sounds almost more logical, but I'm going to go ask him if he makes tomorrow's final table to verify that for me. Coutinho from Brazil is probably going to draw out lots of spectators as well. And now it is Plesuv finding aces.
What is going on?
As dull and quiet as the play might have been before dinner break, as hyped up things are right now, things are absolutely mental.
It's something about this horseshoe table. I got.
Alex. On défend quoi du coup en blanc à peu près 20 dips?
Voilà, ça dépend de qui open, ça dépend.
Ouais, sur les gros stocks quoi.
C'est quoi ta question, j'en parle?
Genre, un truc genre, je sais pas, Daniel Sucre, on continue à défendre.
28-4 behind. 28-4 behind. 28-4 behind.
Mullally asking for a count there.
This is a dream spot if you're Plesuv, because my guess is that he's been one of the more active players, you know, willing to ramp up the aggression at times, just knowing the experience that he brings into this event this deep. So, tricky spot if you're in Mullally's position here. Obviously has a very good hand himself, ace-queen off. Does make the call. Oh no.
Wow. What? The case ace hits on the flop. Top set for Plesuv. Mullally with ace-queen could be in major trouble here. Plesuv the shorter stack. Has around 2 times the size of the pot left behind. $2.6 million is the bet. Donnie, if you're in Mullally's shoes here, are you looking to just call and see a turn card, or you're trying to deny some equity because there's 2 hearts out there?
It's fine to just call. That is what Mullally does.
Turn card.
Oh,
Queen
wow.
of hearts.
I mean, I don't know what to say.
Wow.
Could the 3 hearts possibly save Mullally here? I mean, again, against a player that is as experienced, likely playing aggressive in the spots he should be as Plesuv, you would think is doing. I can't imagine Mullally is going to get out of this here. Stack to pot ratio, you know, isn't too crazy. Plesuv doesn't have too much over. He checks behind.
Oh,
Look
wow.
at this.
River card, 3 of spades, complete blank here. This could get really ugly on the river. Donnie, if you're Mullally, can't really give Plesuv too many flush combos, right? Like, what kind of flush combo is 3-betting before the flop?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like especially with the Queen of Hearts hitting, because let's say he's 3-betting like a King, Queen of Hearts.
Right.
Well, the Queen of Hearts is now out there.
Yeah, so King, Jack of Hearts is like the only reasonable hand, which is unreasonable.
Unless he's totally stepping out with, like, I don't know, Jack 8 of Hearts, you know, something like that. But I don't think that's what we'd be seeing here. So.
And then from Plesuv's perspective, what kind of hard combos is he worried about?
11.
11 million!
Wow.
Massive bet from Mullally, thinking that he's going for value. Plesuv can do no other than just make the call. And he's going to show his set of aces and win a pot worth 40.7 million chips.
Good at the flush game, man.
Wow.
Honestly, that could have been worse for Mullally, because he bet the river there. He was only just called in position.
Yeah, exactly. It feels shit, but it was good.
We're 3 hands in, and all 3 have been incredible.
I mean, it's just, it's this table, man. It's crazy. Saw it for 2 days in the seniors. We've seen it all summer long. Now this. Of course, here we got 2 7-figure scores up for grabs up top. I mean, This is the World Series of Poker, baby. Let's go.
There's a bottle of champagne being opened there in the back.
You can't celebrate early. Who is that person?
It's a gold-colored bottle of champagne.
Put that away.
Wow. Absolutely mental action so far at this final table. Roberto raising it up here to 2 million.
Поставили маленькую. Turn, check, check. Ривер огромная, call.
Ace King suited.
Okay.
19?
Gun us in the small blind with 33 million.
По-моему, туз дама или туз король, я не помню. Меньше, 20, по-моему.
Gunness moves all in to put pressure on the remaining players.
Turn вопрос был, ставить, не ставить.
Roberto lays it down quickly.
Какой минрейз? У меня меньше минрейза.
Yep, sounds good.
We know it wasn't Jacks.
Yeah. Then that, of course, would have been a call.
You guys can hear the noises from the rail. Bit more excited now.
No more.
Around one table.
Hey, when did they start? They were my friends.
Mullally finds kings now on this hand. This just keeps getting crazier.
Who filled the Hungarians up with liquor?
I can't believe this is real.
Who filled them up with liquor?
As soon as we got down to the final table, things have gotten crazy. By the way, if you're in the chat, let us know who you're rooting for.
Hungarian national drink, right? Strawberry juice.
I'm going to try to find some room for a giveaway, but for now, we're going to just have to wait it out because these hands are way too exciting. Ace Queen for Coutinho. Potential clash on our hands here. Coutinho sitting on 21 big blinds. Donnie, would you fault him for a shove here?
No, I wouldn't.
Lots of Rio fans in the chat meanwhile. Got a bunch of Canadians rooting for Benoit. Just waiting for our Brazilians to show up. There they are. Lots of Vamos coming as well. As Coutinho 3-bets here.
How much is the raise? 4.9.
Ace Queen for Plesuv.
I refuse to believe these hands are real at this point. I mean, what is going on?
Wow. Everyone gets somewhat of a premium hand. Plesuv, meanwhile, up to 53.4 million, lays down the ace queen. Rio, still our chip leader, 57 million, after that massive hand that brought us down to the final 9.
How much did you start the hand with?
21.
Thank you.
Action now back on Mullally.
All in?
All in.
He moves all in. Coutinho now having to decide for his tournament life with ace-queen offsuit. Nobody likes deciding for the tournament life with ace-queen offsuit.
Quick fold there.
Well done by the Brazilian. And the streak of big hands with exciting play continues.
Save.
Mullally going to pick pick up queens now? Is that how this goes?
Oh yeah, for sure. We're gonna see queens versus jacks now, probably.
Play the song. Play the song again. You should play the song. Play the song. It's a background song. Alter, die Typen sind so geil drauf.
Also finding pocket fives.
Wenn der ausscheidet, dann sage ich, ihr müsst jetzt meine Fans sein. Ich zahle den nächsten Drink. Na klar. Hier kommt es auch in Stimmung.
Smirnov finds Queen Jack of Hearts in position against the open race from Plesuv. Donnie, are we really in the seeing flops type territory, or can we just let this one go?
Fair enough.
I think it's fine to let it go.
Ready, oh man?
17 big blinds, probably not a stack size you just want to be trying to take flops with because you're ultimately not that deep. Benoit here, similar sort of spot. It's on the button. He's got 8-7 of spades, excuse me.
Ja? Achso, ja, dann schreibt mal, schick auf das Video da rein. Das ist so geil. Kannst erst in 1,5 Stunden sehen.
This one folds around and Plesuv takes it down with the 2 5s.
Wow, finally a breather here.
Catch your breath because might not last that much longer the way this thing's been going.
That's
not been mental here at this final table so far.
I was going to say, there's a lot of groups.
The rail is growing steadily as well.
But you're not also Hungarian.
Me?
You?
No. But I like to say vamo too.
Yeah, I'm American. I'll say vamo.
Vamo!
I'm in.
Rambo!
It's pretty funny how the whole vibe in the room can change so much once these players all have that collective experience of making the final table.
Да ты не так читаешь, поэтому я не понимаю.
You should always play it when it's his decision. When it's his decision, you make the sound.
I'm right.
Every time it's his
соблюдайте порядок, типа, или как?
Feels like everyone's just getting up to talk to the rail right now. Can barely even hear the players anymore over all the shouting that's going on. Oh, we got to walk. That's not normal.
Okay. You mean it wasn't aces versus kings again or something? You know?
Чек-чек, ривер, какая-то там мелочь, и он типа 3/4.
Great. So many languages being spoken. I love it. This is the World Series of Poker. It's an international affair here. Everyone in the poker world descends upon Vegas chasing piles of cash and gold bracelets. You absolutely love to see it every summer.
What instrument is that? Who's the Hungarian? Are you the Hungarian? Yeah. What's it? What instrument is that? Do we know?
Sorry?
What is that thing that they're playing? That instrument? Is that your group?
We have instruments on the rail?
Oh, it's just the. Got it.
Hast du einmal diese ganze Stimmung hier aufgenommen? Wenn er dieses blöde Ding da spielt, ey.
Margarita trombone.
Nächstes Mal, wenn er spielt, musst du aufnehmen.
Did someone bring a trombone to the room? I mean, nothing would
Bringing back
surprise
the
me.
vuvuzelas?
Look at the tournament staff. Probably trying to
let them do what they want. As long as they don't break anything on the set, we're good.
A couple of years ago, we had players falling over the rail. This night seems to be heading in that direction as well as Roberto picks up pocket jacks.
Aren't you guys happy we made the switch to stream the Millionaire Maker?
I mean, this is just mental.
Ryo here, playable ace-3. I mean, chip position, I could see him just ripping this, to be honest. Wow, okay,
Wow.
let's go with it.
Just ripping it. Ribouchon makes the call.
Here we go.
Allez, faut tenir là. Allez.
Fans
are going mental, but Jack's not out there. If you guys can still hear us at home.
Микрофон включен. Ну вот его спросили, он так что король 10, что его сразу надо красный.
Yeah, where's that club? Where's that club on the turn? Still possible here.
I thought I learned from your buddy how to play. You know what I mean? That's what you do.
Ribouchon received a massive double.
I'm not sure if the longer the louder. The louder.
No, louder. Motherfucker.
Depends on who's left.
Yeah, exactly.
Depends on who's left.
Well, it's back at
If it's like me and you left, it'll be a nice piece for it.
Let's do it. That's what I want.
I know it's okay.
Although my buddy's here now, he'll cheer, but by himself, he's not going to do it.
Who needs commentators, Dottie? They can't even hear us.
With that pot going Sean's way, Kniep has slipped to second in chips. Plesuv is now the chip leader.
This is my favorite kind of poker. Absolutely mental scenes here from the Horseshoe. If you happen to be in Vegas, you better come down right now to experience this in person. Wow. Ribouchon up to 32.2 million, 32 big blinds.
Perdu ma bouteille d'eau. Tu mettras. Tu mettras à chaque fois. Ça, Jamy
6.9 behind.
32.
Well, Kniep just moving all in here from the button.
C'est bon, on a le droit de pas souffrir aussi.
Before dinner was the complete opposite of what this is.
Absolutely insane.
It was slow, it was methodical, there was a lot of ICM spots, a lot of awkwardness, stack sizes. Some people were super, super short. People were trying to ladder up page jump. We've now gotten down to the final table here, and it's just been absolute chaos ever since.
People talking about the microphones on the rail. There are no microphones on the rail. These are
They're only on the players.
They're simply the player mics picking up on the excessively loud rail. And the funny thing is, Donnie, you and I are sitting in the booth here. We can hear them from outside of our booth. It's so
It's absolutely crazy. These are the best events at the World Series of Poker when you got them. So crazy.
Nickname.
Nothing malicious. Everyone just rooting for their player, having a lot of fun.
Was it heel rush?
Drinking, cheering,
I
pounding.
really don't know why, but
As long as they don't break anything, it's all
Because
cool.
you spray drinks and...
dialed in here. 58th. Donnie, look, they're carrying these giant drinks. No wonder they're so loud.
He wants to give $100 tip to the deal.
Oye.
Benoit with ace-10 offsuit as the madness is likely to continue if he even just wins the blinds and antes.
$100 deal, $100 tip is good. I think, you know, they want to give you $100 tip.
Donnie, like once or twice a year, we have a massive rail with crazy shouting, and people are still complaining about the atmosphere, even though normally it's super quiet. Like, just enjoy the madness for what it is. It's just as loud in our ears than it is on yours. Of course, we're trying to balance it all. These guys are screaming like crazy. It is absolutely crazy out here.
Pressure here from Plesuv as he jams blind versus blind against Smirnov.
This is a tip for you, sir.
Yeah. Oh, of course, please go.
Thank you. From your rail?
Yeah.
Benoit, one of the only players that has not had a big rail moment. He's very cool, calm, and collected. I wonder if he's just all about the prize here.
Ass 3 Hand wäre natürlich schön gewesen, wenn das Ass kommt.
Plesuv here is going to come in with a raise on the button.
2 million.
Kicka ju ner telefonen.
Ich dachte, dass er vielleicht dann auch einer von den callt, weil ich gerade schon mit Ass 3 reingegangen bin.
Things have quieted down for the first time in a few hands, as action is on Gunnis in the big blind with ace-7 offsuit.
Soll noch 40 oder so. Mexican proof. Danke, danke. Letzte Minute Meister werden.
Gunnis coming with the 3-bet here. I believe he announced 6.4 million.
Ja, geil.
6.4, ja. 6.4 million.
Geil. 40 or something.
Thank you.
45, exactly. Oh, actually, 45.5. 45.
Wow, looks like Plesuv is not done with this hand just yet as the action continues here at the Millionaire Maker final table. Gunnis makes it 6.4 million, and Pavel Plesuv, one of the most experienced players at this final table, is going to make a 4-bet. Donnie, I feel like all the players are just playing on a different level ever since reaching the final table, as Plesuv makes it 11.4 million to go.
Gets it through, look at that.
Wow, Gunnis lets it go, and Plesuv extends his chip lead. Some power poker right there.
It's a tip. Can you hold this till
Plesuv now almost 20 million ahead of everyone else.
Wow. All right, let me quickly try to squeeze in this giveaway that I've promised to do. Hopefully we don't run into any major hands here. We're going to do the first one here on our YouTube chat.
How much are we playing?
15-5.
Okay, this is a two-part question. There's no wrong answers. Anyone who submits is automatically entered into the raffle. Give me your prediction for how many players will be in the main event this year, and let me know who you want to see win. It can be yourself, your uncle, your brother, your mother, Negrano, Ivy, Helmuth, whatever you want to say. So I need a number and I need a name in the chat. Number and a name. Giving away 5 monthly subs to PokerGO.
He was like annoying.
Ah ouais, mais ça après, mais lui il fait du bruit en permanence.
Number and a name to be eligible.
Plesuv here picking up ace
What
queen
so far?
after Muleli opened with the king jack off. So the chip leader is going to continue to press on the accelerator here. Rightfully so.
Muss man eigentlich sagen, you have to tell the others when the big hand comes. Weißt du, wenn die
I'll tell you what, put Pavel Plesuv on the list of people I would not like to see at my table with the chip lead.
Absolutely.
It is going to be a nightmare for everyone else.
Absolutely mental. All right, keep those shouts coming in the chat. Number and name. How many players in the main, and who do you want to see win? By the way, Donnie, an incredible amount of people saying Phil Ivey right now.
Ivy, Ivy, Ivy.
With Oscar.
Raise it to me.
Kniep finds ace-3 suited here, raising it up to 2 million. Gotta love that suited ace.
Не, ну этот пошел напрягать, а не может же как бы заставляться все равно.
Action on Smirnov. We haven't seen his cards yet.
Я подумал, что рука как раз годится. Да, да, я понимаю, я ж с ним играл. Ну, сейчас тут там разные, в принципе, мог и Колом сыграть, но в бассейне вроде через 3 часто играются. Как бы тут есть пару таких покороче, знаешь, он не будет там особо.
Looks like we're getting involved here. Oh, wow.
Here we go.
That is a committing type stack potentially going into the middle here. Smirnov, king of clubs at least, raising it up to 7 million.
Yeah, 3 or 4 stacks of blue. 3 of them.
La chance.
All right, the German is going to let this one go. Let me remind you to please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Only then can you be eligible for the giveaway. At the end of the upcoming hand, we'll do the draw. So smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. I'm going to pick 5 winners from YouTube chat.
You have ace-3 earlier in our hand?
4-bet?
4-bet. I'm going to find out.
Yeah, in an hour, not in an hour.
I think less. I think a little less. Doesn't matter. I was full.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Well, that's 6 of clubs?
6 of clubs. Got flipped over in the muck.
My try here on the short stack with 8 big blinds, finds ace-queen offsuit. Could be a real contender for a shove here. The Hungarians excited for their friend to get involved.
Officially strawberry juice, unofficially vodka. With strawberry, but mainly vodka. Yeah, exactly, vodka. Maybe with
Action folds to Benoit on the button with Queen Jack of clubs.
It's definitely a Hungarian national drink.
9 about?
Yeah, it's 8.9.
No. We will recruit them. If we bust, we will recruit them.
So far, so good for Mattern. He's going to likely pick up the blinds and antes here, and he does. Tony, these guys have brought in their own drinks. You cannot order these here at the casino.
Looks like they got them somewhere on the Las Vegas Strip, maybe at the Grand Bazaar shops out front, you know, you never know.
Oh,
Having a little Vegas fun, bringing it to this final table.
Epic scenes. All right, I'm going to do I'm going to name 5 people that have won the giveaway. Listen closely. Email social@pokergo.com if you hear your name called. Social@pokergo.com. Send me a screenshot of you logged into your YouTube account, and I will credit you with a free month of PokerGo action. All right, here we go. Alexander Kozin, K-O-Z-I-N. Randy Harrington. Johnny Hunter. Elvir Fale, or Fail. And last one, Gibraltar Hammer. Okay, one more time. Alexander Kozin, Randy Harrington, Johnny Hunter, Elvir Fail or Fale, and Gibraltar Hammer. There you go. Social@pokergo.com. Hit us up. I'll help you figure it out. Plesuv raising it up to 2 million. The chip leader is staying aggressive, extending his lead over the rest of the field. This man is in control, Ronnie.
Yeah, 70 big blinds, 27% of the chips in play. Has the experience to back it all up as well.
On
the opposite side of the leaderboard, you have Andreas Mattern, Vitor Coutinho, and Charles Benoit on sub 15 big blind stacks. The urgency much more present there.
Auf geht's! Auf geht's, ab geht's!
Я не знаю вообще. 16-16. Ну, молодец, что сказать.
Benoit finds ace king suited. He's been rather quiet so far, sitting on 14 big blinds. We might see a shove here.
Не, ну Терн как бы хороший, да, ему не против тузов, а вообще в целом. Понятно, что ну по-другому не сыграть.
Benoit reaching for those
Нету с король может быть, которые
500k chips and those million chips.
Типа пулер. И как бы ну ривер на пушку выкинул.
Coutinho in the big blind finds ace-queen offsuit, and he moves all in. Benoit is obviously going to snap this off, and we're going to see an all-in showdown here between Brazil and Canada. All right, for those with sensitive ears, you might want to cover them because this is about to get loud. Coutinho at risk here with ace-queen offsuit.
He gets the money?
Benoit in the lead, and he has the bigger stack. Here comes the flop. Queen, Jack, 9. Coutinho flops, top pair, top kicker. Benoit has outs though, a king or a 10 would still give him the win. The Canadian drawing slim though. Let's see the turn card. It is the 8 of clubs. Doesn't change a thing. Benoit needs a 10 or a king, or else he'll be down to just 1.4 million. Can Coutinho hold up here? The river card. It is the 9 of hearts. Coutinho doubles up to 26.7 million. Are you ready?
John. John. Hey, yo, John.
Benoit has to be devastated.
Johnny John. Lui, il a qui dans le règlement?
Yeah, the other kid will take it away and give it back. That's fair,
King 9.
Chips are being counted and verified as Charles Benoit is down to just one big blind and a little bit.
3 Tage wach.
The Canadian.
Auf geht's, ab geht's. 3 Tage
all
wach.
but
Finally it worked out for you guys.
Yeah.
Coutinho with a big double up. He is now 6th in chips. Ace head offsuit for Plesuv as the action continues. All right, now giveaway for our PokerGO.com viewers. For an annual subscription, if you're watching on PokerGO.com, in the chat, a slight alteration to my earlier question. How many players in the main event, and which country is the winner going to be from? Which country is the winner going to be from? So number and country name. Plesuv, meanwhile, is going to stick to his game plan. He's going to continue raising as Benoit lays this one down. He's going to take another free couple of hands.
Ouais. Ouais. Oh le gros!
T'as vu la blague?
Ça va?
T'as pas capté la blague?
Oui, j'ai compris. C'est pas drôle. C'est juste, c'est nul. Hein. Oui, j'ai compris. Merci, Aaron. Il n'est pas frais. Ouais.
A few quick folds over to Mattern in the big one. He lets it go, and once again, Plesuv is going to pick up some chips.
3 Tage wach. 3 Tage. 3 Tage. Hier links kann. 3 Tage wach.
Ça, c'est relou parce que je pense qu'il va beaucoup saluer les...
Puta madre.
Sorry, should I move back?
Things are settling down just a little bit here. It gives me time to tell you that the average stack right now, 28.9 million chips.
But one after the other, one after the other.
Je le déteste, enculé, en plus. C'est derrière, là. Le grand, ouais, je le déteste.
How much for that?
Ouais, Brazil, caramba.
9.4, I think.
No matter how long he's there.
Coutinho finds pocket tens on the button.
Thanks for making it fun. Yeah, thank you.
Coutinho moves all in, making it very straightforward here. Wow! Picks up the blinds and antes.
In another one of those rather tricky ICM spots with Benoit here on 1.5 big blinds.
Imagine stumbling into the jacks of Pavel Plesuv at that moment. Thank you all so much for sticking around. I know you guys were all thinking, man, this event is getting rather boring before we got to the final table, but then all of a sudden, all hell broke loose, and now we're amidst total chaos with 9 players remaining in this Millionaire Maker. Benoit is he gonna limp in here, Donnie?
He is gonna limp in here.
Limping with ace-6 offsuit. A bunch of garbage hands behind him. Folded all the way over to Plesuv in the small blind. 9-4 off. At this point, you might as well just get in there.
Yeah, this limp here from Benoit could get him up against Plesuv from the small blind and Smirnov in the big blind. If he had just put the 1.4 million in, maybe Plesuv folds the 9-4. He's going to fold it anyway, but
wow,
it was more of a decision there.
Smirnov laughing. He knows that it's only cost him 400K more. Yeah, he's just going to put it in there. Oh yeah, he's got to make the legal raise, and then he can take it back, and here we go. We got a showdown. Ace-6 versus King-7. Benoit at risk. Man, he's got a lot of doubling up to do to get back in it, but here's 4.3 million at stake. All right, let's see the flop here. King in the window, disaster for Benoit. Benoit looking for an ace or a 6 to double up. Jack of diamonds on the turn. Ace or a 6 for Benoit, or he'll be our 9th place finisher. River card. It is the 10 of clubs. Smirnov sends Benoit to the rail, and we are down to the final 8 in the Millionaire Maker. Charles Benoit takes home $136,000 for finishing in 9th place. The remaining 8 are guaranteed $173,000 as the action will continue.
40 million. Yeah, 8 left. Average is 30-something.
Hey, jump.
Every single bust out is now a pay jump.
Anderson tie, the shortest stack remaining now. 8 big blinds for him. Almost 9 big blinds. He had 8.9 million at 1 million big blind.
Going to announce our PokerGO giveaway winner. The winner is Jalib. Jalib on PokerGO chat. Congratulations. Send an email to social@pokergo.com with a screenshot of you logged into your PokerGO account. We'll verify you through your email address as well. Jalib. Congrats. Hit us up. We'll get you sorted.
Try here. All in. Ace-5 of clubs. Raise from Coutinho.
Could see a call here, Donnie.
Could see a call here, yes. I mean, we just talked about Matrai being short. He's got just under 9 big blinds. Coutinho thinks that he's live. He might make this call here. Ultimately will be for right around a third of Coutinho's stack.
Yeah, I mean, 50
8.9 million total.
60 something. I think number 2.
Into the tank we go for the Brazilian.
Put pressure because I was chip leader. Then I went
Je sais pas ce qu'il a open 25 dips dans ce spot-là, je l'ai vu contre une seule. Pas de small blind.
Okay.
Genre là, il a open une main. Brésil, il a open une main, il n'y a pas de small blind. Il y a Pavel.
Coutinho doing some math here, Donnie. Do you think he's going to call this, or should he make the call here?
It's close. I mean, he thinks he's got live cards, and it's good. Obviously, you know, 7s, 8s, 9s might be shoving as well.
The gold rule of poker.
There it is. There's the call.
Oh, wow. We got another all-in showdown. Cover your ears, ladies and gentlemen. A try at risk here with ace-5 of clubs. Coutinho with king-10 of diamonds.
Get in! Get in!
Hungarian rail. Potentially cut off. Donnie, no one can hear us anyway. It doesn't even matter what we say anymore. The Hungarians are by far the drunkest rail right now.
Not a bit again, okay?
Queen of Diamonds?
All right, there you go. Now you can celebrate.
Oh my God. This is mental.
The Brazilian Coutinho sends over that 8.9 million over to Andreas Mattais, who is no longer the short stack. That belongs to Coutinho, but not by much, just 500K separating the two.
41. 41. Oh, how much do you have now?
Every time there's a big all-in, Donnie, we can just stop talking. People are going to soak up the madness.
Nice hand. Thank you.
All right, there's still 8 players left, and the field has really squeezed together nicely, Donnie. We have 3 players with roughly 20 big blinds, Smirnov, Mattrai, and Coutinho. Then we have our middle class, Paul Gunnis, Florian Ribuchon, and Miles Mullally.
I'm pretty much the same.
Kniep is sort of the comfortable man, sort of waiting in the wings, and then our chip leader right now, Pavel Plesuv, sitting on 70 big blinds. It's so loud in the room right now. If you're able to hear chanting while we're not talking and there's nothing happening at the table, that's because the room that we are like close to.
Yeah, they're like 200 feet away.
Okay. I mean, they're absolutely losing their minds right now.
Huh? How much did you start the hand with? No, I'm just afraid.
2 Americans potentially clashing here as Mullally raising it up, but Gunnis is going to
Mullally's
fold.
been fairly aggressive since we've gotten down to this final table. Some things have worked out for him, some things haven't, but he stayed aggressive. You like to see it.
Lógico. É especialidade mesmo. 19,8.
50 Millionen, 50.000 wäre es gewesen. Wenn der 50.000 mehr. Ja, jetzt haben wir 100.
Starting to sound more and more like a soccer match in here, Donnie. Wow, look at them. He's like banging his drink on the table. That thing better be empty before we get a margarita all over the floor here. Time for a few quick breaths in between big hands here. Sounds like the 25K PLO is also living up to its billing as some of the top names are flying out back to back to back. We've lost Isaac Haxton, Dylan Wiseman, Chance Kornath, and Jeremy Osmus all in a row.
Wow.
In the 25K PLO. They are now on dinner break. I believe they're playing down to the final 5. And then tomorrow we'll see that final table on PokerGO.com exclusively.
Just enjoying
Kakwan Lau, chip leader in that event right now. I believe he is a high-stakes PLO specialist.
Yeah, he came second in that tournament to Sean Deep, I believe, a couple of years ago.
No, I'm already crazy in my head.
Mattrai, fresh off of a double up, raising with pocket 5s. Mullally, ace-jack offsuit in the big blind. Let's see if he fights back. Oh yeah, he does fight back.
I like this shove. Very well done here. Gets the quick fold from his opponent.
I'm impressed with this play so far.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Brian Williams in the chat says, I want my rail to be turned just like this if I ever final table with a milli up top You can't blame them. This is a sick one.
Beep.
Coutinho finds king-queen suited here under the gun. A raise here is going to look rather strong, Donnie, off a 16 big blind stack.
Yeah, but king-queen suited certainly a hand that you can come in raising. The 1.2 million big blind, now he comes in with the min raise to 2.4 million.
Quick couple of folds over to the blinds.
2.4.
Thank you, thank you.
Coutinho picks this one up.
No, Rao's going to defend.
Oh, sorry. Covering his cards like that, I thought he was out of the mix for a second there as I'm paying too much attention to the chat.
Ace, 6-4, 2 clubs. Coutinho flopping very much the best of it here. He maintains his lead, picks up a flush draw. Good spot for him to continue as well. 1.2. And that quickly folds, and the Brazilian takes it.
If you're just tuning in to what might seem like a quiet final table, it's been an absolute madhouse for the last 40 minutes. If you're with us in the chat, please let us know where you're watching from. We must have quite the international rail right now. If you're with us on YouTube, please don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Trying to do as many of these as we can. Closing in on the main event.
No, X, скорее всего, да. Разномастный.
Bouchon raising it up. Ace-jack offsuit to 2.5 million. Kniep finds A7 suited in the small blind. Decides to play this conservatively. Lets it go.
How much you have to?
Coutinho potentially considering defending here with 6-5 suited.
What? Tell us if... Yeah, that's...
You? You?
Coutinho is going to make the call. We're going to see a flop here. 6.8 million in the middle between Ribouchon and Coutinho. 10-10 deuce on the flop, 2 hearts.
Well, just ask, tell him the first hand on the final table, which happens.
Ну, нормально. На самом деле нормально.
And the French rail goes crazy here as their friend picks up some chips. Donnie, this is really anyone's game right now. If you look at these chip counts, you know, even the shortest stack is a double up away from almost being second in chips.
That's generally how it shakes out in these poker tournaments. Everyone converges down to that final table, and one or two big hands can flip everything, which they already have. Okay, we've seen a lot of crazy stuff go down. Some stacks flip. Pavel Plesuv, of course, rising to the top of it all. I'd say Plesuv, with the chip lead that he has, the experience that he has, the betting favorite at this point, but still has to get through 7 very tough opponents.
Ну, я понимаю, что тут получше. Пойдем, там есть такие руки. Не, я понимаю, но он же не знает, как бы, он знает только то, что я свою карту в том споте. Он не знает, как я буду на это реагировать. Все.
Meanwhile, we're playing 600K, 1.2 million with a 1.2 million big blind ante. Price of poker continuing to go up.
Aggression here on the button from Kniep. Queen 3 off, but it's not going to slow him down.
Tu prends le as-valet, je pense.
Try going to make the call here from the big blind. Queen 10. Not that he necessarily knows it, but he's in a dominating spot here. 8, 6, 5, 2 clubs, 1 spade. We try checks.
King 10 offsuit, huh? Oh yeah. Ace 7 off. Let's go.
2.2 million's the bet, and Matry gives it.
With like 4 short stacks.
Non, non, non.
He's following all my advice.
Hein? C'est mieux de 8, ouais. Attends. Sorry. Genre de 8, on prend en flat.
Feels like we're just waiting for the next big outburst at this final table as Corey Allen, this donates $2 to the coffee fund, says, "Go Johnny Chan."
You love it, hey.
Johnny Chan, he made a run earlier, Donnie, the WSOP.
Of course he did.
Thought he was going to potentially go for his 11th WSOP bracelet, but not at this final table.
Coutinho moving all in here on the button, pocket 5s. This one will get on through. Does that sound like we got a little Brazilian rail picking up out there?
Yeah, I think as some of the tournaments start wrapping up around the Horseshoe and Paris, the rail is growing. I mean, Donnie, you've walked by there on our break.
It's madness out there.
It's complete madness out there.
You can barely see you can't see the table. There's so many people.
I love that we have the option this year with the Horseshoe table to provide some additional streaming. Don't leave them hanging. All right, there you go. As you might remember from last year, there was 2 tables in this horseshoe sort of bullpen type area.
Yeah, it was a little cramped in there.
Yeah, it was.
You know, so made some changes, went with 1 table in there. Aces here for Ryu.
Let's see if Ryu can pick up a few chips here. 2.4 comes in for the min raise.
J'ai 1 million, j'ai 30 millions. 31 millions.
Winning the minimum with aces.
Ils ont tous doublé quoi, donc ils ont tous doublé. Genre lui il doit avoir 17, lui il doit avoir... non, lui il doit avoir un peu moins. Il doit avoir 12, peut-être, je sais pas.
Kniep gets it done.
Il n'y a pas de... Tout est un peu close quoi.
How unlucky is that? Me, I'm playing all this shit and then I have a hand for once.
Ryo turns to his rail and says, it's a bit unlucky.
Quase o pai vai.
Picking up aces after being relatively active.
Ça me dégoûte, on dirait du foot avec du lait, c'est dégueulasse. Putain, mais j'arrête avec les...
Paul, how much are you?
Ouais.
Counting right now.
Roughly.
Just under 25 behind.
Coutinho throws King Jack offsuit into the muck here. Action folds to our chip leader on the button. Plesuv finds King Queen offsuit. He's for sure going to attack the blinds with that hand.
Oh yes.
I think it's an hour actually. They claimed it was 1.5 hours or something. I don't think so. It's at least 30 minutes.
Smirnov doesn't have a whole lot going on, but potentially wants to give off a bit of a signal that he's not just going to fold quickly every time Plesuv raises. Of course, it doesn't really matter ultimately. Plesuv the type of player that will just play his cards, play the situation, and knows exactly what to do in spots like these. Mattern, despite the recent double up, still our short stack on 11 big blinds.
20, 25, 28, 20, 30 total.
You want blues or are you good? You want blues for pink or good?
Sorry?
You want blue for pink or are you okay?
It's okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Fuck me with the aces. So, I feel.
Mattern, ace queen offsuit. 11 big blinds. He's going to move all in and go for it. And his margarita-soaked rail is once again excited to potentially see an all-in showdown. Looks like Mattern is going to pick up the blinds and antes here. Take this one down.
Button's good.
Oh my God, Donnie, did you see that? He just smashed his drink on the rail. Yeah, you better pretend like you're still drinking from that. He just walks off. He's like, no, that wasn't mine.
Okay then.
Okay, see you later, buddy.
All we ask is that you don't break anything.
What was that?
And then he breaks something.
What was that?
Earlier, we had to have the tournament pause because someone spilled a Gatorade all over the outer table. Now we got drinks being broken all over the rail.
Oh my God. That was insane.
Just say you don't know. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know this. You don't know that.
Those drinks aren't cheap either, Donnie. He just wasted 30 bucks.
Yeah, I mean,
Stop at 44.
was it even his drink?
44.
I mean, he either walked off stage in embarrassment or to try and find a towel to clean up the mess. It's one of those two. Kniep, meanwhile, raising it up with ace-10 offsuit. Action on Plesuv with king-5 of spades. Yeah, there it is. We got some towels coming in. Cleanup duty. At least it wasn't on the table as Plesuv comes in for a 3-bet. Plesuv playing his stack, playing his position, applying pressure on the other players. That was a tricky one from Kniep, Donnie. Did you see that? He asked for a verification of the raise, and then he threw his thumb up. But like he threw his thumb up to like agree with that he heard what he said. But you know and I know that there are dealers that say, oh, that's binding. That's a motion of raising. Of course, he lets it go. I wouldn't be surprised if all the Hungarians got thrown out of the room at this point.
Depois veja o que esse cara abriu do button. Quem? Esse Pavel abriu do button. Agora? É na mão que eu foldei. Não, outra mão. Que eu foldei. Tu foldou o quê? Naquela. Ah, que o Pavel tá no button.
Desapere tudo.
Action folds over to Mull Alley in the small blind with king-4 offsuit. We're down to the final 8 if you're just tuning in. This is the final table of the Millionaire Maker. The top 2 players will receive at least $1 million payout. Donnie, if you're Kniep, you got to fight back with a7 offsuit here, right? You got to just at least kick it up a little bit.
3.9.
Yes. He does, and we get the insta-fold.
Thank you.
Here's a look at PokerGoPlay.com. Go check it out. It's our free-to-play poker game on PokerGoPlay.com.
1 million. The pink.
The night is far from over yet. The original plan is to play 10 levels or down to the final 5, whatever comes first. No matter what happens, we will finish out this stream tomorrow for you guys. Donnie, I just worry a little bit. When you bring this final table back, let's say we get down to 5 or 6, tomorrow. How will we recreate the energy?
I think we got to rely on the rail.
So for some day drinking?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they won't go to bed.
Coutinho picks one up here in another blind battle. The buy-in for this event was $1,500. As Donnie mentioned earlier in the stream, this is the largest $1,500 buy-in event in history of the World Series of Poker. There were 10,430 players in this event. We're down to the final 8. The final 8 are all guaranteed to take home at least $173,000. Next player out, $222,000. The top 2 at least $1 million bucks. Absolutely crazy payouts at this final table. People who are saying the reel is quiet now. Just you wait until we see an all-in. Just you wait. They're just getting excited.
It sounded better in the past.
Ace 10 for Rubichon. He's going to raise it up. The French rail, by the way, drinking champagne right now, keeping it classy. The rail is telling each other to be quiet, but I'm pretty sure that... There we go. There we go, like clockwork. Keep in mind, he just won the blinds and antes. Donnie, CB Rufio says, Plesuv looks locked in. What sense do you get from the other players at the table? Because I agree with him, Plesuv does look like he is on top of things.
I think everyone generally looks locked in overall. I think Mullally for sure has been locked in from the start. Probably the most colorful personality as it pertains to actual mannerisms at the table might be Smirnov, because you often see him making some faces or whatnot, but even he looks pretty locked in overall. Gunnis here taking some time with the 2 7s, assessing the situation, coming in with the raise. I feel like everyone is just locked in. Oh, here we go. Ribichon's got ace jack of hearts.
All right, let's go.
Three bet from Ribichon, 5.8 million.
If you're Gunnis, Donnie, are 7s strong enough to shove, or, you know, calling seems to be super awkward to me? What are we trying to do here?
Calling does seem a little bit awkward. The sizing is kind of on the smaller side here, though. If you shove, you know, there's a lot of times he's going to have overpairs. I mean, a fair amount of time, I should say. There are times he's going to have Some big suited Broadway cards.
What's sort of the hand that you're totally comfortable shoving with? Are we talking tens?
Nines plus.
Nines plus, tens, nines?
Nines plus for sure.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting in here. Eights is probably go either way. Sevens is like kind of the cutoff of where it gets trickier. Let's fold it. Sevens is one of those weird kind of hands where it's too big of a pair to just like fold it, right? You have to come in with a raise. Then you get played back at, it's like, is this going to flop well? If I put it all in, how am I going to go against a 3-betting range? Like it's a tricky spot with sevens, it always is. I don't mind the conservative fold there from Gunnis. I also like the 3-bet from Rivershone.
You gotta love the fans on the rail. This is exactly what poker is all about. Getting some main event final table vibes here in the Millionaire Maker. Wow, and he picks up jacks on the very next hand. Ribuchon charging up the chip counts here. 36.8 million, looking to close the gap with Kniep ahead of him. By the way, we got a really international final table going on right now. We've got 2 Americans at this table, the rest all from different countries. We got Moldova, Germany, France, Russia, Brazil, and Hungary representing right now. Show us your flags in the chat, or let us know if you're from any of those countries. We'd love to see.
$6.8.
Oh, here we go, 6.8 million. Germany is going to fight back.
I feel like Ryo has never seen a suited ace he doesn't like. I
oh,
mean,
yeah.
Shades of land and Tice coming through, you know.
No, if it's land and Tice territory, it needs to be a wheel card, Donnie. You know that.
That's why I said shades.
Shades, yeah, we're not right quite there. Land and Tice busting with ace-5 suited whenever he can. Action back on Ribuchon. Donnie, you're going up against a very similar stack. Wow, Ribuchon moves all in.
Understandably so. 2 jacks.
But Donnie, I know it's jacks. I know it's a very strong hand. ICM is just absolute mental right here.
Yeah, but I think at this point, jacks are just too good. You have to go for it. You've seen Kniep has been willing to play some looser hands more aggressively. So if he has you bet better there, I mean, nice answer.
There we go.
Celle d'avant, celle d'avant, j'avais adoré la chuter, je sais pas quoi faire.
This hand that we just saw puts Ribuchon second in chips with 38 big blinds. Ryo now down to third in chips, 29 big blinds. Of course, still anyone's game at this final table. It's going to come down to a few big hands, a few big showdowns. Donnie, can you add emojis to the list of things to add to PokerGO chat?
It's already on the list.
It's on the list?
Already been in talks with the developers about it.
Good.
We will be making it happen soon. I'll see if we can get it done before the main event.
Wow.
How about that?
That's great. I love that. Smirnov here finds ace-9 of diamonds. Donnie, when have you last had a Smirnov ice?
20 years ago? I mean, I don't even know.
Oh, man. Smirnov with a big raise from the small blind, committing himself. He's got a few scraps left behind here. Gunnis, the only player he's going up against. Would be nice to see his cards, but he's got to put them both into the reader boxes. Ace deuce offsuit here for Gunnis. He doesn't like it, but he also doesn't hate it.
That's all right, great football.
The real commenting on his fold. Mullally finds Queen Jack suited. Let's see if he's gonna raise it up with his hand under the gun. He makes it 2.7 million to go. Donnie, how do you like this play? Queen Jack suited under the gun, 8-handed table. Stacks are fairly shallow.
I think it's fine. I mean, it's a very good hand. You know, you're forcing your opponents behind you to pick something up. Willing to put the pressure on. I don't think this is out of the norm for Mullally, who we've seen has played fairly aggressive. You know, he's one of the more active players at the table so far. Well done there by the youngster.
Ganhou com esse pivete. Ganhou com esse pivete.
Nee, wir haben so viel gegessen vorher. Ne?
Danke.
You understand now?
Ah.
You're starting to understand?
He took it from my spot. Left it.
Ah, tu sais me parler, moi, maintenant.
Ich müsste halt mal wissen, womit mich der Typ geraced hat, C2. Und dann in 20 Minuten, womit er mich geraced hat, ne? Gefierbettet hat. Aber du guckst eh alles, ne?
Ja, ja.
Aber wieso, läuft nicht?
Das ist nichts passiert.
Also, ja, also. Ja, ist nämlich nur, womit der Typ mich geraced. Ja, weißt du, ich meine, ich habe Under the Gun geopend.
Action folds to Ribuchon in the small blind. Ace-4 offsuit. The potential clashes on that side of the table are becoming more and more expensive. Interesting to see as well how Plesuv, our chip leader, is flanked by the two short stacks, and Paul Gunnis is to the left of Smirnov. So the middling stacks are potentially clashing here in some blind battles, and we can see exactly that playing out here as Ribuchon raises with ace-4 offsuit, Mullally ace-8 offsuit in the big blind.
You're not doing it. What the fuck are you doing? I mean, I'm reading every hand. I don't know if you see that. Everything is going on.
I don't know if you see it either.
I don't know what's going on. Over there. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Как он туз даму зашел же под 3-бет без поза.
You know, I have it before, you don't have it, you're lazy. Unbelievable.
Mullally's going to make the call here.
Yeah.
Already 9.2 million chips in the middle, and keep an eye on those other short stacks. These two gentlemen have the potential to play a very large pot, but also have to be keenly aware of the fact that ICM is hanging above them like a sword above an anvil.
Yeah, I think he did had substantially more before the second, but
Action goes check, check. Both players with ace high here. The ace-8 of Mullally, of course, way ahead here. 6 would also give him a straight. Let's see if Ribouchon has it in him here to stab.
У нас короли. Мы как сыграли? Не, ну нормально, что? Ну, можно, не.
2.5 million is the bet here on the turn. Donnie, if you're Mullally, are you going to see a river card here?
Tricky spot. You obviously have that 8, which works well as some blockers here. I feel like Mullally is, I know earlier, you know, he ran the ace-queen with 2 pair into Plesov's set of aces, which is a super tough spot, but I feel like he's done everything right, you know, so I kind of expect him to make the right decision here if it comes down to it.
Wow, look at this. Ribouchon gives up on the river. A check behind would be enough to win this, but Donnie, is there any incentive here for Mullally to bluff, you know, to get his opponent off a stronger hand?
I mean, hearts missed. Ace high can be good here, good amount of times, and it is. Look at that.
Oh, wow. The French guy loses a hand.
Ribouchon not happy with the way this played out, and Mullally once again showing that he's got what it takes. The young American player, of which I don't know much, I have to admit, chips up very, very nicely. Now sits on 41.2 million chips. Very well done. Bring this man a rail. If you're watching in Vegas right now, Mullally wins a pot. No one is cheering. This man needs some fans. Roman in the chat is commenting on the Russian chatter on the side. Roman, don't leave us hanging, man. Let us know what's being discussed. We'd like to know. A try here, all in with pocket fours for 13.7 million. 11 big blinds shoved into the middle. Gunnis has not been able to get anything going. He's going to have to keep folding. Let's see if any of the blinds wake up with something. It's down to Rayo. King, queen offsuit.
Okay, close.
How much is it?
13.
Rayo knows it's close too. Look at him. Immediately asked for a count.
It's 11 bigs.
You say it's too much? You say it's too much?
Lets it go there. The guy who smashed his drink, I think, is it him there with the headphones on, or did he leave?
Oh, I think he left.
Wow.
He's out. He probably said, listen, I've clearly had enough. I might get in trouble for doing this. I'm just going to leave. I'm going to try. You make the final table. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to go sleep this one.
Mullally's first name is Miles, for those asking. Miles Mullally. He's going to get a lot of new fans with the play he's been displaying over these last few hours. If you're just joining us, we are still live. We've been live for 6.5 hours with day 4 coverage of the Millionaire Maker. We're going to try to play down to the final 5 tonight and then come back tomorrow to close this thing out. My name is Remco Rinkema, Donnie Peters alongside me. If you're catching us on YouTube by chance, please smash that like button. Let's get to 4,000 likes on the video. Can we get to 4,000 during the next hand? That will be awesome. Also, 180 more subscribers on YouTube, and then we had 433,000. I'm counting them down 1,000 at a time until we get down to 500K. All right, Mullally here, ace-10 suited on the button. He's going to attack the blinds once more.
Good luck, Cody. Thank you, sweetie. Go get 10. Go get 10.
Once again, the young American kid is going to pick up the blinds and antes here. Chad is now updating us that the guy who broke his drink is actually back now, and he has an energy drink in his hand.
Oh, okay.
Trying to balance out a little bit.
I don't know what kind of balance that is. Get the guy water.
Make sure to hydrate.
Gotta hydrate, man. I feel like our chip leader, Plesuv, has been pretty quiet as of late. I mean, he's still holding steady over 70 million, but
it's funny how Mattern has won the most hands. He's been all in a bunch, of course. Still the short stack. Kniep on the button here. Queen jack off. Of course, has to be a little bit concerned about Mattern shoving, Donnie.
24. 2.4.
Is that 24 binding there?
24, I mean, 2.4 million.
Yeah, but he has 24 million in his stack.
We know what he means.
Oh, 13 more likes to hit 4,000, and it's during this hand, so you guys are pulling through. I love to see it.
Did you swap my stack? I don't think I touched your stack. Huh? No, I mean, like, earlier you had, I think, 30, I had 44. Now it's
A little refresher on the payouts.
Nice,
and the absurd money that's on the line at this final table. 1.2 million for first, $1 million for second, 650,000 for third, 501,000 for fourth, 373,000 for fifth, 287 for sixth, 222 for seventh, and 173,000 for eighth place. Gil Garza says, just joined about 30 minutes ago. Quite fun, entertaining table. You guys are great. Cheers from San Antonio. Way to go, Miles. So Miles is picking up some fans. Love to see it as Rebouchon raises the 2.5 million with King Queen suited. Action now on Coutinho with Ace King off on the button.
16 big blinds for Coutinho. I think this will end up being a 3-bet jam here. There it is. There is the 3-bet shove.
That's right after the aces.
Which one? Is that where the guy raised me? No.
Oh, pocket tens for our chip leader.
Oh boy. Donnie, if you're Plesuv right here,
No, I'm interested where I get 4-bet.
what are you gonna do?
How much you say? 37?
Schon gesehen die Hand?
I think you have to go with this one.
Ja. Ja. Und die andere Hand, wo ich Ass 10 geraced habe, vom anderen Hand, ist noch nicht gekommen.
Wow, he gives it up. Look at that.
All right.
Wow, Rebouchon also gives it up.
Coutinho probably very happy to just take it down there without showdown, Donnie.
What do you think about that fold, chat? Pocket tens into the muck.
And Gunnis here finally finds a playable hand, ace-queen suited.
$15 million.
Committing raise here from Gunnis.
Very committing raise.
Fabi, kannst du mal das Wasser, weißt, da gibt's irgendwie so Dinger, weißt du, ich meine? Weißt du, ich meine?
This one will get through.
Yeah, I did a stupid 3-bet with 2 days, and the guy 4-bet jammed, so I folded. Like little blasphemy, French guy. And now I'm just playing straightforward.
Action folds over to Kniep with ace-jack offsuit. The man who goes by Rayo has not had a whole lot going on for him at the final table, but still very comfortable with 34.8 million chips.
Breja, patrão. Vai tomar.
Не, ну я вроде не аккуратно. Ты не видел, да?
Oh wow, Gunnis finds ace-queen offsuit in the big blind. He's sitting on 18 big blinds.
Ну понятно. How much did you
Likely see a 3-bet jam here.
36 maybe?
Good spot for Gunnis.
24, 26, 32.
We have seen Kniep is willing to open up worse than ace-queen for sure.
Looks like Gunnis is confirming his own chip count to himself. Doesn't want to make any rash decisions here.
You?
20,500,000, including the blind.
20 million?
Including the blind. All in.
He does move all in here. Rayo's starting to get a little bit frustrated here, Donnie.
Yeah, things don't seem to be working out for him as he had hoped. You know, was a bit ago, but he remember when he opened the aces, everyone folded.
I didn't hear 21.
20 million.
Times when he is opening, you know, kind of more vulnerable hands, I guess I'll say. It's been getting played back yet, so. He once was the chip leader, he once was second in chips, now he's down in that middle area of the counts. He's going to give this one up.
I mean, you got to stay disciplined at this point. You know, you got to not overplay your hands.
Of course, but it's still, you know, it's hard to take at times.
Yeah.
You know, you're trying to make something happen. You're trying to get your chip stack moving in the right direction. And, you know, it seems like the times when you're trying to be aggressive, people seem to be waking up with better hands.
24.5.
Times when you have a good hand, you're not getting played back at. You know, it's just, that's the breaks of poker, man. It doesn't always fall your way, but as you said, I mean, it's important to keep that composure.
Yeah, 1 second.
Rayo going to get up, talk with his rail a little bit, take a couple deep breaths, and get right back to it.
Coutinho finds a pretty looking ace-jack of diamonds, sitting on 21 big blinds. He is in sort of that sort of toughest ICM position, Donnie. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. But, I mean, I think he also has enough of a stack that he can make some opening raises and then assess the situation from there.
When I opened like the last 6 hands, it was unbelievable. It was printed on my forehead.
I think that's generally what we've seen from Vitor Coutinho.
Already playing tight. I don't know what's going on. Anyways.
How much did you start the hand with?
20.
Not saying that one.
Yeah.
Just got word from the tournament staff that we are playing down to the final 7 tonight, and then bagging it up and returning tomorrow to play out the final table. Looks like Coutinho is going to pick the blinds and Andes up. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, the best is yet to come. Not only tonight, but also tomorrow. So 2 more eliminations before play ends tonight. And then tomorrow, the final 7 will return to play for that first prize of 1.2 million. And second will also get $1 million. Pretty insane stuff tomorrow. And hopefully the rail will be just as loud as Coutinho finds pocket 7s. Wow, Smirnov finds pocket kings here versus Coutinho. The Russian has been waiting for a hand for quite some time now. He's got 12 big blinds. Doing a bit of posturing. Looks like a committing 3-bet, not a shove just yet. Makes it 7 million to go. It always comes 7, so what's Coutinho supposed to do?
Just based on what we've seen from Coutinho, I'm guessing we see a fold here, but he's still going to have a decision on his hands.
14-5 total have.
Action back on the Brazilian. Coutinho to me looks like someone who has studied the charts, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean, I think these players, they may not be necessarily studying all the charts, but I think overall they all have a pretty good feel for the game, the spot that they're in, the situations that they've been presented with.
I do miss Arnaud Mattern's immaculate chip movements.
Hast du die Vorwelt schon gesehen? Danke, danke, danke.
Another one of those tricky spots with 2 7s. We saw Paul Gunnis in a tricky spot with 7s earlier. Of course, have to open it if it comes to you. It's too good not to. It's tricky to play post flop. It's not the biggest of pairs. Do you really want to get 2 7s in against your opponent?
On top of that, he's out of position as well.
I mean, I can't imagine he's going to be flatting this 3-bet because it is on the larger side. Especially with Smirnov putting in, for all intents and purposes, half of his stack.
I mean, he is seriously considering.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of comes down to, you want to take a flip? You want to go up against ace, king, ace, queen suited? I mean, is that what you want to do? He's not going to do it.
The biggest factor here, probably, Dunny,
Discipline.
the stack sizes as it pertains to the implications of him losing this hand, becoming the shortest stack. His chips having a lot more value if he holds on to them at this point in the tournament. Wow, we got so many likes in the last few minutes. Thank you all so much. Only 130 more YouTube subscribers necessary to hit 433,000. If you're new to our YouTube channel, we are streaming basically every day. Got lots of stuff going on. We got clips, highlights, shorts. We got an amazing Martin Cabral compilation of all his funniest moments from the 250K.
Break, huh?
Yeah, just keep your pack on.
Okay. Don't want to miss out. Looks like the players are going to go on a short break. All right.
Keep your packs on.
I don't want that break, but I guess they have to use the bathroom, so
30 is this, and
final hand before the break. Mullally in the small blind with 6-5 offsuit.
É, eu sei. Imagina, 7-7. Se fosse 10 blinds, teria pago. 10 blinds não pagaria?
Acho que não, mano.
Hã?
Acho que não, mano.
26.
Just going to make the call here. 9-8 and 6-5.
Valeu, mano.
Feels like a fair fight.
Yeah, pretty fair. Advantage to the position, of course. Two healthy stacks as well.
Ryo looks like he could be Mullally's dad. Fatherly figure, Ryo. Looks like a kind person.
Passou do Pavel, eu falei.
Love to go have a beer with him. Ace-5 on the flop. Mullally takes the lead here with a pair of fives.
Eu só abri realmente. É.
E tem uma parada que esses caras, quando tá muito short e dá esse metade do stack, às vezes, é uma parada gigante, tá ligado?
Cadê Ganko? Ô, Ganko.
Bet from Mullally, quick fold.
All right, and that sends us into a 15-minute break. We'll be back with continued coverage of the Millionaire Maker final table. We're playing down to the final 7 tonight. Don't go anywhere. Top up your drinks, get a snack. We'll be back in about 15 minutes.
O cara deu só bet jogo, só quer saber o francês? Quer saber qual mão?
Mano, o cara abriu. É, o cara abriu Ice 4 off, 3x do small. Que porra é essa, meu? O cara é totalmente recreativo, meu. Bizarro a parada, meu. Porra, mas ele não tinha stack pra pressionar, né? É, porra. Bizarro.
Os caras com área tipo terceiro e quarto, assim, né? Segundo e terceiro, sei lá.
Hackzão, velho.
What I'm doing, I mean, like, ace jack, yeah, I thought. I even folded. No, you told me. Yeah, because the other guys heard me say jack. Yeah, I believe him. We talked a lot, so. But yeah, and then the triple raised me king 5 to it. And I have open for the gun. Ace 10. I mean, what can you do? I mean, and then.
You could fold at him, but
yeah.
From under the gun, it looks crazy strong, but it's scary.
No, yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's a good hand. I mean, like, he knows it's like, he folded, of course, then.
Yeah, it's just a rough spot, but you're in there, dude. You're doing it.
Yeah.
Quem é?
Se eu quiser tirar esse susto ali contra aquele alemão que já fez, do Bolton.
Tô, alemão que chão.
Foi o Forvest, que ela perdeu o Forvest, tinha rei 10 ovos.
Do Big, né?
É.
Do Button vs Big.
É.
Era esse aí que eu queria saber.
Quem?
Era esse que eu queria saber.
É, então. Beleza. O cara também fez o.
E o cara tinha tribetado o quê?
Aí, 7 ovos.
Aí. É, acho que não é ruim não, mas.
Contra o doente, né, velho?
Foda, né, velho? Sabendo que estiver.
Sabendo que o cara mega hashtag, zero.
É, aqui é a saída, é.
Zero pressão. Uma parada que não vai mudar em nada na vida do cara.
E o outro for Betor, chove.
Nice. Choveu, vai lavar.
All right, welcome back to coverage of the Millie Maker final table. My name is still Remco Rinkema. Donnie Peters still alongside me. We have still 8 players in this event, and there is still $2 million plus prizes up for grabs in this absolutely insane event at the 2023 World Series of Poker. Action on Plesuv, pocket threes. Let me remind you of what's directly at stake here. The final 8 players are receiving $173,000. The final 7 will get $222,000. As soon as we lose one more player, play will be done for tonight, and it will resume tomorrow with our stream at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern. Some quick math here. 11 p.m. Central European time.
You can handle all that, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to hurt my head.
Probably like lunchtime in Australia. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. It's been one heck of a ride today, and we cannot wait to run it back again tomorrow to find out who's going to win this. And look at this. Ryo finds ace-king suited. He's had a rough go at it, Donnie.
He has. Gonna kind of switch it up a little bit here. Come in with a limp. Coutinho checks the 5 deuce off. King, queen, 7 with 1 spade. Kniep continues to have the best of it here, only improving. Top pair. Backdoor straws, and his Brazilian counterpart has a whole bunch of 5 high.
Il gagne la register race. Il gagne à la register race.
Look at Ryo playing it coy, getting Coutinho to invest a few chips here.
Yep, in a good spot for him to, you know, continue to keep his hand concealed. He could just call here, which probably what I expect.
Later, okay. Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Never mind.
Okay. No, I'm all hands for later. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
The check min raise, enough to take it down here. Ryo finally wins one. Back up to 34.8 million chips. And here's a look at our PGT Dream Seed promotion. We're sending 3 annual PokerGO subscribers to play in our $1 million free roll in December. All you have to do is be an annual subscriber to PokerGO to be eligible for the draw, which we are doing on the final table day of the World Series of Poker main event. Use promo code DREAM30 to save $30 on your annual subscription. And there you go. You get to watch all the poker and be in the raffle for the Dream Seed.
And no purchase necessary to enter that promotion. Just head on over to pgt.com/dream for all the rules and terms and conditions.
Gunness, pocket 6s here. By the way, we picked up so many new YouTube subscribers today. It's awesome. Only 40 more needed to hit 433,000. 40 more YouTube subscribers. Can we do it?
Why not?
Before this hand is over.
Why can't we?
Before this hand is over, can we do it? I'm curious. Oh, wow. The fold 6s, and the next player gets pocket aces rebouchon. Let's see if he comes with the min raise here.
$3.2 million.
Action folding over to Matrai in the big blind. King 4 suited. He's still our short stack, 8 big blinds. Oh, he's giving it some thought.
You know what I mean?
He is giving it some thought. Is the price right for him to make this call? I mean, I know he's very short, but
Maybe a stop.
Signs of desperation
Right.
a little bit, you know, try and hit something and go with it. Of course, we see he might be in a world of hurt, and that
baby.
could be the end of what.
Mattern flops top pair on a very short stack. Little does he know, Ribouchon has the only single pair greater than his. 1.6 million. Ribouchon going to continue very small.
There it is. There is the all-in show.
Oh, here we go. All-in showdown here. Aces 4. Ribouchon Mattern with King 4 is going to need some help here. The French rail is about to explode, and if you can't hear me, you better enjoy the loud chants from the rail.
Getting comfortable on that rail.
Let's keep those drinks alive there on the Hungarian rail. Turn card. Ace of spades. And the camera's almost falling off the stage here. The French earthquake of noise as Andreas Mattern is eliminated in 8th place. He takes home $173,000. The final table of 7 is set. They are going to return tomorrow, streaming at 2 p.m. Pacific time, 5 p.m. Eastern. Our tribute tomorrow at the start will be Pavel Plesuv from Moldova, as the dealer deals an errant hand here, Donnie.
Yeah, we're supposed to be ended. They're going to play this one out, or
are they going to cancel this hand, or what?
It's going to be a misdeal here. What's going on?
Either way.
Maybe we'll get aces versus kings or something, you know? Why not?
Either way, Anton Smirnov
there we go.
Anton Smirnov is our short stack, coming back tomorrow with 12 big blinds. Victor Coutinho on 13 bigs. Paul Guinness on 15 bigs. The rail keeps on chanting and cheering. It's been an epic day. Thank you all so much for tuning in. On your way out the door, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We'll be back with more tomorrow. Remco and Donnie back on the call to close this one out. Multiple millions up for grabs at the final table of the Millie Maker. And of course, also on PokerGO.com, the 25K PLO final table. So 2 final tables for you poker fans tomorrow. One of us on YouTube, the other one on PokerGO.com. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Vegas time, 5 p.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Central European time for the conclusion of the Millionaire Maker.